Konoha 43, Ninja Academy. The bell rang, and the instructor gave an order, and the future ninjas swarmed towards the classroom door. Hatake Kakashi simply nodded to Akihara Kid, and before he could speak, he followed the crowd with a cold face and left. Akihara Kid sighed. He had tried to persuade Hatake Sakomo, but even with the memory of his previous life, in his eyes, he was just a child, and the final outcome did not change. Akihara Kid slowly stood up and walked slowly towards the door. A figure whooshed past by him, causing him to stumble. He stabilized his body and looked up. An exaggerated pair of goggles and a special sign hedgehog head came into view. Uchiha Obito was looking at him with an apologetic look. "Are you okay, Akihara?" "It's okay, but what are you going to do in such a hurry?" Akihara Kid shook his head, looking at Obito's anxious expression, and asked curiously. "Now is the peak period of traffic. Those elderly people with limited mobility must be in great need of help. I am a man who is going to become Hokage. How can I sit back and do nothing?" Uchiha Obito saw that Akihara Fongjiang was fine, so he waved his hand without looking back and hurried away, leaving a long echo. This guy is really a good guy now, but in the future, thinking of what Uchiha Obito will do in the future, Akihara Fongjiang showed a complicated look. If I'm strong enough in the future, maybe I can change some things. Of course, this is just a small hope. The most important thing now is how to survive in the cruel ninja world and the upcoming Third Ninja World War. Only those who are alive are qualified to write history. He still understands this truth. While he was thinking, the last student passed by him and called back his thoughts. Although it was a bit embarrassing, out of politeness, Akihara Fongjiang still greeted. "Jin, see you tomorrow." "Yeah." Uchiha Jin nodded slightly, responded softly, and walked away slowly. This child is not angry, is she? Chiyo Yuanfeng thought that this child was from the Uchiha family, and her strength was far ahead of her peers. He thought of borrowing her hand to see his own limit, but he scratched his head. Although she was born in the Uchiha family, she was just a child after all, and he had the thinking of an adult. He also thought that he was more hard-working in his usual training. In the morning sparring, Chiyo Yuanfeng had tried his best to make her lose less ugly. However, she must be very unconvinced to lose to a commoner ninja like him, who was born in a noble family. Chiyo Yuanfeng smiled and shook his head, walked out of the school gate, and walked towards his home. 6 years ago, he was reincarnated into this world. He was not reincarnated into a big family like Uchiha or Hyuga like in the online article. His parents were ordinary commoner ninjas, and he did not activate any golden fingers. And unfortunately, in the second year after Chiyo Yuanfeng was born, the Second Ninja World War broke out, and his parents went to the front line and both died. He became the honorary queen, but his parents were not Namikaze Minato, and he did not have the 9 tails in his body, so he was not specially taken care of by the Sandaime. The village gave him many preferential treatments, and with these preferential treatments and the help of the surrounding neighbors, he grew up relatively healthily. "Are you back? Fengjiang, come to our house for dinner later." "No need. Aunt Mai Lingzi, I just came back to get something. The instructor said there will be night training today, and I will gather in a while." Mai Lingzi's family is one of the neighbors who helped Shuyuan Fengjiang the most. It was a bit too difficult to use kitchen utensils with the body of a child. Thanks to them, he didn't have to eat instant noodles every meal like Naruto. Night training? Being a ninja is really hard. It's all for the village, haha. Shuyuan Fengjiang laughed dryly twice. There is night training, but there is no instructor. Recent training has achieved certain results. His chakra volume is equivalent to that of an ordinary genin. He is ready to conduct an experiment. After returning home, he had a simple meal, took out the notes left by his parents, and reviewed them again. Sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, he slowly walked out of the house until the sun completely set. He had no innate blood limit, no extraordinary talent, and all he could rely on was the information from his previous life. Akihara's parents' house was originally on the edge of Konoha, and his usual training place was even more remote. Except for the patrolling ninjas, basically no one would come here. Although he was familiar with the patrol ninjas, today was special. He set up an anti-perception barrier, and left a clone outside the barrier to deal with the ninjas who might patrol here. Akihara Fengjiang checked the status of the clone, and as long as there was no battle, it was basically the same as his own various states. After making sure that everything was seamless, Jin entered the barrier and took a deep breath, then next. He put his index and middle fingers together, crossed his hands into a cross shape, and made a Rin seal. Shadow Clone Technique. Although ordinary shadow clones are not forbidden techniques, you can apply to learn them when you reach a certain age standard. But now the ninja war is about to break out. Time is the most precious resource. He can't wait that long. Fortunately, Chiyo Yuan's mother has learned the shadow clone technique, and, in her notes, she has left the complete chakra control path of the shadow clone, and a lot of experience, which can help Chiyo Yuan avoid many detours. The sound of the technique was established sounded, and after a burst of white smoke, another self appeared in front of Chiyo Yuan. Simple and capable black short hair. The 6-year-old childish face can already see some heroic spirit. The warm white feathers and the waving moonlight seemed to be natural. Although he was quite confident that he could succeed, Chiyo Yuan still breathed a sigh of relief when the shadow clone appeared. Half of the chakra was taken away. Chiyo Yuan Fengjiang estimated his chakra and muttered to himself. First, let the shadow clone get familiar with the control of chakra. He quickly ran to the big rock nearby, stuck his head out, and the shadow clone began the experiment. Akihara Kid's chakra attributes are wind, earth, and fire. When he learned about his chakra attributes, he had a series of plans for the dust release, which is known as the strongest offensive ninjutsu under the 6 paths. He knew that dust release is a bloodline elimination composed of changes in the properties of the 3 attributes of wind, earth, and fire, and he knew how to make seals, which was his biggest advantage. However, the original book did not mention how the 3 attributes were specifically integrated in the route of chakra operation, so he had no way of knowing. So he thought of another ninjutsu shadow clone technique. When the shadow clone is released, all of its own experiences and memories will be fed back to the operator. As long as he has a shadow clone, he has unlimited trial and error opportunities. As long as there is enough time, he will be able to revive the dust release and have a trump card to protect himself in the upcoming Third Ninja World War. Therefore, the notes left by his mother are extremely precious to him. The shadow clone first extracted a part of the earth attribute chakra, then extracted the wind and fire attribute chakra in a ratio of 2:1, and finally began to make the sun seal. The 3 attributes of chakra in the shadow clone's body began to be mobilized. The 3 attributes began to interweave, and the chakra running route was very harmonious, and there seemed to be no abnormality. Boom. After the last seal was completed, the location where the shadow clone was located exploded. Then Chiyo Yuan Fengjiang received feedback from the shadow clone. The sudden riot of chakra, the strong burning sensation from the inside out, and the feeling of large pieces of flesh being torn off the body. He fell to the ground in pain, rolling and wailing, and fainted after more than 10 seconds. Fortunately, the barrier left by Chiyo Yuan's father was strong enough, and there was no movement from the outside. Chapter 2. The Fading Smile on the evening of July 9th, the 45th year of Konoha, in a secluded grove within the village. Akihara Kid concentrated as he performed the dust release, original world separation technique. A luminous point of light coalesced in his palm, ultimately forming a small white square that hovered delicately above it. Its diminutive size was merely a consequence of the limitations imposed by chakra output. Sensing the fusion of nature transformation within him, the flow of chakra harmonized seamlessly, creating a sense of unity. A sigh of relief escaped Akihara. This marked his inaugural attempt at utilizing dust release in his true form. Despite enduring countless trials over the past 2 years, and having successfully replicated the technique through shadow clones last month, he remained apprehensive of any latent issues. Throughout the past month, he had diligently refined his approach, exploring various potential complications before mustering the courage to employ it in his original body. An additional critical factor weighed heavily on his mind. The disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage had sent ripples of foreboding through the higher echelons of Konoha, heralding the scent of impending war. The graduation examination, originally scheduled for the following year, had been hastily advanced to the morrow. He was in dire need of strength. The 3rd Great Ninja War loomed on the horizon, gazing intently at the small square in his palm. It seemed that only the faint glow emanating from it could slightly illuminate the turmoil within his heart. In this atmosphere thick with uncertainty, the only ally he could rely upon was himself. Retracting the dust release technique, Akihara tidied his surroundings and cast his gaze upon the cloudless night sky adorned with a resplendent full moon. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he began his slow journey homeward. The next day, Akihara Kid arrived early at the examination venue, though he anticipated the presence of others who had arrived before him. "Good morning, Jin," he greeted, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. "MHM," Uchiha Jin responded with a slight nod, her gaze drifting away. "This child." Akihara chuckled softly to himself as he took a seat at the adjacent desk, offering her the breakfast he had prepared. "I told you not to bring me anything," she remarked, albeit accepting the offering with a sense of resignation. It was clear that refusing would only lead to a lecture from an elder. All right, eat up. How many times must I remind you? You have training in the morning. Exercising on an empty stomach is detrimental to your health. Today is the graduation exam, and there is no training. Consider it a token of gratitude for being my sparring partner all this time." This was indeed true. Since Kakashi's graduation from the Ninja Academy 2 years prior, Uchiha Jin, bearing the illustrious Uchiha name, had been one of the few individuals capable of providing Akihara with genuine combat experience. Uchiha Jin remained silent, her head bowed as she quietly consumed her meal. "You two truly embody the spirit of honor students, always arriving the earliest," Uchiha Obito remarked as he leaned against the doorframe, breathless from his early arrival. "Oh, Obito. What brings you here so early?" Akihara teased with a smile. "Today is the graduation exam. I must make a good impression in front of Rin," Obito declared confidently, patting his chest. Then, he discreetly pulled Akihara aside, and, with a conspiratorial whisper, inquired, "By the way, since you and Jin are so close, how do you manage to get along with her? She's not exactly popular in the clan. Could you teach me a thing or two?" Autumn Yuan expressed her disdain and pushed him away. Their interaction was nothing but ordinary, yet his insincere flattery was evidently off-putting. "What do you mean by insincere?" "My intentions are genuine." Dato's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, prompting a hearty laugh from Autumn Yuan. "Ah, how early everyone has arrived. Such is the vigor of youth." At that moment, the resounding voice of Might Guy echoed from the doorway, causing Dato to bristle immediately and instinctively retreat behind Autumn. The last time they sparred, he was thoroughly beaten, with not a single unbruised spot on his body. And it was only due to their instructor's intervention that he felt he might have been utterly defeated. Observing Dato trembling in his grasp, devoid of any semblance of his future ferocity, Autumn Yuan could only shake his head in helplessness and raised a hand in greeting to Might Guy. "Good morning, Guy." This man was formidable. Even when Autumn exerted his utmost effort, excluding the use of dust release techniques, he still struggled to gain any significant advantage in their numerous encounters. Although Autumn had a slightly higher success rate, he had still faced defeat, which laid a solid foundation for his practical skills. While he wished to express his gratitude, he acknowledged that Guy was a master of nutritional management, and, being somewhat financially strained himself, opted to defer any gifts for another time. "Good morning, Autumn. Shall we engage in a spirited sparring session before graduation?" Might Guy flashed a thumbs up, extending the invitation. "Haha, today is the day of our graduation examination. Our classmates and instructors should be arriving soon. Perhaps next time," Autumn replied, lightly touching his waist where he still felt the lingering pain from their last encounter. Chuckling awkwardly as he declined. "Oh, very well." Unfazed by the rejection, Might Guy merely returned a thumbs up before jogging to a corner of the examination room to warm up. "Good morning." A youthful voice rang out from the doorway again, and the examination hall gradually filled with chatter. "Good morning," echoed back from various familiar and unfamiliar faces, Kurenai Yuhi, Rin Noera, Asuma Saratobi, and many others. Observing the influx of classmates, Autumn's expression was complex, though they were labeled as peers, to him. They appeared merely as a group of children. He did not deny that these youngsters might grow into exceptionally skilled ninjas, like Uchiha Obito and Might Guy. Yet soon, he would be sending these children to the front lines. Would the first Hokage, resting beneath the Yellow Springs, be enraged upon learning this? Shortly after all the students gathered, the instructor arrived in the classroom. "Today is your graduation examination. When your name is called, proceed to the adjacent classroom. Also, at noon, the examination comprised the body flicker technique and some theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu, which everyone passed with relative ease." Although Might Guy encountered some difficulties with the body flicker technique, considering his primary focus on taijutsu, the examiner allowed him to pass. Following the examination, the instructor delivered a few remarks, informing them that class divisions would occur in 7 days, after which everyone dispersed. As he arrived at the academy's entrance, Uchiha Obito hurried home, dusted and weary, for his grandmother had prepared a celebratory feast in his honor. Might Guy's father, Might Dewey, had arrived early, waiting at the school gate. Other students' parents and relatives had also gathered, and upon learning that their children had successfully passed the examination, The air was filled with joyous laughter and cheer. I heard Kakashi is back in the village after undertaking a mission with Minato Namikaze, thought Akihara Fongjiang, eager to seek him out for a sparring match to measure his current abilities against those of a Chunin. However, after taking a few steps, he halted, catching sight of Uchiha Rin, who sat quietly on a bench. Unlike the typical spiky hair associated with the Uchiha clan, her long, sleek black hair cascaded gently behind her. The customary black robe of the Uchiha clan contrasted starkly with her seemingly dazed expression. She watched her classmates embrace their families, lost in her own thoughts. Strangely enough, I've never seen her with anyone. Whenever I look for her, she is always alone, and I have yet to meet her parents. Mused Akihara Fongjiang as he quietly approached her, waving a hand in front of her eyes. Uchiha Rin snapped back to reality, turning to face him, a flicker of thoughts crossing her gaze. Without hesitation, Akihara took a seat beside her. Aren't your parents here to pick you up? Uchiha Rin pressed her lips together and replied, they would not engage in such meaningless acts. Meaningless acts. A hint of surprise flickered in Akihara's eyes. Won't they worry if you don't return? I don't know. Uchiha Rin slowly turned her face away as the crowd at the school gate gradually dispersed, leaving behind only the distant echoes of laughter. Chapter 3. The Gentle Light, don't know? Aside from ninjutsu and training, they never inquire about anything else. Is it common for the Uchiha parents to raise their children this way? Akihara Fongjiang pondered. In the original narrative, aside from Obito and Shursui, it seemed that no other parents were mentioned, and everyone else appeared to be under tremendous pressure. Perhaps their intention was to foster strength in you, to ensure you could protect yourself. After all, to truly experience the beauty of this world, one must first survive, Akihara silently added in his mind. Perhaps? Uchiha Jin softly responded, turning to face him. He gazed into the distant sky, sunlight filtering through the treetops, casting a gentle glow upon him, reminiscent of stars accentuating a radiant moon. This individual, despite losing his parents at a tender age and enduring countless hardships, always wore a smile, strong, radiant, and gentle. He had never shown anger, and even when Akihara struggled with social interactions and often spoke coldly, he attentively tended to her emotions through the subtlest gestures, which she could easily discern. In her life, he was the sole embodiment of beauty. Wait, my face. Oh no. Could it be that Obito has secretly drawn something on my face again? How infuriating. When did he do this? That rascal is a genius in mischief. Even more so than Kakashi. Perhaps Uchiha Jin's prolonged gaze made Akihara Fongjiang feel uneasy. He suddenly exclaimed and began to rub his face vigorously. Cough. There is nothing on your face. His exaggerated display caused Uchiha Jin to stifle a laugh, a smile breaking through her composed demeanor. Oh, that's a relief. Seeing Uchiha Jin's smile eased Akihara's tension. He feared the child might overthink and succumb to depression, so he quickly shifted the topic. Anyway, let us not dwell on that too much. We just graduated from school, so let us enjoy this time before officially becoming ninjas, shall we? Uchiha Jin nodded. Since we needn't worry about your parents being concerned, shall we have lunch first and then train together? Akihara stood and approached her, extending his hand toward her. Uchiha Jin momentarily lost focus. Although they always performed the reconciliation seal after sparring, it was the first time someone had reached out to her in such a manner. Okay. She took his hand, slightly relying on him to rise, and then quickly withdrew her hand. Let us go. Akihara Fongjiang, oblivious to any awkwardness, called to her and turned to walk ahead, while Uchiha Jin silently followed. Moments later, the two stood before the entrance of Ichiraka Ramen, exchanging glances. The establishment was closed, with a notice posted at the entrance stating, due to a temporary shortage of ingredients, we will be closed for the day. Akihara Fongjiang scratched his head, surprised that the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraka could also run out of stock. How about we go to my house? I can whip something up for us to make do with? He suggested tentatively, awkwardly rubbing his hands together, as he simply could not afford other restaurants in Konoha. It is indeed no small feat for him to have grown up relying on the inheritance left by his parents and the village's compensation, leaving him somewhat financially constrained. Uchiha Jin nodded in agreement. Although she hailed from a distinguished lineage, her parents' expectations regarding food were limited to whether it could satiate hunger and provide necessary nourishment. And she naturally shared this perspective. All right, let us go. Chiyo Yuan skillfully led Jin to the trade street, where they procured some simple ingredients. Upon reaching the doorstep, he called out and hurried inside to prepare the food. As Uchiha Jin stepped into the entryway, her gaze fell upon a family photograph of the Chiyo family. Chiyo Yuan's father wore a radiant smile, holding little Chiyo Yuan aloft, while his mother stood beside them, a gentle smile gracing her features, and Qiu Yuan Feng Yang, being lifted, wore a comical grimace. After a brief silence, Uchiha Jin offered a slight bow. Apologies for the intrusion. Once Qiu Yuan had steamed the rice, he intended to prepare the ingredients as per their usual routine, but suddenly recalled something and turned to glance into the living room. Uchiha Jin sat quietly on the sofa, eyes closed in serene meditation. Qiu Yuan, alas, was utterly unfamiliar with Japanese cuisine. He could manage to shape rice balls for breakfast, but was at a complete loss regarding a proper Japanese dinner. Nevertheless, he reasoned that even if it was unfamiliar, it should at least be palatable. He stir-fried a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork and prepared a few simple cold dishes. After a long wait, Qiu Yuan said as he placed the final dish on the table, serving Uchiha Jin a bowl of rice before seating himself. "Please, eat up." "Thank you." Uchiha Jin replied with a nod, placing her hands together in a gesture of gratitude. "I shall begin." She was aware of the basic etiquette, picking up her chopsticks and, under Qiu Yuan Finjian's expectant gaze, sampling some of the shredded pork. "How is it?" Uchiha Jin savored the flavors before offering her affirmation. "Delicious." Although it was her first experience with such a dish, compared to the simplicity of her family's fare, the flavors were indeed much richer and pleasantly inviting. "Well, as long as you find it tasty. I was worried you might not be accustomed to it." Qiu Yuan exhaled in relief, adding more to her bowl as he spoke. "Eat more. You look a bit malnourished." Not really. A moment later, in the training grounds of Qiu Yuan Feng Yang, the two stood facing each other, each wielding a shuriken. "Focus and give it your all," Qiu Yuan Feng Jiang instructed Uchiha Jin earnestly. Since 2 years prior, he had been consistently sparring with the children in his class, adapting his approach to maintain pressure on his opponents without rendering them incapable of countering, gradually pushing them to give their utmost. His aim was to foster even the slightest growth in them, enhancing their chances of survival in the impending war. It was the least he could do. Yet, it was evident that very few would glean wisdom from the failure of a minor ninja sparring match, especially a group of children. Some even believe that Akiyama Kiid enjoys tormenting the weak, deriving pleasure from it like a sadist. Although this sentiment remains unspoken, apart from a select few, most of his requests for practice matches are met with various excuses for refusal, leaving him with no choice but to relent. After all, he cannot disclose to them that the shinobi world war is imminent. Even the children must take to the front lines. They must prepare at once. Setting aside whether they would believe him, uttering such words would likely result in him being whisked away by the umbu within mere moments. While he genuinely desires to save them, it must be under conditions that ensure his own safety. He is not a saint. He lacks the formidable strength required to be a savior. His actions serve merely to soothe his heart, which longs for peace. He is acutely aware of this. Even if just one person survives because of my presence. Akiyama fixated his gaze on Uchiha Jin. "Very well." Uchiha Jin nodded, brandishing his kunai and assuming a ready stance. Akiyama's prowess is universally acknowledged throughout the school. He does not conceal his strength, just as he does not hesitate to display his gentleness. She is always present during his battles, exuding confidence and composure. He skillfully manipulates the psychology of his opponents, relentlessly applying pressure from all angles. The moment an adversary reveals even the slightest flaw, he seizes it, tearing the opening wider until he ultimately shatters their resolve. Some attribute his abilities to parental influence, while others claim he is a born ninja. Chapter 4. The innate ninja. Although she was familiar with Akawara's techniques, Uchiha Jin could not escape the pressure of facing him directly. Whoosh! In her line of sight, Akawara vanished in an instant, his speed far surpassing that of an ordinary ninja trainee. With my current chakra, I can only accurately pinpoint his location within a 5-meter radius. If he strikes from this distance, that direction, within 2 seconds, a surge of chakra appeared within her monitoring range. Upon confirming Akawara's position, Uchiha Jin wasted no time. She swiftly employed the body replacement technique to evade a sudden assault and increase the distance between them. Upon landing, she quickly formed hand seals: rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. With her right hand forming a seal near her mouth, dozens of fireballs shot towards Akawara's location like meteors, while her left sleeve discreetly released a few shuriken. If he uses the body replacement technique, his replacement won't exceed 10 meters. If he opts for a technique to counter mine, I just need to seize this window of opportunity. To Uchiha Jin's surprise, Akawara did neither. He charged straight into her technique. Boom! At the moment the phoenix fire collided with him, his body transformed into a cloud of smoke. What? Before she could utter a word, Uchiha Jin's eyes widened in shock, her body frozen in place. A gentle breeze brushed past her neck, causing several strands of hair to fall. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Akawara, emerging slowly from behind a tree to her right, looked at her with a hint of resignation. If this were a battlefield, you would have perished just now. Yet, she could not entirely blame herself. If the user successfully completed the wind cutter technique seals, an ordinary ninja would struggle to respond in time. She realized her defeat stemmed from her lack of awareness regarding the information disparity concerning his shadow clone technique. This was meant to impart a lesson in war. One cannot always possess comprehensive intelligence about their adversary. A B-rank ninjutsu shadow clone. While she acknowledged Akawara's prodigious talent, she never anticipated he would reach such heights, especially considering they were merely genin. Uchiha Jin took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Can we go again? She did not inquire further. Her request was straightforward. Very well. Akawara showed no reluctance. After a brief moment of recovery, they faced each other once more. This time, Uchiha Jin did not wait for Akawara to make a move. Though her speed paled in comparison to his, she advanced first with a kunai in hand. She had concluded that her forced counterattack left her with no chance of victory. Without ocular techniques to complement the wind cutter, one would face severe inaccuracy against a moving target. Only predictions are viable. In the previous round, I lost track of his true form due to the shadow clone technique. This time, with a clearer strategy, Uchiha Jin regarded Akawara, who stood unmoving, and hurled her kunai at him, compelling him to react. Autumn Hara swiftly hurled the shuriken from his hand and leaped backwards, only to be followed by several shuriken in a fan formation. In midair, he executed a rapid series of hand seals, snake, tiger, hare, and rat, summoning the fire release, great dragon fire technique. Uchiha Jin seemed to anticipate his move, promptly forming her own seals, snake, horse, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique. The two fiery attacks collided, resulting in a violent explosion, seizing the obscured vision created by the blast. Autumn intended to form seals once more, but before he could act, several shuriken surged through the smoke towards him. Ah, truly a scion of a noble clan, he mused, envious of the abundance of ninja tools at his disposal. His own arsenal comprised solely of a kunai bequeathed by his parents, with no funds to procure more. Thud, thud. Thud, Autumn's figure vanished, leaving behind a log riddled with shuriken. A substitution, Uchiha Jin realized upon hearing the sound of shuriken embedding into the wood. Locating a new substitute and completing the necessary contract required time. Even the fastest record in the entirety of Konohagakure was no less than 15 seconds. Swiftly, Uchiha Jin formed seals and leaped into the air, rat, tiger, dog, ox, hare, tiger, executing the fire release, phoenix fire technique. Dozens of flames surged towards every conceivable hiding place within a 10-meter radius of the substitute log. As expected, two figures charged towards her from either side, while she remained airborne, unable to mount a proper counterattack. With a hum, Uchiha Jin employed the substitution technique, landing swiftly to the side and forming seals, snake, horse, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, launching a great fireball. The colossal fireball surged towards the two assailants, while she deftly produced several shuriken from her sleeve, sealing off all avenues of escape. Only 7 seconds remaining. Even if Autumn could indeed find a new substitute and complete the contract at the fastest rate recorded in Konohagakure, he would still fall short by 7 seconds. Without the ability to use the substitution technique, no matter how swift he was, he could not evade both the great fireball and the shuriken simultaneously. It is I who shall claim victory. A commendable strategy, yet regrettably, one that lacked thoroughness. A voice emanated from her left rear. Uchiha Jin fixed her gaze upon the two figures, and just as the great fireball was about to collide with them, they both dissipated into smoke. In disbelief, she turned her head. Were they both shadow clones? No, one was merely a simple clone. Autumn shook his head and slowly approached her side. You were overly fixated on the shadow clones, firmly believing that two of me must signify my true self and a shadow clone, without carefully examining their chakra. In warfare, such minor oversights can cost one their life. Analysis demands a calm mind. At all times, resist succumbing to external pressures, and do not create burdens for yourself. Autumn refrained from making the first move. Keen to observe Uchiha Jin's strategy, and she did not disappoint. Her offensive approach, rhythm, and tactics were impeccable. However, this child resembled a little glutton. voraciously consuming the pressure he bestowed upon her. He had never anticipated that such trivial tricks would bear fruit. After a long silence, Chiyuan glanced at Uchiha Jin, only to find her sitting beside him, her arms wrapped around her legs, her expression vacant, as if she were grappling with the meaning of life. Oh dear. I completely forgot she is merely a 9-year-old child. Chiyuan thought to himself, hurriedly bending down to pat her head. All right, just be mindful next time. After all, you have me. If I can identify all your mistakes, wouldn't you be invincible? He chuckled awkwardly, making a gesture of reconciliation before her eyes. Uchiha Jin observed his hand waving before her, the sound of his clumsy jokes ringing in her ears. After a moment of awkward contemplation, she ultimately succumbed to laughter. This person has always been like this. He is immensely frustrating yet somehow disarming. She grasped his hand, forming a gesture of reconciliation. Yes, good. As the sun began to set, they concluded another round and leaned against a tree to rest. Well, let us call it a day, Chiyuan remarked. Having noticed a fleeting shadow in the distance, indiscreetly addressed Uchiha Jin. All right, she replied, feeling weary. From the very beginning, when Chiyuan had taken the lead, to their exchanges that had grown more balanced, even slightly favorable for her, she had indeed garnered quite a bit from their encounters. Upon returning to Chiyuan's home, he prepared several signature dishes from his previous life, each receiving praise from Jin for their deliciousness, which made him feel a tinge of pride. After dinner, Chiyuan insisted on escorting her home with the absurd reasoning that there were many snakes and insects in the summer that she might not see. Unable to refute him, she reluctantly agreed. Outside the Uchiha clan's territory, Chiyuan waved at Jin. Goodbye, Uchiha Jin responded, making her way into the clan's grounds. Once he confirmed that Jin had entered the patrol range of the security team, Chiyuan Fengjiang pondered thoughtfully. Who could it be, the Umbu? Root? Or perhaps? Chiyuan displayed no particular traits. As an ordinary ninja of his standing, especially on the eve of war, he was hardly deserving of special attention from the higher-ups of Konoha. It must pertain to Uchiha Jin. Casting one last glance towards the Uchiha territory, Chiyuan Fengjiang turned and gradually departed. Chapter 5. The misguided love. Uchiha Jin approached her doorstep and pushed the door open. I'm home. As she traversed the entrance, she noticed her father, Uchiha Fujimura, and her mother, Uchiha Kei, seated quietly in the living room, their gazes fixed upon her. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly in acknowledgement, intending to bypass them and head to the washroom. Is that child from the Akiyama family your friend? Uchiha Fujimura's voice halted Jin in her tracks. Surprised, she pondered how he had come to know this, having never shown interest before. Yes, though it was peculiar, she nonetheless affirmed with a nod. In that fleeting moment when she lifted her gaze, Uchiha Fujimura was suddenly before her, nearly nose to nose, his crimson Sharingan eyes spinning slowly, emanating an aura that felt almost soul-stealing. In an instant, Uchiha Jin lost consciousness. Such cruelty inflicted upon her was unbearable. Uchiha Kei felt a pang of sorrow. Only in this manner could she potentially survive the ravages of war. Cradling her daughter, she tenderly caressed her face. One day, she will understand us. In this world, she has no one to rely on but herself, neither us nor that child from the Akiyama family. Uchiha Fujimura sighed heavily. With the third Kazekage missing and nations stirring restlessly, the atmosphere at the borders grew increasingly tense. The decision to advance the graduation examinations was transparent in its intentions. Trusting the Hokage, he had distanced himself from his child, striving to shield her from familial turmoil and facilitate her integration into the village. Only to unwittingly thrust her into the very abyss he sought to protect her from. The third. Uchiha Fujimura's expression darkened as he spoke each word with deliberation. His three tomos spinning rapidly, nearly merging into one. Taking a deep breath, he turned to his wife, stating, "You should rest. I will keep watch over our child." All right. Uchiha Fujimura carried Uchiha Jin back to her room, gently placing her on the bed, then standing silently by her side. In a daze, Uchiha Jin seemed to hear someone calling her name. Jin. Wake. Who? Struggling to open her eyes. The blinding sunlight struck her face, and she squinted for a moment before finally discerning her surroundings. Akiyama. Akiyama Kid grasped her hand, seemingly speaking, yet the surrounding clamor rendered his words indistinct. After a bout of ringing in her ears, her hearing gradually returned to normal. Hurry, we must leave this place. Akiyama crouched, taking her hand and hoisting her onto his back, navigating into the nearby woods. What is happening? Uchiha Jin felt a profound ache throughout her body. Utterly devoid of strength, You were struck by that IWN's technique. I couldn't reach you before I dealt with him. I'm sorry. As Akiyama's words faded, Jin was suddenly engulfed by a piercing headache, fragments of memories resurfacing in her mind. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, she and Akiyama had been placed in the same squad, and it wasn't long before war erupted, thrusting them to the front lines. The task at hand was to obliterate a supply point of the rock-hidden village, severing the enemy's provisions. However, it turned out to be a ruse propagated by a spy. Upon arriving at the designated location, they discovered no supply station, only a contingent of waiting rock ninja. The leader of the team, a seasoned jonin, was surrounded by a dozen adversaries while covering their retreat. Tragically, another teammate fell during the escape, leaving just the two of them evading the relentless pursuit of the rock ninja. Where are we now? Uchiha Jin inquired hoarsely, turning to Akihara. We're still within the enemy lines of the rock-hidden village. However, the village has dispatched the nearest Kakashi and Sensei Minato to assist us. We are merely 8 kilometers from the rendezvous point. Sensei Minato is remarkably swift. We may not even need the full distance. 8 kilometers. Uchiha Jin murmured, sensing the reassurance in Akihara's tone, yet also perceiving the tremor in his hand, which was supporting her. Their chakra had nearly been depleted while fending off the pursuing rock ninja, and Akihara was now relying solely on his physical endurance to carry her, markedly slowing their pace. Given their current state, should they be caught again, there would be but one outcome. Despite knowing he would likely refuse, Jin nonetheless urged Akihara, put me down. The rock ninja need not chase after an injured comrade. At the very least, you could. Before she could finish, Akihara interjected, what foolishness. Those earth-wielding rock ninja could never catch someone like me, who excels in wind techniques. To be honest, Sensei Minato has secretly taught me a couple of techniques. Those rock ninja would need at least another 2.5 years to catch up. As if to validate his claim, he gritted his teeth and accelerated for a brief interval, only to soon decelerate again. As expected, Akihara's hand trembled more intensely. Amused by his jest, Uchiha Jin chuckled joyfully, tears of happiness streaming from her eyes. This feeling of being needed, acknowledged, cared for, and cherished was something she had never experienced from anyone other than Akihara, not even her own parents. Only in Akihara's presence did she truly feel her existence mattered. Be careful not to aggravate your wound, Akihara remarked, grinning. This child is quite easy to soothe. Steady now. I must accelerate. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for making my existence meaningful. Thank you for always being by my side. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Why does that sound like a last will? If there is a next life, don't think about such things. I will surely bring you home. Your parents are waiting for you. Parents, yes. If there is a next life, please show some signs that you love me too. Fear not. I am here. Just hold on tight. Akihara's voice pulled her back to reality. Contemplating the shuriken in her hand, Uchiha Jin nodded obediently, pressing her face against his back, savoring his warmth. I truly lack talent, not to mention breaking the 15-second record. I even took 22 seconds after skipping a step. Autumn Haraphone gasped, and there's still 4 kilometers to go. Fear not. Teacher Swayman will arrive shortly, Uchiha Jin reassured, gently ruffling his hair. You. How can you still comfort me? Autumn stuttered, attempting to jest. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind them, although it was not particularly close. Both of them heard it. Autumn gritted his teeth, trying to accelerate once more, but his body had reached its limits, and the distance behind him continued to diminish. Uchiha Jin threw a shuriken toward the sound and whispered softly in his ear, It's all right. Just run forward and don't look back. Keep quiet. I was thinking the same. Autumn blurted out in a rush. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body, and the abrupt acceleration nearly caused him to lose his balance. As a shuriken fell at his feet, realizing what had happened, he quickly turned back. Jin. He caught a glimpse of a golden flash in the distance. No. It's too late. Autumn chased after Jin's silhouette. Uchiha Jin collided with the pursuing rock ninja, who immediately hurled several shurikens at her. She narrowly dodged them and quickly formed a hand seal. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Jin concentrated all her chakra into the technique, but the pursuer was a chunin, operating on an entirely different speed level. The opponent effortlessly evaded the fireball and threw 3 kunai at her. I wonder if this little time is enough. Has he managed to escape properly? Oh, divine being, please assist him. Uchiha Jin closed her eyes. A familiar voice echoed. And Jin opened her eyes wide. A golden flash appeared, and the pursuing rock ninja fell lifelessly. Did you forget? My speed has always surpassed yours. Autumn Hara Fonjiang. enduring excruciating pain, managed a faint smile as he collapsed into her embrace. A wave of extreme panic, anxiety, regret, and anguish enveloped Uchiha Jin. A chilling chakra coalesced in her eyes, leaving her feeling numbed, as though her vision and hearing had faded. Cough, cough, it truly hurts. Autumn coughed up blood, staining her garments, his wide eyes unable to utter a single word. Forgive me for arriving late. A man with golden hair approached them. Uchiha Jin seemed to be oblivious to his words, standing still in a daze. As Choyuin's body gradually turned frigid, Uchiha Jin seemed to finally come to her senses. Ha! 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 Her body triggered symptoms of hyperventilation, and she was entirely oblivious to the thoughts racing through her mind. Why did it come to this? If only I hadn't been so clever. If only I had trusted him a little more. Why wasn't it me who perished? Her eyes flickered with the rapid rotation of the Sharingan, first one tomo, then two, then three, until the tomo almost began to interconnect. Yet, perhaps due to the novelty of awakening her eyes, the three tomo had already exhausted the stored power of Yin, and the connection was unsuccessful. The surroundings began to disintegrate. The golden-haired man and the figure of Choyuin both vanished, and she remained oblivious to it all, until a vague voice drifted into her ears. Jin. Jin. Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Fujiki grew somewhat anxious. The content of the illusion was autonomously constructed within the consciousness of the subject, and he was unaware of the specifics. Only upon observing his daughter's vacant gaze and the incessant transformation of her Sharingan did he realize the gravity of the situation, prompting him to hastily dispel the illusion. A searing pain shot through her eyes as Jin instinctively covered them. The familiar surroundings swiftly catalyzed the return of her suppressed memories. As she beheld her father standing before her, she gradually began to comprehend her circumstances. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Having untangled everything, Uchiha Jin erupted into an indescribable laughter. Ha 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 ha! Should I express my gratitude, dear father? Ha ha ha! Observing his daughter's manic demeanor, Uchiha Fujiki chose not to respond, silently retreating from the room. Ha 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 ha! Uchiha Jin continued to laugh heartily. Chapter 6, Emotional Release. On the morning of July 11th, the 45th year of Konoha, a gentle and rhythmic knocking echoed at the entrance of the Akiyama household. Akiyama Kid had risen early, preparing breakfast when the sound of knocking drew him away from his tasks. Just a moment. Upon opening the door, a figure darted into Kid's embrace, causing him to stumble back a few steps. Good morning. The simultaneous exclamations filled the air as Kid looked down to find Uchiha Jin tightly wrapped around him, burying her head into his chest and nuzzling against him. Jin? What brings you here? Is it not allowed? Uchiha Jin lifted her head, beaming at him. Not at all. Please come in. I was just about to make breakfast. And your timing is perfect. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Kid quickly invited her inside. Although Jin had never sought him out before, it would be impolite to turn her away for such a trivial reason. Really? I want to eat. All right. Please have a seat on the sofa. It will be ready shortly. After 2 years of preparing breakfast for her, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of nostalgia, wasn't it? He'd glanced into the living room from the kitchen, observing Uchiha Jin sitting contentedly on the sofa, her head bobbing with delight, occasionally kicking her legs, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor of quiet contemplation. Something feels off, distinctly so. He'd quietly finished preparing breakfast and set it before Uchiha Jin. What is you so merry? Because I saw you. Akiyama Kid felt as if struck by lightning, a phrase echoing in his mind. 3 years of initiation. The highest penalty is death. Is it true that children today are so precocious? Kid shook his head vigorously, dismissing such absurd thoughts. Gazing at the innocent Uchiha Jin, he reflected that perhaps it was his own mindset that was skewed. Maybe she simply felt a sense of closeness due to his consistent care for her. Is it ready yet? I'm so hungry. Oh, yes. Please enjoy. I'm diving in. Uchiha Jin ladled a spoonful of porridge into her mouth, her eyes lighting up as she squinted in delight. So sweet. Indeed, isn't it? He chuckled in response, pondering, regardless of my own mental state. This child seems excessively lively compared to before. Has something occurred? Uchiha Jin's unusual behavior instilled in him a sense of disquiet. He even entertained the suspicion that the village was orchestrating some sort of prank, and that the shadow from yesterday was in search of its next victim. I've finished. During Kid's contemplation, Jin had already polished off her bowl of porridge. I'll get you more. There's no need. Please eat first. Oh. Kid silently sipped from his bowl while Jin rested her chin on her hands, a bright smile on her face, which made him feel quite uneasy. I'm done. Just as he finished, Jin whisked his bowl away, darting into the kitchen to refill it. Are you not eating? I wish to watch you eat. With a radiant smile, Jin leaned over the table, as if observing him partake in a meal was a most precious affair. What significance does watching me eat hold? Chiyuan pondered, somewhat perplexed, before disregarding any objections and serving her another bowl. A single bowl of porridge hardly sufficed. Since you are still growing, it is prudent to consume more. Uchiha Jin reluctantly accepted it, secretly delighting in his concern for her, thinking, why is he so attentive to me? Oh my. In this peculiar atmosphere. The two finished their breakfast. What are your plans for later? Jin asked, playfully toying with Chiyuan's hand, occasionally pressing her cheek against it. I intend to accept some missions to accumulate experience, Chiyuan replied, making an effort to overlook her odd behavior. Accumulating experience was but a pretense. The truth was he needed money. Having passed the graduation exam, he had become a Jinin, and although he had yet to be assigned to a team, he could still undertake lower-level tasks. He aimed to earn more to purchase additional ninja tools for unforeseen circumstances. May I accompany you? Jin inquired, shaking his hand eagerly. Sure. As long as you don't find it dull, he replied. Besides, I want to be taking on any dangerous missions. Yay. On their way to the mission assembly hall, Jin asked, can I hold your hand? Oh, that's fine. Chiyuan responded without much thought, understanding that a child's desire to hold hands was natural. After all, he was not a naive young maiden. Uchiha Jin grasped his hand tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. Chiyuan chuckled, I want to be swept away by the wind. You're squeezing my hand too hard. Oh, my apologies. Jin's smile faltered momentarily, and she softly murmured an apology, loosening her grip slightly. Humph. Apologies won't suffice. I must retaliate. Noticing Jin's change in mood, Chiyuan tightened his grasp on her hand. Huh? Jin was taken aback, unprepared for such a reaction. Her ears flushing crimson. Hurry, let us move. Otherwise, all the good missions will be snatched up. Upon arriving at the mission hall, they encountered a familiar face. Good morning, Kakashi. Chiyuan greeted, noting that this fellow was a true task enthusiast, unwilling to pause even for a moment. Hadn't he just returned to the village yesterday? Good morning. Observing Chiyuan holding Uchiha Jin's hand, Jin appearing bashful, Kakashi's expression shifted slightly. Though he acknowledged that it was entirely natural for someone as handsome and gentle as Chiyuan to be liked, still, he was reluctant to witness his friend descend into this state. Ahem. I believe ninjas should prioritize their missions, Kakashi remarked. I concur. Look. We VE just graduated and are already here to accept tasks. Chiyuan agreed, nodding. Although he wished to catch up with Kakashi, pressing matters took precedence, and he waved goodbye, leading Jin towards the D-rank task area. It seems this fellow has grasped my intentions at all, Kakashi thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. Since it's your first time, let us start with the most basic tasks. Upon arriving at the mission area, Chiyuan meticulously surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback by what he discovered. Assist in harvesting crops, 3,000 taels. Retrieve a lost kitten, 5,000 taels. Are they not simply conjuring this wealth from thin air? He couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling the stark disparity among people. As noon approached, the two had already completed a considerable number of tasks. Chiyuan resolved to finish the last mission he had accepted before heading back for lunch. Retrieve a lost kitten. Upon reaching the designated location, he found it bustling with people, yet not a single trace of a cat was to be found. After wandering for quite some time with Jin, they were left empty-handed. Alas, blinded by the allure of riches, he had overlooked the essence of the task at hand. How long would it take to locate the kitten? Chiyuan scratched his head in frustration. Although he possessed the ability to create shadow clones, he could only manifest when at present, rendering his assistance rather negligible for this particular mission. Observing his despondent demeanor, Uchiha Jin gently prodded him with her finger and offered, I can help. Chiyuan was taken aback. He recalled that her perceptive abilities were still beneath his own. Jin slowly closed her eyes, and suddenly, Chiyuan heard a remarkably familiar sound. Turning to her with disbelief, he was astonished to see her lively black eyes replaced by the blood-red Sharingan, with 3 ebony tomo gradually spinning within them. Chiyuan momentarily stood frozen, realization dawning upon him. The Sharingan? The 3 tomo? No wonder she has been acting so strangely today. Everything began to make sense. To awaken the Sharingan for the first time with 3 tomo. Something must have transpired in her family. In times of profound sorrow, individuals instinctively seek acknowledgement and support, yearning to express their emotions as a means of escaping their grief. He felt a sense of relief that she had not bottled it all up. Surely, I haven't faltered today? Have I been of assistance to her? Suddenly, noticing the worried expression on Xiuyuan's face, Jin felt a wave of grievances swell within her, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Your eyes. I am truly sorry. Some matters are far better expressed aloud. I am here for you. Xiuyuan gently patted her shoulder, offering soft reassurance. Oh, why are you suddenly? Jin found herself unable to maintain composure, and quietly began to sob into his arm. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all right, it's all right. Though he was uncertain why she was apologizing to him, he sensed that accommodating her emotions was the right approach. Are you feeling a bit better now? Shall we go search for the kitten? Yes. Chapter 7. Class Allocation on the morning of July 18th. The 45th year of Konoha, the day of class allocation had arrived. In recent days, Akiyama had completed several minor tasks, amassing a considerable sum of money, which he used to acquire an assortment of ninja tools, 2 short swords, 10 kunai, and several hundred shuriken. Under his attentive care, Uchiha Jin gradually emerged from her sorrow, her emotions stabilizing. It must be said that the Sharingan, being one of the 3 great dojutsu, rendered all tricks futile in its presence during their sparring sessions. Jin had begun to noticeably dominate Akiyama. Akiyama prepared breakfast and made his way to the designated meeting spot. Good morning. Soon, Uchiha Jin's figure came into view. Good morning. A faint smile adorned her face. She was not as lively as before, yet not as cold as she once was. Here, he offered her the breakfast he had brought. Uchiha Jin savored the offering, giving the same compliment once more. Delicious. Ah, if you keep praising me like this, I might just get a bit proud. He teased. Well, it's perfectly acceptable for you to feel a little pride, she replied, her curiosity piqued. The two then made their way to the classroom, where several figures were already waiting. Kakashi sat at his desk, looking utterly unimpressed, while Uchiha Obito circled around him, observing him as if he were a rare specimen, occasionally exclaiming in amazement. So this is a CH Nin. Good morning, everyone. Oh, good morning, Akiyama and Jin. Morning. Akiyama engaged them in light conversation as the remaining students gradually assembled. Soon after, their instructor arrived to announce the class allocations. Today marks the beginning of your class allocations, organized into groups of 3, each led by a J-Nin instructor. From this day forth, you will officially become ninjas, contributing to the village under the guidance of your J-Nin teacher. Where Konoha flourishes, so too does the flame of life. The instructor then began to call out names for group assignments. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, proceed to. Akiyama Kid, Uchiha Jin, Hinata Yuki, proceed to. Upon hearing the results, Uchiha Jin felt a pang of anxiety. She was placed in the same class as Akiyama after graduation. This shouldn't be the case. Both were formidable students at the academy, for the sake of balance and combat prowess. They ought not to be grouped together. It is impossible. This must be an illusion. Jin's breaths quickened as she repeatedly reassured herself. What's wrong? Akiyama's voice broke through her thoughts, and she suppressed her unease, forcing a smile. It's nothing. The two then sought out Hinata Yuki, preparing to head to the classroom as instructed by their teacher. Good morning, Yuki. Akiyama had sparred with her before. Her strength was, well, commonly regarded as somewhat lacking. Good morning. Autumn Yuenkuen. Haha. Hinata Yuki appeared to smile cheerfully. Yet her heart was beset with trepidation. She was deeply troubled by the rumors that Akihara Kid was a sadistic individual who took pleasure in tormenting others. Moreover, her personal experience of sparring with him, marked by his merciless demeanor, left an indelible impression. Presently, she felt engulfed in a shroud of despair regarding her future. He is undeniably handsome and gentle. Why does he possess such peculiar inclinations? This is dreadful. The group entered the classroom and awaited their instructor. Before long, the door swung open, and upon seeing the newcomer, Akihara felt a wave of astonishment. Uncle Takei? Both exclaimed simultaneously. Aren't you the special jonin of the patrol team? How come? During his training, Akihara frequently encountered him on duty, and Takei had helped him navigate numerous challenges in his training. They were indeed familiar with one another. Has the village reached such a shortage of personnel? No wonder they placed me and Jin, 2 strong students, in the same class. It appears they intend for us to bolster the overall combat effectiveness of the unit, Akihara speculated inwardly. Noticing Akihara's confusion, Takei scratched his head and replied, I am unsure. I was unexpectedly promoted to jonin and instructed to lead a class. I was concerned about my capability to fulfill this role, but thankfully, it is you. You know each other? Hinata Yuki timidly inquired. Indeed, we are quite familiar. The two replied in unison. Hinata Yuki felt her vision darken. She had been counting on the Jonin instructor to be reliable and to reign in Akahara, sparing her from potential torment, yet the reality was far from her expectations. Ahem. Well then, let us not digress any further. From now on, we shall be Class 9. To facilitate our future collaboration, let us introduce our individual specialties. I shall begin. Takei cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. My name is Takei Kinka. I am 34 years old, skilled in reconnaissance, tactical planning, as well as water and earth release. Now, Akahara, please take the lead. Very well, my name is Akahara Keed. I am 9 years old. Proficient in wind release, fire release, and some basic swordsmanship. I am Uchiha Jin, adept in fire release and swordsmanship. I am Hinata Yuki. Proficient in water release and possess some medical ninjutsu. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on formal missions. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask. If there are no inquiries, we shall dismiss. Takei nodded in satisfaction. Wait, Uncle Takei, are we not competing for the bell? Akahara noticed him preparing to leave and quickly called out, puzzled. Huh, what bell competition? Are you interested in playing a game? I have a multitude of matters to attend to. Seeing Takei's troubled expression, which suggested he was genuinely unaware, Akahara simply shook his head. Never mind. You go ahead with your tasks. All right. We shall gather in front of the Hokage building at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Dismissed. Takei instructed before hastily departing, as if he truly had pressing issues to attend to. Apparently, not every team engages in bell ringing. Akiyama had assumed there would be testing drills akin to those conducted by Naruto and his companions, but to his surprise, they were merely assigned to teams and immediately tasked with missions. At that moment, Hinata Yuki also stood up, preparing to leave. Hey, Yuki, since we're going on a mission together tomorrow, shouldn't we take the opportunity to familiarize ourselves with each other's coordination today? Perhaps another time, haha. My mother is calling me home for dinner. Hinata Yuki quickened her pace, fearing that if she lingered, Akiyama would drag her into a sparring session. The once bustling classroom was now left with only Akiyama and Uchiha Jin. Akiyama turned to Jin and inquired, Jin, do you have any plans for today? Nothing in particular. Akiyama glanced at the sky outside and suggested, how about we grab some lunch first, and then train together? He had an ample supply of ninja tools, and was eager to make the most of his time with someone clearly stronger than himself to enhance his own abilities. Sounds good. Uchiha Jin nodded, feeling somewhat bothersome these past few days, and was relieved to have a valid reason to remain by his side. Chapter 8. Dawn's people on October 7th, 45 years in the Land of Fire, at midnight, in a secluded valley of the Land of Birds. The wind technique and wind blade technique were executed in silence. Utilizing the Sharingan's Genjutsu, Akahara Keed and Uchiha Jin each took responsibility for their targets, swiftly dispatching the two sentry bandits outside the village without a whisper of sound. Through 3 months of practical experience, Uchiha Jin had become adept at employing the illusions of the Sharingan. The duo moved in perfect harmony, weaving through the village and silently reaping the lives of its inhabitants. Before long, only the main building remained. This fellow lacks even the basic qualities of a ninja, Akahara murmured, glancing at the bandit leader who lay snoring loudly before him. This individual was a rogue ninja, brazenly plundering and burning through the civilian villages surrounding the Land of Birds, showing no signs of restraint and disregarding the existence of Konoha entirely. One could only wonder if he had always been so audacious. With a swift stroke, Akahara ended the bandit leader's life, jesting, after so many missions, I feel no burden in eliminating such scum. Wukio Kinji and Hinata Yuki had not accompanied them, as deploying a Nin for such a task was indeed excessive, especially in these tense times. You're tired, aren't you? Rest for a moment while I see if this fellow has any savings, Akahara suggested. All right, Jin replied. As Akahara searched the premises, he indeed discovered a fair amount of silver. Upon his return, he found Jin sitting quietly, already growing drowsy. Are you tired? Akahara asked. A bit, Jin admitted, rubbing his eyes. Well, you have been on watch all day. Though their target posed little threat, Akahara chose to remain cautious, aware that C-rank missions could easily escalate to A or even S-rank, as was often depicted in their original tales. Squatting down before Jin, Akahara offered, Come. Let me carry you. No need. I can walk myself. Jin began, but Akahara insisted. It's fine. Come on. All right. Knowing Jin's nature, he said no more and slowly draped his arms around Akahara's neck. With a hearty effort, they began their journey. Before long, soft snores emanated from Jin's direction. Upon returning to the land of birds, they found a modest end to rest. The following morning, the two made their way to the assembly hall to submit their mission report. Since this individual arrived in our land, the local residents have suffered greatly. Their lives severely disrupted. We cannot thank you enough. The representative from the land of birds expressed his gratitude warmly. Ah, you've paid for our services. It is our duty to assist, Akihara replied modestly. After completing their task, they received a message from Konoha. Wukio Kenji and Hinata Yuki had been ordered by the Hokage to proceed to the Land of Water for a mission, leaving Akihara and Jin temporarily unable to accept new assignments, on standby for further orders. The Land of Water? Has the Hidden Mist finally made a move? Akihara pondered. There are no records of this battle in the original tales. Let us hope they return safely. Since we cannot take on a new mission, then. The Land of Birds, nestled by a lake where migratory birds gather, is a beautifully picturesque country. Three-colored dango, fresh and sweet three-colored dango. Come and take a look. This morning, two individuals wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets, surrounded by the incessant calls of vendors. To their surprise, they stumbled upon a vendor selling dango. Wait for me here. Suddenly, Akiyama, as if he had discovered a rare treasure, dashed away before Uchiha Jin could react. Hello. Could I have 2 skewers of dango, please? He greeted the vendor enthusiastically, his gaze discreetly darting towards a nearby ramen shop. Clad in a deep purple robe with hair of blue, red, and orange, there stood Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko. I never expected to encounter them here. Akiyama mused internally, accepting the dango handed over by the vendor and swiftly returning to Uchiha Jin's side. Here, Jin reached out to receive it. Taking a bite of one dumpling before softly inquiring, shall we head back to the village next? The letter did not mention any urgency in returning to the village. Since we have a rare moment without missions, let us take the opportunity to rest. Akiyama replied casually. It was indeed a rare chance to roam outside the village freely. Although he was not alone and could not indulge in every whim, there remained ample room for exploration. Those potentially dangerous events must be set aside, he thought, observing the subtle smile that had appeared at the corner of Uchiha Jin's mouth. With no missions, it's just the two of us. Jin felt as though the dango tasted considerably sweeter. After their separation into groups, they had spent most of their time acting together. Since he has said so, there is no other choice. Jin mused, his steps becoming noticeably lighter. Is this vacation truly so delightful? We haven't even had breakfast yet. What would you like to eat? Akiyama jested, noticing Jin's cheerful demeanor. Anything will do. Shall we see what delicious offerings await over there? All right. Yahiko and his companions seemed to sense something, discreetly finishing their ramen and swiftly rising to settle the bill before departing. The group distanced themselves from the clamor of the crowd, retreating to a secluded alley. Come out. What intentions do you harbor by following us? Yahiko questioned in a hushed tone. Akiyama stepped forth from the shadows. You are a ninja from Konoha? Nagato noted the forehead protector atop Akiyama's head, his tone tinged with caution. Be wary of Hanzo. Without further explanation, Akiyama left behind a single phrase before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. What a perplexing individual. Yahiko narrowed his eyes, momentarily baffled by Akiyama's motives. Yahiko? Let us focus on completing our mission first. We shall disregard everything else. If he interferes. Yahiko pondered thoughtfully, considering the warning that Konoha's ninja had given regarding Hanzo. Receiving information relayed back from his shadow clone, Akiyama contemplated, I wonder if this will prove useful. His options were indeed limited. He could neither directly eliminate Hanzo nor confront Danzo head-on. He contemplated the possibility of launching a colossal dust release at the hideout of Uchiha Madara, aiming to obliterate both Kaguya and Madara, thereby nipping all tragedies in the bud. However, he was unaware of Madara's whereabouts, and with his current chakra levels, he could not unleash such an extensive dust release. I can only take one step at a time, he mused. Just then, a gentle touch brought him back to reality. Noticing him standing there in a daze, Uchiha Jin playfully poked his hand with her finger. Chilhuan chuckled softly, seizing her hand. Given the circumstances, let's have a meal first. Oh, that aroma over there is delightful. Let's go take a look. Chapter 9. The insignificant lower ninja, the number of rock shinobi, is increasing. Has the Tsuchikage finally lost his patience? Perched upon a cliff not far from the hidden grass village, a man clad in a red Akatsuki cloak, adorned with a yellow whirlpool mask and possessing a voice reminiscent of Uchiha Obito, quietly surveys the village. It is not a distortion of the timeline. Rather, it is simply Akihara Kid indulging in a moment of cosplay. Of course, this is merely a shadow clone. His true self remains in the land of birds. Accompanying Uchiha Jin, approaching the edge of the cliff, he closes his eyes and spreads his arms wide, performing a leap of faith accompanied by an enigmatic exclamation of Shinra Tensei. Did the Uchiha Obito land safely? In the land of birds, Akihara Kid and Uchiha Jin sit comfortably on a secluded bench, basking in the sun, as if the distant turmoil and clamor bear no relevance to their serene moment. Upon receiving information relayed from his shadow clone, Akihara Kid feels a wave of exasperation wash over him. Still nothing? He sighs, reflecting on the week that has passed since he ceased accepting missions, with Uchiha Jin by his side. He cannot embark on perilous ventures merely out of a desire for personal growth. Ventures such as infiltrating Orochimaru's research facility to seize Hashirama's cells, or eliminating the Jinchuriki of a certain nation to acquire tailed beasts. He can only dispatch shadow clones to gather useful intelligence, such as the optimal path for him to achieve the coveted sage mode. However, the specific locations of the three great sacred lands are not detailed in the original text, forcing him to rely on rudimentary methods, sending out clones to potential sites and methodically eliminating possibilities. Yet, a week has passed with no fruitful results. Very well. The sacred lands are a matter of fate. Perhaps I should focus on other intelligence. The number of rock shinobi in the hidden grass village is steadily increasing. It is likely only a matter of time before the rock village completely occupies it and launches an offensive against Konohagakure. As for the hidden mist, currently, Konoha holds the upper hand, and it won't be long before they achieve victory and return. Isn't Kai's father the one who opened the 8 gates during this battle, sending the 7 ninja swordsmen into disarray? And then there is Uncle Takeo and Yuki. Sigh. Without official orders, unauthorized mobilization for support is strictly prohibited. Speaking of which, Akihara feels a headache coming on. They have been instructed to await orders, yet there has been no communication for an entire week. He begins to wonder if Konoha has forgotten about Akihara Kid and Uchiha Jin. The cloud and sand villages are stirring restlessly. A gentle call interrupts his thoughts, as Uchiha Jin cheerfully offers him a potato chip. Ah, how carefree this child is, truly delightful. In all honesty, children of this age should be like this. Is it delicious? Indeed, it is. With a proud tilt of her head, Uchiha Jin beams, urging him to partake. All right, I shall join you. On October 21st, in the year 45 of the Hidden Leaf Village, the Land of Rivers witnessed the disappearance of the Wind Shadow from Sunagakure. Citing significant suspicion towards Konohagakure, they officially declared war, escalating tensions at the border. Shuyuin and Jin received orders to provide support. Upon arriving at the front lines of Konoha, the two proceeded to meet the commanding officer to receive their assignments. To think it is Orochimaru. Shuyuin felt a twinge of unease upon recognizing the commander. Orochimaru, noticing that the newcomers were merely 2 lower-ranking ninjas, furrowed his brow and swiftly inquired, "What are your specialties?" "I excel in wind release and fire release." While she specializes in fire release and Jinjutsu, Shuyuin Fengjiang succinctly introduced, wishing to avoid any unnecessary entanglement with this figure. Orochimaru pondered momentarily, his thoughts seemingly detached from the Sharingan, as he neglected to even glance at Jin, a member of the Uchiha clan, for they were of no consequence to him at this juncture. The situation at the front is tense, and I cannot spare any jonin to help you acclimate to the war. I need you to infiltrate the most vulnerable southern flank of the Sand Ninjas line. According to intelligence, there is a camp there. He indicated a location on the map of the Land of Rivers. This area housed numerous wounded, medical support ninjas, and considerable supplies. Your primary objective is to disrupt the Sand Ninjas' supply lines and medical personnel, creating as much commotion as possible. I will dispatch a team of jonin to coordinate with your feigned assault, directly severing the main supply route for this segment of the Sand Ninjas' lines. Orochimaru delineated a portion of the Sand Ninjas' territory. If their supplies cannot be deployed, we can swiftly seize this position. Do you understand? His words bore no trace of emotion, as if everything was a matter of course. At this moment, he was genuinely devoted to the interests of Konoha. Serving as a competent strategist, Shuyuin displayed signs of hesitation, not out of fear, but rather due to the daunting nature of such a task assigned to 2 lower-ranking ninjas. Failing to exhibit any trepidation could raise Orochimaru's suspicions. Truly, Orochimaru sees lower-ranking ninjas merely as expendable assets. What he calls a feigned assault is nothing short of a suicide mission. It was not merely lower-ranking ninjas. Even a team of jonin would not dare to undertake such a task without trepidation. Chiyuan's hesitation was anticipated by Orochimaru. Completing the mission was paramount. Nothing else required contemplation. This was the essence of a ninja's existence, the very purpose for which the village nurtured them. Under Orochimaru's cold demeanor, Chiyuan Fengjiang's expression fluctuated between fear and resentment before he resolutely nodded. Yes, let us proceed. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. The worth of these two lower-ranking ninjas was limited to this. Even if they perished without making a significant impact, it would incur no loss, merely a trivial experiment. After departing from the command post, Chiyuan grasped Jin's hand as they moved a considerable distance away, his complex expression evaporating instantly. Jin, this is not comparable to our previous skirmishes with bandits. You must heed my commands. Do you understand? There is no need to be overly apprehensive. As long as you heed my words, I shall ensure your survival as long as I draw breath. Uchiha Jin nodded, perhaps feeling a peculiar sense of detachment as it was her inaugural experience in war. The three-tomo Sharingan flickered in her eyes. As long as she was not besieged by a throng of elite jonin, she possessed unwavering confidence in her ability to safeguard Akihara's life under any circumstances. However, the abrupt mission that interrupted their respite left her somewhat vexed, yet they were, after all, ninjas. Everything will be just fine, Akihara reassured, gently patting Jin's hand. Their prowess had long surpassed that of ordinary chunin, particularly Uchiha Jin. Her three-tomo Sharingan was no trivial matter, and he suspected that even most jonin would find her a formidable opponent. Except for those few at the Kage level, they might pose a challenge, Akihara mused, as a flicker of light danced in his palm. Chapter 10. The Dust Escape in the Dense Woods of the Land of Rivers. On a concealed hill outside the Sand Ninja's encampment, Akihara Kid and Uchiha Jin quietly crouched, observing the deployment of the Sand Ninja forces. Although Konoha had yet to fully recover from the Second Great Ninja War, its strength far surpassed that of the Sand-Hidden Village. In the initial days of the sudden declaration of war and ambush, the Sand might have gained some advantage. However, once Konoha regained its composure and began organizing a counterattack, the disparity in their foundational strengths would become evident. This location was not the front line. Under the relentless offensive of Konoha, the majority of Sand Ninja's main forces were concentrated on the primary battlefield. As Orochimaru had remarked, the defenses here could be deemed feeble. 3 ch nin, 5 genin. After observing for a day and ascertaining their arrangements, the two began to devise their tactical plans. Naoki, I'm going to rest now. Keep a close watch. Don't worry, senpai. By the way, we're quite far from the combat zone. No one should come here. Don't be so naive. Focus on your own tasks. Though reprimanded, Ida Naoki remained unconvinced. Sigh. I wonder how many more lives will be lost. Naoki sighed, having searched in vain for the third Hokage, as the village was struck by a surprise assault from the Cloud Village. The fourth Kazekage candidate, Rasha, barely managed to fend off the invasion using magnet release. Amidst the village's extreme turmoil and weakness, they were compelled to declare war on Konoha under pressure from all sides. Any perceptive individual could see that this was a conflict they could not possibly win. Each day, the influx of wounded increased, and it was uncertain when it would be his turn as a genin to join them. He pondered when he might see the girl he cherished once more, sighed again, and gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. Sasha, though he doubted that Konoha's forces would know of this place, the instinct of a ninja stirred within him. Who? Ida Naoki's senses sharpened instantly, as he reached for the kunai at his waist, cautiously approaching. Sasha, a squirrel, scurried down from a tree and vanished swiftly into the night. What was that? He exhaled, feeling somewhat foolish for his alarm. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder, accompanied by a faint hello. Ida Naoki's hair stood on end. He thrust the kunai behind him, but felt no resistance. He quickly turned, only to find nothing behind him. Vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any possible hiding spots, he opened his mouth to call out to his companions, to warn them. Huh. He realized he could not produce any sound, and a chilling sensation crept into his throat. Reaching out, his fingers brushed against a warm, wet substance. He felt his body grow lighter, his consciousness fading into obscurity. Thud. Ida Naoki collapsed onto the ground, and until his last breath, he emitted no sound. The third one. Akihara Kid remarked, gazing at his lifeless body with indifference. It was not that he was heartless, rather. He was acutely aware of his own impotence in the face of war. All he could do was ensure their deaths were as painless as possible. With a swift motion, his figure vanished. Not far from there, The newly assigned Chunin was preparing to head to the camp to assess the situation. Suddenly, a white shadow descended from the trees, obstructing her path. Brandishing a katana, half of his face shrouded in shadow, the glimmer of moonlight illuminated the other side of his visage. With the emblem of the Leaf Village engraved upon his forehead protector, appearing particularly blinding in her eyes. A leaf ninja? Why? Kato Yuki was taken aback. She had not sensed even a trace of his chakra until he revealed himself. She hurled a kunai at him and swiftly leaped back to create distance, her hands flying through a series of hand seals. Dust release. The newcomer did not flinch at the incoming kunai, planning to conclude the encounter swiftly given the dwindling chakra of his shadow clone. Raising his hand, a point of light coalesced, and a column of energy shot forth, instantly disintegrating the kunai. Water release. Before Kato Yuki could execute her technique, a blinding radiance enveloped her vision. Original world separation technique. Pillar. As the light dissipated, only Kato Yuki's headless corpse remained standing, frozen in the pose of forming hand seals. This was the first time Akiyama Kid had employed dust release against a human. The visual impact leaving him momentarily stunned. Blood did not merely flow, it gushed forth, spraying from the neck of her severed head, soaring high. Lost in thought, Akiyama found himself involuntarily stepping closer to her. A gust of wind swept by, causing her body to topple towards him. And the warm liquid splattered across his face and body, a cascade of crimson invading his sight. Gasping, once he regained his composure. For reasons unknown, Akiyama's breath quickened, his trembling hands forming a seal, and with a loud pop, he vanished into a cloud of smoke. After dispatching the last remaining Chunin, Akiyama suddenly felt something amiss, his body quivering slightly. What's wrong? Uchiha Jin inquired with concern. Did something happen with the shadow clone? And no, it's nothing. In the face of Jin's worry, Akiyama forcibly suppressed his unease, managing a strained smile while continuously reassuring himself. It's fine. Those killed by dust release do not feel pain. It merely appears frightening. She wouldn't feel pain. This self-soothing sentiment was all too familiar to Uchiha Jin. Seeing him reluctant to share, she leaned in closer and embraced him tightly. This was undoubtedly far more effective than Akiyama's chaotic self-comfort. In times of anxiety and helplessness, nothing is more comforting than an embrace. Moments later, the warmth of Jin's embrace alleviated much of Akiyama's disarray, allowing him to regain a semblance of calm. The scene of Kato Yuki's demise was overwhelmingly striking for someone educated in the new era. Although he had taken many lives during previous missions, those deaths had always conformed to an acceptable, normal category in his perception. After all, a ninja is inevitably associated with slaughter. The world of ninjas operates under such principles. This understanding emerged during his previous life while watching Naruto. Thus, he found justification for his beliefs. This is simply the nature of ninjas. Coupled with the various films and animations he had experienced, including Naruto, which frequently depicted scenes of death, he had developed a relatively high tolerance for such psychological impacts. However, the death of Kato Yuki clearly transcended the realm of normalcy and exceeded his expectations, falling into the category of unnatural demise. Instinctively, he had aimed for the human body's most vital area, the neck, an almost reflexive action honed through months of ninja missions. If only my technique strikes her, she will perish. His thoughts were that straightforward, yet he overlooked the factor of dust release and the potential consequences it could entail, ultimately leading to the unfortunate incident. Taking a deep breath to clear his mind, Akiyama organized his emotions. He felt both that he should not have made such a rudimentary mistake and that he was fortunate to have Uchiha Jin by his side. Thank you, he expressed sincerely as he gazed at Jin. It's all right. I'm here, Uchiha Jin reassured, patting his back. Unsure of how to console him and merely mimicking Akiyama's prior comforting manner. A chuckle escaped Akiyama. It's just like soothing a child. When I'm feeling down. Isn't that how you comfort me? Uchiha Jin replied, somewhat perplexed. Because you are essentially a child, Akiyama remarked with a smile. If I'm a child, then you, being 3 months and 7 days younger than me, must be even more of a child. Jin retorted with a huff. Well, wait. How do you know that in such detail? I never told you my birthday. Akiyama attempted to defend himself but suddenly realized something was amiss. This is, Uchiha Jin stammered before deciding to abandon the argument entirely. I want to tell you. You've gone bad. I haven't tea. You have. I haven't tea. Chapter 11. Glorious Sacrifice? In the dead of night, the sinister incantation of fire release, great fireball technique, resounded. as a colossal fireball accurately struck the supply depot of the Sand Ninja, igniting a raging inferno that stained the inky night sky crimson. It was not until the thunderous explosions erupted that the inhabitants of the camp became aware of the intruder's presence. Quick, prioritize the evacuation of the injured and support personnel. Everyone who can move, follow me. What about Yuki and the others? With the enemy already inside, do we need to ask? Hurry. Chaos ensued within the camp. But fortunately, a few individuals retained their composure, promptly soothing the distressed and swiftly organizing a search for the invaders. Hayato, how many intruders are there? The captain of the hastily assembled squad called out to a sensory ninja in their midst. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed around them, yet Hayato, the sensory ninja, sensed nothing amiss. This is bad. I can't detect anything. The enemy must possess some sort of chakra concealment technique. After a prolonged silence without any discernible findings, Hayato exclaimed in frustration. Damn it. The squad leader spat, realizing that if they could not confirm the enemy's location through sensory means, they would be forced to resort to physical searches. However, to locate the enemy swiftly through such means, they would have to split up, which was likely the enemy's intention, to separate and pick them off one by one. Despite this understanding, with the relentless explosions ringing in his ears, the squad leader had no choice but to issue the command. Everyone, split up. If you catch sight of the enemy, immediately use the flare. Do not engage the enemy alone. Meanwhile, two masked individuals, adorned in swirling yellow and white masks, deftly maneuvered through the camp, recklessly unleashing their chakra. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Great Fireball. These were none other than Akihara Kid and Uchiha Jin, in their shadow clones. Clearly, Orochimaru did not regard them as human, dispatching them on this suicidal mission, but Kid had no intention of serving him blindly. Thanks to Uchiha Jin's Sharingan, which afforded her the ability to observe and replicate chakra flow, she easily mastered the hand seals after watching Kid perform them just once. The reason even sensory-type ninjas could not detect them was primarily due to the maple leaf-shaped necklaces they wore around their necks. This was a small-scale sensory concealment barrier developed by Kid, based on his father's research and enhanced by knowledge from his past life. When activated, it cloaked their chakra flow, making them virtually undetectable. Only those with ocular jutsu such as the Sharingan, Rinnegan, or Byakugan could pierce through the barrier when in close proximity. Otherwise, even face-to-face, ninjas without such abilities could not discern their chakra flow, let alone engage in long-distance sensory detection. How are we doing? With their chakra nearing depletion, the shadow clones of Kid rendezvoused at their predetermined location. The main supply warehouse and several structures resembling dormitories had all been obliterated, and for the moment, they remained undetected. Thus, it is settled. The task is deemed complete. The two individuals remove the necklaces from their necks for destruction. Although the crafting of these items is somewhat intricate, they are composed of materials that are not particularly expensive, and Akihara's inventory remains ample, thus causing no regret. In the previous day's turmoil, when he had slain Kato Yuki, he had neglected to destroy the necklace that had fallen to the ground, which he discreetly retrieved. The crimson robes and masks worn by the two were conjured through transformation techniques, hence requiring no special handling. After the destruction of the necklaces, both individuals formed hand seals to disperse their shadow clones, vanishing into a wisp of smoke at the scene. Meanwhile, the Sand Shinobi, in their desperate search for the intruders, scoured the area fruitlessly, feeling an overwhelming pressure that compelled them to send for reinforcements. Lord Orochimaru, as you predicted, a portion of the deployed Sand Shinobi has been reassigned, allowing us to seize this critical transport route. Within the front command post of the Konoha front lines, a Jonin reported the situation to Orochimaru. We have captured a Chunin, who claims their southern encampment has been struck, and they have yet to locate the intruder, causing widespread panic. They were forced to dispatch reinforcements. Was this part of your strategy? The Jonin spoke with utmost respect. Indeed. Orochimaru nodded calmly, projecting an air of complete control. Though a flicker of surprise welled within him, it is astonishing that two Genin could accomplish such a feat, briefly dismissing the reporting Jonin. He began to peruse the profiles of Akihara and Jin. The profile of Uchiha Jin revealed nothing extraordinary. He glanced at it and set it aside, then opened the dossier of Akihara Kid. There is a striking absence of naivety for one of such youth and unequivocal genius. A born ninja. Upon reading the exceedingly high praise bestowed by the ninja instructor, a glint of astonishment flared in Orochimaru's eyes, accompanied by a tinge of regret for assigning him such a perilous task. Was the absence of intruders a result of a preemptive suicide, leaving no trace behind? After reviewing Akihara's resume, Orochimaru pondered that such a mindset could indeed lead to a decision aimed at maximizing Konoha's advantage. For two genin to infiltrate the enemy camp, create such a disturbance, and successfully withdraw is an implausible feat, one that would challenge even the most seasoned shinobi's belief in their survival. Orochimaru felt a sense of lament, believing that such talent should not perish due to a fleeting whim during what was essentially a winnable war. Yet, his pity extended only so far. After all, they were merely genin, and hundreds perished daily, failing to stir any significant turmoil within him. An uninteresting war, a tedious cycle of victories and defeats. The demise of Akihara solidified Orochimaru's conviction that true victory lies solely in survival and strength, the ability to seize one's fate. May Konoha remember your sacrifice, he mused, a chuckle escaping his lips as if recalling an amusing thought. After the honor, Fengjiang from the Autumn Plains and Uchiha Jin of the illustrious clan, in a bid to minimize the sacrifices of their comrades on the front lines, bravely ventured deep behind enemy lines despite being mere genin. Their audacious actions compelled the enemy to redirect their forces for support, creating a significant opportunity. With the assistance of Orochimaru's troops, they seized the moment of the enemy's vulnerability and decisively severed their crucial supply lines. By sacrificing their own safety, the two secured a pivotal advantage for Konoha, greatly enhancing the village's position and hastening the conclusion of the war, thus safeguarding countless comrades. Orochimaru recorded these events in the frontline reports. Chapter 12. The interstice of war under the resplendent midday sun, in a valley of the southern lands of the river country. Akihara Kid and Uchiha Jin were blissfully unaware of their noble sacrifice. The fact that two genin managed to complete such a perilous mission and escape unscathed seemed almost like a fanciful tale, leaving them at a loss for an explanation. To avoid revealing their true prowess and attracting further complications, the duo resolved to fabricate a narrative of miraculous survival. After completing their mission, they were besieged by Sand Shinobi, fighting valiantly to carve a path through the onslaught, sustaining grave injuries in the process. They were compelled to recuperate before returning to the front lines. The mere survival from what had been an almost certain death was nothing short of a miracle, and even Orochimaru would find no fault in their account. Thus, during their convalescence, they were free to utilize their time as they wished. Akihara gleaned some intelligence from passing travelers, discovering that for reasons unknown, the once dominant Konoha had abruptly retreated from the land of hot water to the borders of the land of fire, with the mist shinobi closely pursuing, leading to renewed clashes at the border. Akihara had dispatched a shadow clone to the scene, his concern piqued by Konoha's sudden decline. I recall that Yuki was from the Hyuga clan, he mused. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Hyuga clan, and the Byakugan of Mist Ninja Ao. Realizing he should have anticipated this, he chastised himself for overlooking such details, influenced by the absence of this battle in the original narrative and Konoha's prior advantage. Had Konoha maintained its dominance to victory, why would Guy's father have opened the 8th gate, and how could Ao have acquired the Byakugan? Let us hope it is not her. Let us hope we can catch up. Akihara felt a pang of guilt, silently praying that if those who were destined to survive were to perish due to his momentary oversight. What troubles you? Uchiha Jin inquired, perplexed by Akihara's expression of distress. To her, their mission had been executed flawlessly. Oh, it's nothing, really. Akihara shook his head, striving to dispel the clouds of pessimism. Perhaps there are other members of the Hyuga clan who have ventured forth as well? Though this thought was somewhat morbid, he still wished for the survival of those familiar to him. Nothing? You were just frowning moments ago, Uchiha Jin replied, her skepticism evident. Well, to be honest, I am rather curious about how you discovered my birthday. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Akihara felt a warmth in his heart, realizing she truly regarded him as a cherished friend, and he feigned this inquiry to alleviate her worries. Ah, what? You really shouldn't dwell on that. As anticipated, Uchiha Jin's cheeks flushed, her mind overwhelmed with embarrassment. Ah, how could I admit to secretly investigating such matters? It's utterly bizarre. I would surely be labeled a pervert. As they emerged from the valley, a village came into view not far off. Uchiha Jin, unsure of how to dispel Akihara's curiosity, quickly shifted the topic. Look, there's a village over there. Shall we go take a look? As Chiao Yuan Fengjiang followed her finger, he also caught sight of the village. He merely wished to allay her concerns, having no intention to trouble her, so he descended the steps she indicated, nodding and saying, All right, it's a good opportunity to see if we can procure some supplies. Noticing his lack of further inquiries, Uchiha Jin sighed in relief. Phew, I managed to get past that. Oh right. Suddenly, Chiao Yuan paused, startling Uchiha Jin. However, He merely reached out to unfasten the forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the leaf, waving it in front of her. Let us take this off first, lest we frighten the locals. Oh. Uchiha Jin obediently removed the protector, curious as she asked, is our village really that terrifying in others' eyes? Ha ha ha, it's hard to say. Xiao Yuan Fengjiang chuckled awkwardly, recalling the adage that great nations engage in warfare, leaving smaller ones to suffer. The Land of Rain during World War II served as a prime example. Even now, the leaf was still embroiled in conflict within their territory, hardly leaving a favorable impression. As the two approached the village, Xiao Yuan suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes as he sensed something amiss, gesturing for Jin to stop. What's wrong? Uchiha Jin began to inquire, sensing the unusual atmosphere as well. While it was hard to discern from a distance, they were now quite close. And despite the enhanced vision typical of ninjas, not a single figure was in sight. Moreover, there was a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood lingering in the air. Exchanging glances, Xiao Yuan and Jin infused a bit of chakra into the necklace adorning their chests, activating a barrier before swiftly darting towards the village. Why must we make such compromises? Do you understand what it means for them to be waging war on our soil? In the capital of the Land of Rivers, a young man disregarded all decorum as he confronted his father exiting the conference room, shoving past the guards and seizing his father's collar in a furious outburst. This father, the Lord of the Land of Rivers, did not resist, allowing his son to vent his frustrations. His face was ashen, as if the weight of this decision had drained him of all strength. He could not bear to face a single soul in this nation. The leaf and the sand are our allies. They would never. His rebuttal was feeble, seemingly an attempt to numb himself to the reality of the situation. Upon hearing this, the young man became even more agitated, interrupting his father with another roar. Is this your excuse for your own incompetence? You. The young man's emotions spiraled out of control, relentlessly questioning his father in despair. It wasn't until he caught sight of his father's aged visage, the helplessness etched upon his face, that he suddenly broke down, embracing his father and weeping uncontrollably. Did he not understand the helplessness his father felt in the face of great powers? Was he not also consumed by hatred for his own weakness and the injustice of this world? After a considerable time, the echoing silence of the valley allowed the young man to regain his composure. You truly are a failed leader, he said calmly to his father before turning and slowly walking away. He intends to safeguard the nation in his own way. Your Highness. Good afternoon. As always, the people along the road greeted him, oblivious to the impending events. He numbly nodded in response, silently quickening his pace. Upon reaching his destination, a secluded mansion, he inquired of a middle-aged man at the entrance, Uncle Ishikawa, how are preparations coming along? Ishikawa Kagyuki observed his expression and sighed inwardly. Has this moment truly arrived? The Silent Valley Hermit had requested his assistance in training a group of elite warriors. Although Ishikawa Kagyuki could be considered a ninja, he was not a professional instructor and could only impart rudimentary skills, while these warriors could contend with 10 ordinary men. Facing true ninjas was an altogether different challenge. Your Highness, do not harbor resentment towards the Lord. He is powerless in this situation. Ishikawa Kagyuki implored earnestly. With our meager forces, we stand no chance against the lethal machines of the great nations. We may have little to hold dear, but you have this country and countless citizens. You cannot simply. Yet, the Silent Valley Hermit was evidently unwilling to heed such counsel. I would rather perish. If I must die, let it be in the noble pursuit of defending my homeland. He interrupted fiercely, his eyes ablaze with anger. Unlike him, sacrificing the populace while he hides away, clinging to life. Chapter 13. Blood escape. Heaving breaths echoed in the cave as the solitary figure leaned against the stone wall. His hands stained with blood, none of it his own, but rather that of his fallen comrades who had sacrificed themselves to ensure his escape. A low, derisive chuckle escaped his lips, a sound laden with the weight of his own folly, naivety, and insignificance. Or perhaps it was a reaction to the absurdity of the world around him. Or perhaps it was a culmination of all these feelings. The stark contrast between ideals and reality rendered the word despair insufficient to encapsulate his current state of mind. He had ambushed a squad of sand-hidden ninjas with a band of proud warriors, believing this to be merely the first step toward vengeance against the great nations. However, what followed was a grim spectacle. Those he had deemed as harbingers of hope were swiftly extinguished like mere weeds before the might of the ninjas, slaughtered without the slightest resistance. Had it not been for Ishikawa Kage, a former ninja himself, and his desperate protection, he would likely have met his end long ago. Your Highness. Flee. Return. The echoes of Ishikawa's voice lingered in his ears. He did not comprehend the necessity of fleeing. He only heard Ishikawa's words and his body moved as if controlled by strings. Perhaps, in that moment, he had already surrendered to death. Laughter erupted from him, unrestrained and indifferent to the potential pursuit. The relentless sprint, the burden of his body, the collapse of his emotions, under the weight of these compounding factors. His consciousness began to fade into silence. Do you hate them? Who? A voice resonated in his ears, or perhaps it was within his mind. He could not discern, just as he could not determine whether he was alive or already departed from this world. Do you hate them? The voice repeated its inquiry. Devoid of an answer, those lofty great nations would never care for him or the suffering endured by his people. Even if one of them were to face defeat, they would merely depart, indifferent to the devastation they had wrought upon the land or the remnants they left behind. Do you hate them? The voice seemed to reverberate within the depths of his soul, awakening a profound clarity within him. Hate. A tumult of emotions surged forth, yet they coalesced into a singular, simple declaration that escaped his lips. Then come. Let me grant you your desire. Seek vengeance. Exact retribution. The voice brimmed with an exhilaration that momentarily stunned him. Tear their flesh, drink their blood, drag them down from their exalted thrones. Make them feel the agony you have endured. These words resonated deeply within him, as if his very soul was crying out in agreement. He stood, numb but compelled by an unseen force, following the voice's guidance deeper into the cave. Come. Come. The voice brimmed with an unmistakable joy while he was too weary to notice, his mind consumed in a grove along the front lines of the two nations. A chilling laugh reverberated. Ha ha ha. Die. The enigmatic figure, known as the Hollow Valley Phantom, clasped the throat of a sand village Nin with his left hand, while his right wielded a blade forged from blood, piercing through the Nin's chest with brutal force. Surrounding them lay over 10 fallen ninjas, their lifeless forms resembling withered husks. Despite having slain these powerful ninjas countless times before, a wave of exhilaration washed over the Hollow Valley Phantom. What, exactly, are you? The sand ninja glared at him with resentment, his eyes wide open even in death. Hey, ha 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 ha. Savoring the hatred of the dying sand ninja and the chakra pulsating within his blood, an intoxicating thrill caused the Hollow Valley Phantom's body to tremble uncontrollably, laughter escaping his lips. Ha ha. His mirth abruptly ceased as he sensed 3 chakra signatures swiftly approaching. Reacting quickly, the Hollow Valley Phantom leaped back, evading his previous position. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest arose, sweeping through the area he had just occupied, the force so immense that the ground was torn asunder. Perhaps his recent spate of attacks had finally provoked the sand village. They dispatched a team of jonin to encircle him. The 3 arrived promptly, only to find themselves a moment too late. The trio, witnessing the grim fate of their comrades, burned with fury as they fixed their gaze upon the Hollow Valley Phantom. Such expressions suit you well. The Hollow Valley Phantom mocked, deriving immense pleasure from their visages. Without further ado, the trio swiftly devised a tactical plan, sealing off all routes of escape for him. The overwhelming display of their intent to prevent his flight filled the Hollow Valley Phantom with indignation. Ha 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 ha. He erupted into maniacal laughter. Then let us have at it. His entire being surged with fervor, eager to quench his thirst for their blood. The blood release was formidable, within just half a month. It had transformed the Hollow Valley Phantom from one who fled at the sight of a genin to one capable of mercilessly slaughtering Nin, a testament to its potency. Yet, his growth had been fleeting, a mere span of days. Lacking professional training, faced with the flawless and precise coordination of the 3 jonin, the deficiencies in his combat experience and skills became glaringly apparent. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily, his body a tapestry of wounds. Although the blood release continued to operate, allowing his injuries to mend slowly, the insufficient chakra rendered his recovery painfully inadequate. Filthy maggots, die obediently. One of the jonin looked down upon him condescendingly. Are you inviting me? The gaze of superiority ignited a fierce anger within the Hollow Valley Phantom. He ceased his deep breaths and grinned. Blood release, violent blood. Blood release, blood prison. A crimson thread connected to the taunting jonin with an unexpected swiftness. What? The jonin felt his blood and chakra freeze within him, rendering him immobile. Be careful. Quickly, evade. The shouts of his companions echoed in his ears from a short distance away, for the solitary figure moved towards him at a pace that left the other 2 far behind. Come with me to hell. In the secluded valley. The enigmatic figure grinned malevolently, resolutely pouring all their chakra and blood into their right hand, vowing to perish alongside their adversary. Blood release, 1,000 threads. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through the heart of the solitary dweller in the valley, causing chakra and blood to flow in reverse within his body. Cough, cough, cough. He fell heavily to the ground, utterly drained of strength. As the two senior ninjas swiftly approached, at that moment, the body of the solitary figure in the empty valley unexpectedly sprang into action. What? He widened his eyes, gazing at his hands as they swiftly formed several unfamiliar seals. His mouth, seemingly possessed, uttered slowly, "Blood escape, blood realm sacrifice." Subsequently, he felt a profound agony coursing through his body, every drop of blood and each cell in excruciating torment. Amidst the piercing screams, the solitary figure of the valley erupted with a thunderous explosion, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Blood technique. Concept: blood technique. Blood realm sacrifice consumes a tremendous amount of chakra, sacrificing the practitioner and converting their corporeal form into blood, creating an illusion of death. It is a formidable ninjutsu. As long as a single drop of blood remains, the practitioner can regenerate. From the moment the practitioner loses consciousness due to the sacrificial act, the blood technique assumes control to maintain this jutsu. If the practitioner's mental fortitude is exceedingly weak, upon physical recovery, the blood technique will completely dominate their body. Blood technique. Violent blood involves sacrificing one's own or another's blood, temporarily granting multiplied speed and strength. However, this comes at a significant cost to the body. And unless one possesses exceptionally strong chakra, it is ill-suited for frequent use in combat. Blood technique. Blood prison allows the practitioner to transform blood into thread-like forms. If this thread strikes the target, it resonates with the blood within the target's body, thereby restricting all their movements. However, due to the technique's relatively slow speed, any ninja with even a slight enhancement in perception can evade it, making it less effective at long distances. When combined with the speed and explosive power granted by blood technique, violent blood, it may catch the enemy off guard. Blood technique. Thousand threads compresses the chakra of the blood technique, causing each drop of blood to yield a violent explosion. It can either disperse blood for widespread fire coverage or concentrate it to pursue unparalleled might. Chapter 14. Replacement. The three elite shinobi remained ensnared in the aftermath of the recent spectacle, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Is he dead? One ventured to inquire. Was it the side effect of his peculiar jutsu that caused the self-detonation? Their senses failed to detect any chakra. He should be dead. Let us depart. The trio feigned retreat, yet concealed themselves, vigilantly waiting for an extended duration, only to find no signs of life. Reluctantly, they bore their fallen comrades' remains and returned to report. As days turned into weeks, time slipped by unnoticed. A camp of the sand shinobi fell to the might of Konoha, and suddenly, the long-dried bloodstains stirred with an eerie vitality. Countless minute crimson specks began to converge, assembling cells, nurturing flesh, until, in due course, a heart gradually reformed. Thump, thump, thump. With the heart's powerful rhythm emerged bones, veins, and the intricate physiological structure of a human, growing fervently like mushrooms after rain. Minutes later, the skin enveloped the surface, revealing the visage of the Hollow Valley Hermit. He lay quietly upon the ground, his garments entirely restored. As his physiological systems gradually revived, the Hollow Valley Hermit abruptly opened his eyes. Cough, He seemed to struggle to acclimate, producing faint sounds from his raspy throat. Ha 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 ha. As the sound of his laughter crescendoed, his voice took on a tone distinctly different from before. With an extraordinarily bizarre and contorted motion, one that a normal human could never accomplish, he stood upright. At last, after being sealed within the dank, shadowy confines of a cavern for so long, he finally beheld the light of day. Blood Escape scrutinized his newfound form with unbridled exhilaration. As he chuckled, a sudden wave of sorrow washed over him. The world beyond was so splendid, yet he had been imprisoned for an eternity. Anger gnawed at him, rendering his teeth clenched. The Uzumaki clan. Blood Escape seethed, fully aware that, given a human's lifespan, the one who had sealed him away had likely long since perished. Yet, the desire to scour the world for the Uzumaki, to drink their blood and quench his thirst for vengeance, burned fiercely within him. However, an overwhelming sense of weakness pervaded his being, a reminder of his immediate needs. The Blood Realm's sacrifice had nearly depleted all that the Hollow Valley Hermit possessed. Dozens of scarlet threads suddenly pierced the sky, ensnaring a flock of passing birds. As they siphoned their lifeblood, Blood Escape's brow remained furrowed. The volume was scarcely sufficient for his needs. Alas, such a dismal state compelled him to exhale a sigh. Once his strength had slightly recovered, he awkwardly set forth. Decades had passed, and the dynamics of the ninja world had irrevocably transformed. Blood Escape found himself at a loss. Uncertain of his place within this altered landscape, he could only continue to absorb the life essence of creatures within his perception, aimlessly wandering, hoping to encounter a few unfortunate souls. Yet, after a day and night of solitude, with nary a soul in sight, Blood Escape's frustration erupted into a loud shriek. The various creatures' blood made her feel nauseous. For one who had tasted the blood of a ninja, this was undoubtedly a form of torment. After venting her emotions, she continued her journey, devoid of any passion for life. Suddenly, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief as a village appeared in her line of sight. After standing still for a considerable time to confirm it was not an illusion, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hee, ha 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 ha. The blood of ordinary people could hardly compare to that of a ninja. Yet it was undoubtedly far superior to the mishmash of animal blood, especially for her in her current state. The legend of Blood Escape was about to unfold here. Ayin, is someone knocking at the door? Could you please check? Mommy is a bit busy. A faint knocking sound seemed to echo at the entrance. But Tsukiyomi was uncertain if she had misheard it. She was engrossed in preparing lunch and couldn't spare herself, so she asked her daughter to investigate. Okay. Hearing her mother's call, Ayin rushed to the door, thinking that her father had returned. Oh, there was indeed someone outside, but it was not her father. However, once she recognized the visitor, a look of delight lit up her face. Big brother, you're back. The gentle one of the empty valley stood smiling before her. Though he had not visited in a long time, the little girl still remembered him. The adults referred to him as Your Highness. But 7-year-old Ayin did not grasp its significance, only knowing that he was gentle and always brought many toys and sweets for the village children, a truly wonderful big brother. Ayin. Who is it? It's that big brother who brings us delicious treats. Ayin exclaimed loudly in response to her mother's query. Then took the gentle one's hand and led him inside. Big brother, come in. My mother is preparing lunch. Let us eat together. The gentle one made no move, maintaining his smile as the little girl guided him into the house. Upon hearing her daughter's description, Tsukiyomi immediately recognized the visitor, hastily setting aside her tasks, washing her hands, and heading towards the door. Your Highness is very concerned about the lives of the people. He occasionally visits to conduct inquiries. I must not be rude or neglectful. Your Highness, please have a seat. My husband is still working in the fields. I will go fetch him. Ayin, don't trouble His Highness. Tsukiyomi poured a glass of water for the gentle one and, after giving her daughter a few instructions, prepared to call her husband back. It was customary for the prince to consult him regarding any matters. No need. I have already spoken to your husband. I am here to see you. Suddenly, Blood Escape revealed its fangs, blood transforming into sharp claws, lunging toward Tsukiyomi. Oh, Tsukiyomi's eyes widened in shock. What sound? A cacophony, somewhat familiar, awakened a flicker of awareness within the gentle one. Mommy. Little Ayin, frightened, began to wail uncontrollably. Ayin, hide quickly. Yayue Mika reacted swiftly, narrowly evading a fatal blow from the blood technique, yet still sustaining a gash on her left arm. She sidestepped, momentarily disregarding her wound, and called out to her daughter. Mika was originally a Nin from the Hidden Rock Village, who sustained grave injuries during a mission, teetering on the brink of death. By a twist of fate, she was rescued by her current husband. Having grown weary of war and bloodshed, she seized this chance to fake her demise and retreat, living a serene and blissful life with him, believing that the conflicts of the ninja world were no longer her concern. Transformation technique, is it? Mika mused, clutching her wound as thoughts raced through her mind. The prince of the land of rivers was merely an ordinary person. She did not perceive the individual before her to be him. Quickly recalling all her enemies, she realized they had no reason to seek her out, as she had been declared dead in the realm of ninjas. Who are you? What have you done to Yayue Saku? Mika seethed, her voice laced with fury. Although the fundamental quality of a ninja is to remain composed under any circumstance, the mere thought that her husband might have fallen victim to this person before her rendered her emotions uncontrollable. Chapter 15. Delayed Fortune Yayue. Lingyin? The gaze of the solitary figure in the empty valley gradually sharpened. The cry of a child instantly captured his attention. He recalled the little one who always clamored for sweets whenever he visited their village. What am I doing? The solitary figure felt a haze clouding his mind, instinctively wanting to act, yet discovering he was utterly powerless to command his own body. To his astonishment, a voice he knew all too well emerged from his lips. Blood Escape. The solitary figure snapped to attention, realization dawning upon him. Oh, an unexpected windfall? Blood Escape retracted his hand, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated encountering a ninja in this place. How fortuitous. He licked his lips, having assumed that the village was inhabited solely by commoners, thus deeming it unnecessary to expend his scant chakra for reconnaissance. Yet, Yeyue had provided him with an unforeseen delight. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the solitary figure's consciousness had indeed awakened. Humph. If only you had vanished quietly. Was your intention from the very beginning to seize my body? Once he sifted through his memories, the solitary figure questioned him with gritted teeth. What else could it be? Did you truly believe that such serendipity would fall into your lap without consequence? Blame your own naivety for this predicament. Blood Escape retorted with a tone devoid of sympathy. You bastard. Spare me your nonsense. You are utterly powerless now. Aware that the solitary figure could do nothing at present, Blood Escape disregarded him and turned his attention to Yeyue. Although he had drained the blood of others in the village, the chakra gained was minimal. If Yeyue turned out to be a formidable opponent, the likelihood of his own downfall increased dramatically, though she could not kill him. His chakra reserves were insufficient to execute another Blood Realm sacrifice. Should she slay the solitary figure, finding a new vessel would pose a significant dilemma. Yeyue, though furious, refrained from rash actions. Seizing the moment while Blood Escape was momentarily distracted, she employed healing techniques to mend her wounds, her mind racing to devise a strategy. Lacking weapons and any intelligence on her adversary, she discerned from his words that he, too, appeared uninformed about her capabilities. Hee. At that moment, Blood Escape made the first move. If you dare to harm them, I shall ensure you pay dearly. I will kill you. The solitary figure relentlessly struggled for control over his own body, his anguished screams echoing in the air. It was precisely for these people that he held his country in such high regard, even willing to sacrifice his life to protect them. The thought of Blood Escape using his body to inflict harm upon them was utterly intolerable. Blood Escape ignored him, gathering blood into a blade. Deciding to first test Yeyue's strength with physical combat, given his limited chakra reserves. Confronted by the looming threat, Yeyue swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Invoking the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall technique, a stone wall rose before her, concealing her from view. Without hesitation, she formed another seal, summoning the Shadow Clone technique. As the clones emerged, they immediately began weaving hand signs for the Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. The blood release cleaved through the stone wall, meeting the searing fireball head-on. What? The pupil of Blood Release contracted in surprise. It had not anticipated such a lethal strike from its opponent. Given the proximity, there was no way Yeyue could evade the explosion. Unbeknownst to it, however, at the moment it breached the stone barrier, Yeyue's true self darted toward Yeyue Lingying. Boom. Lacking the foundational training of a ninja, Blood Release was oblivious to the substitution technique. The distance rendered it incapable of dodging, and it could only endure the full force of the Great Fireball technique, the ensuing explosion obliterating Yeyue's shadow clones as well. Oh, mother, fear not, for mother is here. Cradling her daughter, she softly whispered words of comfort. Glancing back in astonishment at the center of the explosion, is there no substitute? She had merely intended to force out her opponent's substitute before devising a new plan. The absence of a substitute had caught her off guard. Even a high-ranking ninja would not survive such an onslaught unscathed. Without hesitation, Yeyue scooped up her daughter and dashed toward the exit, her thoughts focused on more pressing matters than revenge. Moments later, the charred skin of the Hollow Valley spirit began to shed, revealing new flesh beneath. Shadow Clone. Blood Release's expression darkened, having been sealed for so long. It had failed to detect such a ruse. Listening to the incessant taunts of the Hollow Valley spirit, it felt its face grow as dark as the bottom of a pot, hastily gathering some clothing and pursuing the scent left by Yeyue. Blood Release, violent blood. To have silently slain so many, and I remained utterly oblivious. As Yeyue witnessed the grim fates of other villagers, a semblance of understanding dawned upon her. Yet she silently prayed for a miracle. Upon reaching her own land, the sight before her nearly shattered her spirit. Her husband, Yeyue, lay lifeless on the ground, resembling a withered tree. An overwhelming wave of sorrow and rage engulfed Yeyue, yet she bit her lip to retain her composure, burying her daughter's face deep within her embrace to shield her from the brutal scene. Had they not had a child, she would have unhesitatingly returned to avenge Yeyue. But with her daughter in tow, even if the adversary was gravely wounded, she refused to allow her daughter to be embroiled in any danger, however slight. Yueku forced her numbed legs, numbed by emotional turmoil, into motion, fleeing toward the village outskirts to take her daughter as far away from peril as possible. Just then, a crimson thread surged toward her with astonishing speed, striking Yueku almost instantaneously. Yueku barely had time to react before she crashed heavily to the ground. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, she swiftly turned to ensure that her precious Yuelingen would not be harmed in the fall. Subsequently, she was horrified to discover that the blood coursing through her veins had seemingly congealed, rendering her unable to so much as twitch a finger, let alone employ her substitution technique. "Mother, what is happening?" Night Moon Iane felt a tinge of unease and began to whimper softly. At that moment, even Night Moon So, despite her desire to comfort her daughter, found herself utterly powerless. "By what right do you act thus? What qualification do you possess to do so? You wretched, grotesque beast." No one understood the implications of being struck by the blood prison technique better than the Empty Valley Ghost, yet despite his fervent attempts, he could not inflict any substantial damage upon the blood escape, resorting instead to a frantic stream of curses. "Be quiet, it's so bothersome." The blood escape slowly approached Night Moon South. "What significance does your existence hold? Each one of them surpasses you in every regard. You are merely a maggot, deserving only to dwell in the shadows. What value does your life possess? What right have you to take their lives?" Having already endured a powerful fireball, the blood escape was further agitated by the incessant curses from the Empty Valley Ghost. In a fit of exasperation, it declared, "I told you to be quiet." It raised its blood blade and thrust it downward with ferocity, vowing to extinguish the last flicker of hope within the Empty Valley Ghost and utterly shatter his spirit. "You bastard! Stop right now." The Empty Valley Ghost's eyes widened in fury as he desperately fought for control over his body, attempting to thwart the impending atrocity. Yet his efforts proved futile. However, perhaps his misfortune had truly reached a critical threshold, for this time, fortune finally graced him with its presence. Chapter 16. Stance. A gentle breeze swept through, and a blade of wind swiftly severed the blood escape aimed at the mother and child. Still struggling, unaware of any other chakra presence, Blood Escape instinctively attributed this to Yue So's interference, driving it to the brink of madness. It had never encountered a situation where it could still employ techniques while under the control of the blood prison technique. Whoosh! A katana surged in from Blood Escape's left, striking fiercely into its shoulder. Hiss! Blood Escape winced in pain, incredulously turning to look back, catching a glimpse of a dark figure springing forth from the adjacent building. What? A flash of red light vanished in an instant, and Blood Escape lost consciousness. With the Sharingan invoking a Jinjutsu, Uchiha Jin swiftly drew the blade at her waist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She sliced through the air in an instant, severing all critical veins in the body of the Empty Valley Phantom, ensuring he could offer no resistance, yet sparing his life. As both prepared to use the Jinjutsu to discern the situation. As the blood prison technique dissipated, Yue So gasped for air, hastily distancing herself from Blood Escape. Greetings. Akihara Kid approached them, wearing a warm smile, extending a hand toward Yue South simultaneously. His other hand concealed a small white square, vigilant against any potential moves from Yue So, despite their seemingly disadvantaged position. Thank you. Although still shaken, Yue So understood that her and her daughter's survival was owed to the two children before her. After expressing her gratitude, she grasped Akihara's hand and rose, channeling some chakra to Yue Iane, lulling her into sleep to shield her from the sight of her father's dire state. Akihara, this fellow's body is rather peculiar. Uchiha Jin observed the wounds she had inflicted on the Empty Valley Phantom visibly healing and addressed Akihara Kid. You should rest. I will investigate. Confirming that Yue So bore no ill intent, Akihara retracted his dust release and approached Uchiha Jin. At that moment, the Empty Valley Phantom surprisingly spoke. Thank you. Under Uchiha Jin's Jinjutsu, Blood Escape regained temporary control of his body. Akihara and Jin were taken aback. As Jin prepared to act, Akihara instantaneously appeared beside her, swiftly pulling her back to maintain distance. Uchiha Jin completed the hand seals rapidly. Buzz. The technique was established. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. A colossal fireball engulfed the Empty Valley Phantom in an instant, resulting in a violent explosion. Akihara retreated with Jin to a safer distance, and upon landing, Uchiha Jin murmured, Impossible. My Jinjutsu should still be in effect. After setting Jin down, Akihara returned to retrieve Yue and her daughter. then squinted at the crater left by the explosion of the great fireball. Cough, cough, in the depths of the abyss. The enigmatic figure known as the Hollow Valley Man was once again scorched to the brink of becoming charred remains. Yet due to the formidable regenerative powers of his blood escape technique, he remained alive, struggling to extricate himself from the pit. He raised his hands high before the two from the autumn plains could react. Wait, wait. You may kill me whenever you wish. But please allow me to utter a few words. It is of utmost importance, I implore you. In a desperate attempt to avert the kind of calamity that had befallen them today, he even adopted a tone of supplication, maintaining a safe distance. And observing the nearly lifeless state of the Hollow Valley Man, Akiyama Kid was curious to discern what trickery he might employ. Speak, he commanded. Thank you, thank you. The Hollow Valley Man exhaled deeply. I am the son of the Lord of the Land of Rivers. Due to the actions of Sunagakure and Kanahagakure. He recounted his father's decisions, his subsequent failures, and how he encountered the blood escape technique, leveraging its power for vengeance against the two great nations, only to be ultimately controlled by it, resulting in the massacre of his own village. He proceeded to elucidate the attributes and capabilities of the blood escape technique in detail, including specific information about various blood escape jutsu. Finally, he turned his gaze toward Yatsuki now. I am truly sorry. Sister now, I apologize to Brother Saku, to Ain, and to every soul in this village. I am so sorry, so sorry. Listening to his lamentations, Yatsuki now found the situation utterly absurd. The very catalyst of this tragedy was their prince's desire to protect his people. But what of her husband, the villagers, her daughter? What wrongs had they committed? What of the suffering they endured? Was it merely bad luck that they had a prince who sought to shield them? Unable to contain her tumultuous emotions any longer, now collapsed in tears, clutching her daughter. So, my Jinjutsu did not fail. Rather, he possesses two independent consciousnesses within him. Uchiha Jin found this explanation plausible and felt a surge of excitement. Eager to attempt another Jinjutsu to see if he could control both the blood escape and the Hollow Valley Man simultaneously. Blood escape? Such a thing exists? If not for Akiyama Kid's familiarity with Naruto, he might have been persuaded by the Hollow Valley Man's elaborate fabrication. This fellow possesses remarkable self-healing abilities. Is he merely stalling for time? Akiyama scoffed lightly before speaking. If you truly cared for your people, you would take your own life now. And the blood escape would descend with you into the abyss. Why waste breath believing in two unfamiliar ninjas? I do not know if the blood escape will perish with me. It had life before I encountered it. Perhaps its existence is independent of mine? The Hollow Valley Man steadied his emotions and began to explain, if I die and it survives, it will inevitably incite further disaster, and I cannot allow that to transpire. He paused at this juncture. You have rescued Sister Ku and Iane. Even though you are ninjas from Konoha, I believe you are good people. The Sharingan of Jin has already revealed their identities. The name Uchiha is renowned throughout the ninja world. Oh, I see. What do you think should be done? Akiyama Kid did not place his faith in the words of the Empty Valley Hermit, primarily because in his understanding. The jutsu related to blood in Naruto only involved the Blood Dragon Eye and Heiden's Death Deity technique, with no concept of blood release. Surely, he could not be possessed by Heiden. Akiyama saw no resemblance, as there were no cursed seal markings akin to Heiden's upon him. In the cave where I encountered blood release, it seemed to be sealed within. Are you capable of sealing techniques? Or could you take me back to that cave before blood release awakens, to see if we can seal it again? The Empty Valley Hermit pondered for a moment, but could not conceive a method to eradicate blood release entirely, and could only respond, has the moment finally arrived? The plot thickens? Was he attempting to lure them into a particular location where he could gain some advantage, or had he already set a trap? Waiting for them to fall into his snare? If Naruto were to come, perhaps he would trust him, but alas, before Akiyama Kid, such a ruse appeared rather juvenile. Chapter 17. Trust there's no need for such complexity. I possess a far superior solution. Whether it be blood ninjutsu or any other means, it can be resolved once and for all. However, the cost is your life. A cold smile graced Akiyama Kid's lips as he spoke. With that, he discreetly signaled Uchiha Jin, simultaneously channeling chakra within his body, preparing for the imminent turmoil and wrath that would ensue once the intentions of the Empty Valley Ghost were unveiled. Is that truly the case? Then I implore you, ensure that blood ninjutsu vanishes entirely from this world. The Empty Valley Ghost earnestly beseeched, struggling to bow deeply to Akiyama and his companions as his body regained a modicum of mobility. With no alternatives left, he placed his faith solely in Akiyama. He sensed that Uchiha Jin's Genjutsu would not hold the blood ninjutsu for long. Once it awakened, how many innocent lives would be devastated? Uchiha Jin observed the signal from Akiyama, her Sharingan beginning to whirl, leaving both her and Akiyama momentarily bewildered by the empty Valley Ghost's submission. Is this part of his strategy? Akiyama pondered inwardly. Or does blood ninjutsu truly exist? Jin, you stay here and keep an eye on them. I shall investigate further. He cast a glance at Yayue and her daughter before whispering to Uchiha Jin. It's fine, he has already sustained severe injuries. Noticing Jin's sudden anxiety, he added a reassuring note. If what the empty Valley Ghost claimed was indeed true, the use of dust release might be necessary. Uchiha Jin was trustworthy. Yet dust release must remain concealed from all, for it was his very lifeblood. I shall leave a shadow clone here. However, Uchiha Jin did not comply this time. She locked her gaze onto Akiyama's eyes, her tone resolute and unyielding. She would not allow Akiyama to face peril without her presence, even if the likelihood of such danger was exceedingly slim. All right, truly, there's nothing to worry about. Akiyama reached out, attempting to employ his usual tactic of a gentle head pat. Uchiha Jin reacted vehemently, swatting his hand away. No, I can acquiesce to everything else, but this I cannot allow. Her emotions surged as she turned to Yayue. She is a ninja too. Are you afraid she might launch a surprise attack? The three tomo in her eyes spun rapidly, and Yayue's cries gradually diminished, her consciousness sinking into slumber. Now, she poses no threat. That's not it. I merely fear for their safety. I do not care. What happens to others is irrelevant. I only desire you by my side. Everything else is inconsequential. Uchiha Jin clutched his hand tightly, her words tumbling forth in a frenzy, her expression teetering on the brink of losing control. Observing Uchiha Jin's excessive response and anxious demeanor, Akiyama Kid felt a sudden pang in his heart, momentarily rendered speechless. Apart from his parents, he had never contemplated that anyone would regard him with such significance, showing such concern, or would lose their composure on his behalf. In this world, a seemingly insignificant decision, a subtle action, or even a faint utterance could cost him his life. In such a realm, could he genuinely believe in another without reservations? I shall employ shadow clones to protect them. Realizing he might have been a tad too fervent, Uchiha Jin endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. What if that person is deceiving us? What if he? Before she could finish her sentence, Akiyama abruptly interrupted her. I apologize. He met Jin's gaze and spoke with a serene demeanor. I failed to consider your perspective, always presuming to speak for myself. I am truly sorry for that. Huh? Akiyama Kid's unexpected apology left Uchiha Jin somewhat bewildered. She did not intend to place blame on him, but rather was engulfed by an overwhelming fear of losing this solitary light. No. I am merely afraid that he may harm you. I understand. Thank you. This distance remains inactive. It seems what he said is indeed true. 5 meters apart. The optimal distance for an attack, yet the enigmatic figure did not move, leading Akiyama Kid to arrive at a conclusion. I never anticipated the existence of such a blood technique. The emergence of something entirely unknown from the original narrative rendered the once clear ninja world into chaos. Who could fathom what other similar phenomena might exist? How lamentable. Akiyama crouched before the enigmatic figure, finding it somewhat ironic. Wars between great nations inflicted suffering upon the innocent smaller states. He yearned to protect his own homeland and safeguard his people, yet inadvertently precipitated this calamity. I possess nothing worthy of pity, Shaka-san, Yukihira, Mai Shoyuta. They are the ones who least deserve such a fate. If only I had perished long ago. If only my arrogance had not existed. He hoped fervently that an infernal realm awaited him after death, one where he could atone for his transgressions. The enigmatic figure hung his head low, struggling to suppress the overwhelming tide of guilt. Thank you for saving Sister So. I am truly grateful. He extended his charred hands, grasping the hem of Akiyama's garment, tears cascading uncontrollably, nearly forming a continuous stream. I implore you. Very well. Akiyama Kid extended his palm, where luminous particles coalesced to form a translucent white square. With his other hand, he gently pulled Jin back a few paces, and the square detached from his palm, soaring towards the enigmatic figure, rapidly enlarging until it enveloped him entirely. Thank you, Sue. The blood technique, encompassing all of the enigmatic figure's suffering and misfortune, transformed into dust, marking his life with a tragic conclusion. Where did he go? Did he flee? Was it indeed a deception? Uchiha Jin, unaware of the characteristics of the dust technique, began to remain vigilant of her surroundings. He is already deceased. Then where is his corpse? There is no corpse. He has utterly vanished from this world due to my technique, Akiyama Kid patiently elucidated. He once again condensed a small cube. This technique is known as dust release, capable of decomposing the target into atoms. Atoms. In truth, our world is composed of myriad particles, with atoms being one of the most fundamental forms. Omitted, I don't understand. Uchiha Jin felt his mind becoming somewhat overwhelmed. Just think of it as him being reduced to minuscule dust, so small that even the Sharingan cannot perceive it. Furthermore, this technique is virtually indefensible. Observe. Akiyama casually picked up a stone, gripping one side, and extended it toward the small cube in his hand. The portion of the stone that came into contact with the dust release was instantly disintegrated. Wow! Jin exclaimed in astonishment. No matter what physical means are employed for defense, the outcome will be akin to that of the stone. So, there is no need for you to worry excessively about me, all right? That simply cannot be the case. Yeyue slowly opened her eyes. The warm glow of the setting sun bathing her face. She surveyed her surroundings and spotted her daughter nearby, resting her head on a white robe, emitting soft snores in a peaceful slumber. Is there anyone else over there? No, there is only this one left. Distant voices of conversation reached Yeyue's ears. She turned to look, noticing that the previously barren land now bore several mounds of earth. Akiyama Kid and Uchiha Jin were wiping sweat from their brows, seated on the ground, taking a respite. This individual seems to be the sister's husband. Perhaps I shall inquire about her intentions once she awakens? Chapter 18. Sealing techniques. On the following morning, the two bid farewell to Yeyue and, following her guidance, prepared to journey towards a small town in the northwest to procure supplies and gather intelligence regarding the Sand Ninja. Suddenly, Uchiha Jin halted at the foot of a mountain. Her Sharingan activated to avert any potential danger and directed her gaze towards the mountainside. What is it? Akihara Fengjung inquired, puzzled. There is a faint chakra fluctuation emanating from there, Uchiha Jin replied, aligning her fingers in a cross formation. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Jin's shadow clone surged towards the source of the subtle chakra, determined to eliminate any conceivable threat. Chakra? Akihara Fengjung was taken aback. His perception range was not as extensive, and he had not sensed anything amiss. Lacking a unique bloodline limit, his sensory abilities were indeed a notable weakness. With Sage Mode temporarily unattainable, it appears that plan must be expedited, Akihara Fengjung murmured to himself. If not for Uchiha Jin, he would have remained oblivious to this latent peril, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. As Uchiha Jin approached the mountainside, she discerned that the chakra emanated from within the mountain itself. After some time, she located a concealed cave entrance. As she ventured deeper, it felt as though she had entered a vast expanse. Raising her hand, she formed several seals, summoning a flame that illuminated her surroundings, revealing a grand stone chamber. An array of intricate sealing tools was scattered throughout the chamber, essential for various sealing techniques. Due to the disruption of the formation, the chakra pathways were in disarray, causing the tools to fail in their self-sustaining cycle, leading to a steady leakage of chakra. At this rate, it would not be long before they completely ceased to function. On a nearby stone wall, some inscriptions caught her attention. After confirming the area was devoid of danger, Uchiha Jin approached the wall to examine the markings closely. The script, worn by the passage of time, had become somewhat illegible. As her shadow clone could not utilize the Sharingan, she could only grasp a general understanding. I am from the Uzumaki. What? The inscription spoke of an immensely malevolent forbidden power, the blood limit. This entity had consumed countless lives, generating its own consciousness, yet devoid of humanity. Its cognition and actions were exceedingly cruel. It thirsted for human blood, particularly that of ninjas, in exchange for formidable power. The accounts of the atrocities committed by the blood limit were inscribed across the wall, and Uchiha Jin read for an extended time, only pausing when she reached the opposite wall. Such a calamity should not exist in the world. However, lacking the means to obliterate it entirely, it could only be sealed away. The members of the Uzumaki clan were tasked with regular inspections and maintenance until a method for its complete eradication could be found. Following this were the details of the sealing formation. What followed was an array of knowledge regarding sealing techniques and the key points of the barriers, which Uchiha Jin could not comprehend, as she lacked expertise in this domain. Blood limit? That person she recalled Konguyurin. The Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Jin pondered deeply. The land of the Uzumaki, known as the Land of Whirlpools, had perished long before the Second Shinobi World War, a well-known chapter in the annals of ninja history. With the decline of the Uzumaki clan, was there no one left to uphold the barrier? Or was it simply that all those who possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki had perished? The weakening of the sealing barrier allowed the bloodline technique to escape? Uchiha Jin felt she had pieced together a coherent narrative. Raising her hand, she formed a seal and dispelled her shadow clone. The location where the bloodline technique was sealed seemed to hold an abundance of sealing techniques. Would you care to take a look? Uchiha Jin was aware of Akiyama Kid's considerable expertise in barriers, and the knowledge within the cave might prove beneficial to him. She spoke to him with a sense of triumph. Akiyama had always meticulously arranged everything, allowing her to rely on him without worry. However, depending on him constantly left Uchiha Jin feeling somewhat burdensome, particularly after learning about Akiyama's dust release. If that knowledge could indeed assist him, she would be genuinely pleased. Under Uchiha Jin's expectant gaze, Akiyama Kid's eyes brightened upon hearing her words. Sealing techniques were a crucial component of his future plans. He had been contemplating which Uzumaki clansmen to approach. If what Uchiha Jin claimed held true, it would be a tremendous boon. Really? Thank you for your hard work. Haha. It's no trouble at all. Observing Akiyama's excitement, Uchiha Jin cheerfully led the way, quickly bringing him to the cave. As Akiyama Kid entered, a white square appeared in his hand. He adjusted its properties slightly, enhancing its brightness, akin to wielding a 40-watt light bulb, far superior to the illumination provided by fire techniques. Upon entering the stone chamber, Akiyama's attention was immediately drawn to the shattered barrier. His father, Akiyama Makoto, was an exceptional barrier ninja, once regarded as a special jonin by the third Hokage. Perhaps influenced by him, Akiyama possessed an acute sensitivity towards barriers, even managing to integrate knowledge from his past life to achieve remarkable results. This was also a significant reason behind his successful recreation of dust release, which inherently possessed characteristics of barriers. Akiyama instantly recognized that the formation within the cave comprised a complex barrier formed by the combination of multiple techniques and sealing methods. However, he could not yet discern the specific techniques involved and decided to set that thought aside, given that the bloodline technique had already been obliterated by the dust release. Following Uchiha Jin to the stone wall, before Akiyama Kid could examine the inscriptions, Jin inquired softly, "Uzumaki-eri?" The power of her Sharingan allowed Uchiha Jin to easily discern a name that her shadow clone had previously overlooked. Coughing lightly, she remarked, "You see, if there's anything unclear, just let me know." Akiyama Kid, sensing that he might have been interrupted, nodded thoughtfully. "Uzumaki-eri? A name I've never encountered in the original work." He mused, slowly nodding in agreement. The ability to establish such a barrier speaks volumes about the mastery of sealing techniques possessed by the artist of the swirling patterns. The knowledge left behind is exceedingly precious. Akiyama Kid carefully scrutinized the information inscribed upon the stone wall. What is this? Soon, he encountered a character that had become indistinct due to the severe erosion of the stone's surface, rendering it illegible. He turned to Uchiha Jin and quietly inquired, what? Which one?" The gentle glow of dust release illuminated Kid's earnest expression, causing Jin to momentarily lose focus. This one, this is. Chapter 19. Golden Gleam. With the meticulous assistance of Uchiha Jin, the information inscribed upon the stone wall was thoroughly perused. The knowledge imparted by Uzumaki-eri primarily encompassed a comprehensive elucidation of the four-symbol sealing technique and its various application nuances. The sealing barrier formation within the stone chamber was fundamentally based on this technique. While this may be rudimentary knowledge for the members of the Uzumaki clan, for the novice Akihara Kid, it was invaluable. He formed several hand seals with one hand before striking the wall with a swift motion, invoking the summoning technique. The summoning array unfurled across the stone wall, and a space scroll cascaded forth. Akihara retrieved the scroll, extracting paper and a pen, preparing to transcribe the knowledge therein. Channeling a modicum of earth attribute chakra, he lightly stomped his left foot, causing a stone table and a small stone chair to rise from the ground. "Would you like me to transcribe it? I can assist." Uchiha Jin, discerning Akihara's intention, eagerly offered her help. "You need to hold that light. It would be cumbersome to write with one hand. My Sharingan allows me to see clearly and write more conveniently." I appreciate it," Akihara Kid replied, not wishing to decline. He recognized Jin's desire to assist and contribute to their small group, while he refrained from allowing her to engage in perilous tasks for safety's sake. Refusing her offer on this matter would be rather impolite. After all, she was a person with her own aspirations. A sense of self-worth is of paramount importance. "Not at all. I'm perfectly fine." Jin cheerfully accepted the paper and pen, sitting at the stone table, diligently beginning her transcription. Akihara focused intently on illuminating her workspace, ensuring adequate lighting that would not harm her eyes. The knowledge left by Uzumaki Eri was extensive, and before long, Jin had filled an entire page. As time elapsed, the number of sheets Jin used increased, and Akihara could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort in his wrist as he observed her dedication. "Why don't you take a break? I can manage the rest." This was the fourth time he had suggested this, yet each time he did. Uchiha Jin appeared even more invigorated. "Not at all. I'm almost done." As expected, Jin dismissed his concern without a second thought, her motions growing swifter, as if his simple act of caring reignited her enthusiasm. Finished. After several more minutes, she finally completed the materials Akihara required. "You've worked hard." Akihara took her hand, gently massaging her wrist, channeling a soft chakra to ensure maximum relaxation of her muscles. He felt a genuine pang of sympathy. He had merely intended for Jin to transcribe a bit as a gesture of goodwill, intending to handle the bulk of the work himself. Yet, the tenacity she displayed made it difficult for him to disrupt her enthusiasm. A tingling sensation coursed through her wrist, causing Uchiha Jin's cheeks to flush slightly, and she turned her face away, attempting to maintain her composure. "Ahem, it's fine. Is it feeling better?" After a brief moment, Akihara Kid picked up the materials Jin had transcribed and could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What beautiful handwriting! It far surpasses my own." Uchiha Jin's calligraphy was already exquisite, and with the enhancement of the Sharingan, it resembled a living print. "You've been a tremendous help." Hiki. Uchiha Jin felt a sense of pride. "Next time, leave such matters to me." "All right." Akiyama quickly cross-referenced the information, finding no discrepancies, and nodded with a smile. "While this formation has completely faltered yet, I wish to study it a bit more. I might be here for a while, if you're uncomfortable. I can leave a shadow clone behind, and we can depart together. The outcome will be the same." Akiyama's shadow clone had already been dispatched to the hidden mist front in the Land of Fire, and he could not create a second one. He intentionally phrased it this way. After all, Jin had already assisted him significantly, and it would be unreasonable to impose upon her to stay in such a place. The existing formation sample would expedite his mastery of sealing techniques, but if she was not accustomed to it, he could always take his time with the materials himself. "It's perfectly fine. Study as you wish. As long as it aids you, I'm adaptable. Have you forgotten? I'm also a ninja." The conditions during wilderness survival training were far more severe than here. Uchiha Jin quickly shook her head, acknowledging that a shadow clone could never replace the real body. As long as it benefited him, she was indifferent. "Then I apologize for the inconvenience." "No worries at all." A week later, the sealing barrier for the blood limit completely failed, and Akiyama had developed a general understanding of the four-symbol sealing technique. Although he had yet to put it into practice, he intended to wait for the return of his shadow clone before conducting practical experiments. Although the consequences of a sealing technique failure might not be catastrophic, there was certainly some risk involved, and Akiyama did not wish to take chances. "Oh my, what a splendid day it is." The clear skies, devoid of clouds, allowed the somewhat glaring sunlight to prompt Akiyama to shield his eyes, evoking a sense of nostalgia. As winter approached, such weather was a rarity. His mood was quite pleasant, although his recovery did not follow the path he had planned. He unexpectedly gained insights into sealing techniques, making the journey worthwhile. The duo's next plan was to conduct a field investigation of the current war situation and seek an opportune moment to return to the Konoha front. Kakashi. "It's done." "Hiki, Lin, did you see my dashing?" When Uchiha Obito dispatched the last enemy, he turned back to Kakashi and Noera Rin with a goofy grin. Kakashi noticed Obito's back was exposed, unwittingly vulnerable to the enemy. Just then, the sand ninja he had defeated transformed into a puff of smoke, and a figure leaped from the nearby foliage, charging toward him. "Idiot! Behind you." Kakashi's typically lifeless eyes flickered with urgency as he struggled to react. Having taken down 3ch Nin single-handedly left him somewhat exhausted, and he could only shout in desperation. "Huh? What?" Obito momentarily froze, and as he slowly turned around, a shuriken was already streaking into his line of sight. "Obito!" Noera Rin also realized, exclaiming in alarm. Clang! At that moment, a tri-pronged kunai, distinct from the ordinary standard kunai, deftly deflected the kunai within Obito's line of sight. A fleeting flash of gold illuminated Obito's vision. He scarcely comprehended the enemy's position before the sand ninja that had attacked him met a swift demise. "Teacher." Upon witnessing this, Kakashi and Rin both exhaled in relief. "Teacher." Obito remained momentarily disoriented until a figure approached him and gradually knelt down. with golden short hair and a face that was both handsome and gentle, clad in a deep green vest of the Leaf Village. It was none other than the esteemed Leaf Jonin, Minato Namikaze, the Golden Flash, who would instill terror in the hearts of foreign ninja during the Third Great Ninja War. This won't do, Obito. Do you recall what I once told you? Never turn your back on the enemy. Minato gently patted Obito's shoulder, imparting his admonishment with a tone so tender that it felt like a warm spring breeze. I'm sorry, teacher. Chapter 20. The Byakugan is the intelligence accurate? Indeed. According to the information relayed by the spies, a member of the Hyuga clan has been dispatched to this front. A mist ninja pointed at the map. The Byakugan. Ching squinted, fully aware that Konoha's protection of the Byakugan is well known throughout the ninja world. The Hyuga family has even created the bird in a cage technique to safeguard their secrets. Should a member of the branch family perish, this technique would immediately destroy their Byakugan, preventing it from falling into enemy hands. Yet now, they are sending a member of the main family into battle? What is Konoha plotting? My lord, this is an unprecedented opportunity. Just as Ching was deep in thought, a Chunin who had come to report could not help but interject. I understand. Bye, and you all, come with me. Ching called upon his longtime partner and randomly selected a Jonin along with several Chunins to form a temporary team. Despite his doubts about whether this was a lure set by Konoha, he was unwilling to let this chance slip away. After all, it concerns one of the three great ocular techniques, the Byakugan. Eastern border of the land of fire Wuju Jinjia and Hyuga were lying in wait along a route that mist ninjas would inevitably traverse during their retreat. Their mission was to ambush a team of mist Chunin carrying vital information from Konoha, alongside several medical support ninjas. It was a straightforward task, as these mist ninjas were essentially wounded personnel fleeing from the front lines. Teacher, someone is coming. Hyuga gently nudged Wuju Jinjia, speaking in hushed tones. Through her Byakugan, she spotted a group approaching from the other side of the forest. Prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, Wuju Jinjia swiftly formed several hand seals and drew his kunai. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The journey had been eerily calm, causing the lead mist ninja to feel uneasy. Konoha had not sent anyone to pursue them, despite their possession of crucial intelligence. Wait. The growing apprehension compelled him to halt and regroup the team to brace for any unexpected developments. Just then, a narrow fissure appeared beneath his feet and began to spread, rapidly traversing the ground beneath the entire team. What? The leader's pupils constricted as he shouted in terror. Be careful. It's an ambush. Earth release. Earth pillar explosion. Boom. The unprepared group was thrown into chaos as they were blasted apart. At that moment, two figures surged from the flanks of the team. Hyuga exerted herself, utilizing the Byakugan to keep pace with her teacher. Wuju Jinjia and Hyuga swiftly navigated through the crowd, the cries of the mist ninjas ringing in their ears, weakened by injuries and fatigue from their escape. The enemies were utterly defenseless against the swift and decisive onslaught of the teacher-student duo. Phew, did I manage not to hold you back this time? Hyuga sighed in relief only after the last enemy fell, since Chiuyuin and Jin had departed for the land of birds. She had been unable to assist Wuju Jinjia effectively during their recent missions, aside from reconnaissance. All right, let us return. Wuju Jinjia meticulously examined each corpse of the mist ninja, reclaiming any useful ninja tools and ensuring no potential threats were left behind. He then turned to Hinata Yuki and spoke. Well, I wonder how Chiuyuin and Jin are faring. After months of companionship, Hinata Yuki had come to understand Chiuyuin Finjiang's intention behind constantly seeking sparring partners at the academy. He was indeed a gentle soul. Uchiha Jin, contrary to the cold and aloof rumors, simply struggled with expression and often found herself lost in thought, which made her rather endearing. Having been apart for so long, Hinata Yuki found herself missing both of them, primarily because they were incredibly dependable. If the complete ninth squad undertook a mission together, she would hardly have a role to play, as her teammates were simply too formidable. Wuju Jinjia remained silent, observing Hinata Yuki, who appeared to be somewhat distracted. His brow furrowed, revealing a complex expression. He had already received the news of the honorable sacrifice of his two disciples on the Sand Ninja front. Yet he found himself unable to convey this heartbreaking news to Hinata Yuki, having experienced numerous losses of comrades. He knew that the emotional impact of the first loss was often the most profound, especially given the close bond they shared. They might still be vacationing in the land of birds. He had heard it was a remarkably beautiful country, and he couldn't help but feel envious. As a ninja, Hinata Yuki was undoubtedly on a path of growth, Yet Wuji and Jinjie resolved to wait until they returned to the village to share the harrowing news. When we return, we must give them a proper lesson despite having endured many partings and farewells, and having cried countless times. Wuji and Jinjie almost lost control of his emotions as he spoke. Zhou Yu and Fengjiang was someone he had watched grow up, and during their dire circumstances, he, as their teacher, was not by their side. The village wouldn't keep them too idle, would it? Teacher, please don't unjustly accuse them. Hinata Yuki defended the two. Who knows when we'll be able to return, she mused. Indeed, they continued their conversation, making their way back to the Konoha encampment. Shortly after Wuji and Jinjie and Hinata Yuki departed, a mist ninja arrived at their ambush site. Upon assessing the situation, he swiftly returned to report. The bait has been eliminated. But could it truly be the Byakugan? Might it be someone from Konoha? It's impossible. With the 7 ninja swordsmen deployed, Konoha is simply unable to spare any personnel. The Byakugan has not appeared on the main battlefield, making it the perfect candidate for ambush tasks, he asserted confidently. He was leading a group in a reverse ambush along the route Hinata Yuki would take back to the camp. To attack the Byakugan recklessly, even with 3 jonin, carried a significant risk of failure. He did not wish to gamble on such a rare opportunity. Furthermore, ninjas are human. During the return journey following a mission's completion, they are inevitably more relaxed, subconsciously believing the danger has passed. Qing intended to exploit this mindset for a surprise attack. Here they come. In the midst of the blue team, a perceptive ninja detected 2 distinct chakras and called out in a hushed tone. As anticipated by the blue team, Hinata Yuki did not keep her Byakugan activated throughout their journey, failing to notice them at the first instance. By the time Takeuchi Kinka finally sensed something amiss, it was already too late. What? Bang! A specially designed smoke bomb targeting the Byakugan erupted before the two, and even though Hinata Yuki activated her Byakugan immediately, her vision remained obstructed. Yuki! Takeuchi Kinka instinctively thought of his disciple. Water style, water dragon palm. The tremendous impact instantly propelled him away from Hinata Yuki. Bang! Takeuchi Kinka swiftly employed the body replacement technique, yet a considerable distance still separated him from Hinata Yuki. Meanwhile, a figure darted towards Hinata Yuki with alarming speed. Ugh! Before she could react to use the body replacement technique, despite her immediate attempt to evade, the speed of the Jonin was on an entirely different level. She felt a sharp pain in her right eye. The excruciating agony nearly caused her to lose consciousness, rendering her temporarily incapacitated. On the other side, 2 Jonin and several Chunin advanced towards Takeuchi Kinka, clearly perceiving him as the immediate threat that required resolution. Observing the blue team poised to strike at Hinata Yuki once more, Takeuchi Kinka gritted his teeth and swiftly formed several hand seals. Water style, water barrier. A wall of water enveloped Hinata Yuki, providing a temporary shield against the blue team. With the mist ninja looming ever closer, Takeuchi Kinka realized that escape was no longer an option, yet he could not allow his last remaining disciple to perish before his eyes. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose before him as he rapidly summoned a storage scroll. Boom! The earthen wall shattered. But what awaited the swarm of mist ninjas was a flurry of hundreds of explosive tags suspended in midair. What? Whoosh! A kunai pierced one explosive tag and hurtled towards the blue team, as Takeuchi Kinka shouted, Yuki! Body replacement! Boom! The multitude of explosive tags detonated in an instant. But amidst the chaos, a faint sound signaled the establishment of a technique. Chapter 21. You arrived late. Hinata Yuki covered her eyes, enduring the excruciating pain, and without a moment's pause, she sprinted desperately toward the direction of the camp. She had to survive. This was a chance bought with her teacher's life, and she must warn those within the camp. It was only after Takeuchi Kinji died that the water barrier he had released slowly dissipated. Upon seeing the inside was empty, Ao turned to the Byakugan in his hand. Retrieving a glass jar filled with a special liquid that preserved cellular vitality, he placed the Byakugan inside, sealed it securely, and without hesitation, turned to swiftly retreat in the opposite direction of the Konoha front. The Byakugan, even if it were only one, was an immensely valuable treasure, and he would not allow Konoha any opportunity to reclaim it. As for pursuing Hinata Yuki, let others handle that. A rustling noise echoed behind her, and Hinata gritted her teeth, contemplating, am I really to meet my end here? I'm sorry, teacher. Suddenly, a kunai flew toward her, and she was oblivious, the intense pain overwhelming her senses. Clang! Another kunai intercepted the oncoming projectile with pinpoint accuracy. At that moment, a voice rang out not far ahead of Hinata. No. Has your Byakugan grown white? Uchiha Rin, on patrol. had heard a loud noise and was about to investigate when she saw Hinata Yuki nearly lose her life to a mere kunai, prompting her to speak with irritation. When Uchiha Rin approached Hinata, she noticed the latter was covering her eyes, blood seeping through her fingers, and she realized her error. My apologies. Mist Ninja. Mist Ninja has arrived. Teacher. Teacher he. Hinata Yuki disregarded her words. As if finally seeing hope, she grasped Rin's hand. Gasping and stammering, her emotions spiraling out of control. What? Mist Ninja? Uchiha Rin quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, just as several figures approached the two. Uchiha Rin narrowed her eyes slightly, positioning herself protectively behind Hinata. Her ebony pupils were instantly stained crimson, two tomo rotating slowly within. You truly have some audacity. She quietly grasped Hinata's hand and inscribed a few words in her palm. The pursuers were 3ch Nin, and given their proximity to Konoha's camp. If a J Nin were to arrive and clash with Konoha's reinforcements, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Faced with the combination of Sharingan and Byakugan, the Mist Ninjas hesitated to act rashly. Boom. Uchiha Rin suddenly hurled a smoke bomb, creating a brief loss of visibility. Run. She threw several shuriken at the trio of Mist Ninjas and drew the sword slung across her back, lunging at one of them. While Hinata turned to continue her dash toward the camp. Remaining here would only burden Uchiha Rin. Clang. One of the Mist Ninjas became ensnared in close combat with Uchiha Rin, while the remaining two circumvented them to pursue Hinata Yuki. Uchiha Rin paid no heed. Her eyes adorned with the spinning tomo, revealing the formidable dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Before her stood the Chunin, whose every move was riddled with vulnerabilities. In the blink of an eye, within mere exchanges, he fell prey to Uchiha Rin's Jinjutsu, a swift stroke severing his throat. Simultaneously, Hyuga Yuki's distance from the two Mist Ninjas diminished rapidly. With clenched teeth, she spotted the Leaf's camp on the horizon. However, water release, water surge. A tumultuous wave rushed towards her at breakneck speed, while simultaneously, a kunai bearing an explosive tag hurtled from another direction. Confronted with two intersecting assaults, she found herself bereft of refuge. Boom. Both attacks struck simultaneously, engulfing Hyuga Yuki in a cloud of smoke. What? Bang. Uchiha Rin had previously cast a kunai to the ground, and one suddenly erupted into smoke, revealing the figure of Hyuga Yuki. Uchiha Rin had not been confident in safeguarding Hyuga Yuki amidst her skirmish with the three Chunin, thus she had instructed Yuki to employ a transformation technique, morphing into a kunai to be thrown first, with Rin following closely behind. Concurrently, she employed a shadow clone to mislead the remaining two into pursuit, crafting a one-on-one scenario. Although she was not adept in shadow clones, even a mere clone, under the enchantment of the Sharingan's Genjutsu, was sufficient to deceive the two Chunin. The Sharingan, you say? One of the Mist Ninjas gritted his teeth, witnessing the stir among the Leaf Ninjas emerging from the camp, causing both to turn and attempt to retreat. Too late. Uchiha Rin emerged behind them, leading Hyuga Yuki, effectively blocking their escape route. Before the might of these eyes, you stand no chance. Collaborating with her comrades, they swiftly subdued the two Mist Ninjas, and she assisted Hyuga Yuki into the camp in search of medical ninjas. Kawara Fengjiang observed silently from the shadows. He had arrived the moment Uchiha Rin saved Hyuga Yuki, yet Rin's strategy was so flawlessly executed that he refrained from intervening. The emptiness of Hyuga Yuki's right eye, the vanished presence of Teiichi Kenka, all silently conveyed to him, you arrived too late. Whoosh. His figure vanished from sight. In the deep of night, on the battlefield of the Byakugan ambush, Mist Ninja Bai and another Jonin awaited the approaching Chunin as per their plan. Only an hour had elapsed. They surmised that the Leaf's reinforcements had intercepted them, making their return unlikely, as the Leaf's camp was not far from their location. Beside him, the Jonin spoke to Bai, a sensory ninja who had remained vigilant against a potential Leaf assault throughout the afternoon, leaving him utterly fatigued and eager to withdraw early. Let us wait a little longer, until the designated time arrives. Bai furrowed his brow. Among the pursuers was his disciple, and he was reluctant to accept such an outcome. At that moment, a dazzling white light abruptly erupted within their view, a colossal translucent white square swiftly enveloping the two. What? 3 milliseconds is evidently insufficient for Bai to react. However, the perceptive shinobi remains ever vigilant. Clearly, there is nothing. He sensed nothing. The light appeared as if conjured from thin air. Straining to control his body, he attempted to shift aside, nearly escaping the luminous embrace, yet his efforts proved futile. The crisp sound of impact resonated painfully in the stillness of the night. As the radiance dissipated, only the dismembered remains of the perceptive shinobi were left. A pool of blood, assorted entrails, and unidentified fluids staining the ground. Akiyama Kid walked past him with an impassive expression, proceeding directly to the corpse of Takuchi Kinkatsu. Chapter 22. The Rising Sun. After yet another patrol, Wuju Jianjie encountered Qiu Yuan Fengjiang once more in the secluded woods, where he was clumsily yet diligently practicing. Wuju Jianjie felt a pang of surprise. After all, his responsibilities lay with the night patrol, and he had just concluded his rounds. It was no longer late, but rather the dawn of a new day. Have you been awake all night? Observing Qiu Yuan Fengjiang's sweat-soaked attire, Wuju Jianjie was certain he had not risen early. Hey, he called out loudly. Uncle Wuju, cough. I've told you not to call me uncle. I'm only 30, and you made a mistake in your last move. It should be like this. Eh? Like this? Though the term uncle made Wuju Jianjie somewhat irate, he nevertheless sat down, as usual, patiently correcting Qiu Yuan Fengjiang's errors and offering him guidance on techniques. By the time Qiu Yuan finished his training, the sky was already tinged with the light of dawn. Thank you so much, Uncle Wuju. Let us talk later. Hurry up. The sunrise was the moment Wuju Jianjie anticipated the most each day. As Qiu Yuan Fengjiang finally caught his breath, Wuju Jianjie eagerly lifted him up. Hey, I want to go home. On the Hokage Rock in Konoha Village, Qiu Yuan Fengjiang gazed at the horizon gradually being bathed in golden hues, a scene reminiscent of an anime unfolding before him, causing him to momentarily lose himself in thought. Observing Qiu Yuan's expression, Wuju Jianjie couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just moments ago, he had been reluctant to come. This kid, he mused, shaking his head with a smile, shifting his gaze to the breathtaking sunrise, relishing the most tranquil moment of the day. You're working so hard. Is there a goal you wish to achieve? Or perhaps an ideal? Wuju Jianjie inquired casually. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang paused in silence for a moment before turning to him and earnestly stating, I want to become stronger, to be able to protect myself and safeguard what I hold dear. Oh, a humble yet noble aspiration. I thought your dream was to become Hokage. Aha. My ambitions are not quite that grand. Wuju Jianjie's physique had nearly lost all semblance of its former self. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang calmly lifted him, finding a slope facing the sunrise to lay him to rest. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang sat in silence for a long time until the sun once again ascended, and he once more accompanied Wuju Jianjie to witness a sunrise. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Hinata Yuki's face and gradually awakening her consciousness. Ugh. The carefully bandaged right eye still throbbed with pain. To ensure she could rest well, her comrades had arranged for her to have a private room in the camp. Who? It seemed someone was standing at her bedside. Hinata Yuki struggled to see clearly. That was a visage she had not anticipated. Qiu Yuan? How did you end up here? Hinata Yuki exclaimed in surprise, instantly becoming more alert. I'm sorry. As Akihara Fengjiang observed her awakening, he gently squatted before her and softly uttered, You know everything now. Hinata Yuki regarded his expression, her heart comprehending the gravity of the situation, her demeanor growing somber. I should be the one apologizing. They came for my disdain. It is I who caused. You are not at fault. You have done your utmost. Akihara interrupted her. The true culprits are those missed shinobi. You are merely a victim, nothing more. He paused momentarily. I had the power to prevent all of this. Akihara Fengjiang removed the necklace from around his neck, gently taking Hinata Yuki's hand and placing it in her palm. Wear this. Should you encounter danger again, channel your chakra into it, and you shall not be easily detected. He then patted her hand. Cheer up. Your teacher would not wish to see you like this. However, Hinata Yuki still wished to say something, but Akihara Fengjiang slowly rose to his feet. I'm afraid my time is limited. Remember, this is not your. Before he could finish, the last remnants of chakra within his shadow clone dissipated, and he abruptly transformed into a wisp of smoke. Wait. Hinata Yuki reached out, but grasped nothing. What happened? Perhaps her movement had been too pronounced. As Uchiha Rin and Yuhi Kurenai entered the room, did you see Akihara? Stop him. Hinata Yuki urgently inquired of the two, given that he was here. His character dictated that he would undoubtedly pursue those missed shinobi, seeking vengeance for Wukue Kenji. Moreover, since Akihara Fengjiang had appeared as a shadow clone, his true self might have already embarked on that pursuit. Though he was formidable, the adversaries comprised 3 jonin. Akihara, who? Uchiha Rin momentarily failed to grasp who Hinata Yuki referred to. Akihara Fengjiang. Oh, upon hearing the full name, Uchiha Rin seemed to recall, her tone rising slightly. Though she had graduated from the Ninja Academy after just a year to receive training from her clan, she still held some impression of Akihara Fengjiang. the civilian prodigy. The sensation of being completely seen through during their encounter remained vivid in her memory. Yet now, possessing the Sharingan, she felt vastly different, should they cross paths again. She was confident in her ability to prevail. But, wasn't Akihara Fengjiang already dead? Ugh. Wait. Uchiha Rin inadvertently blurted out, as the news of Akihara Fengjiang's death as a hero had spread rapidly. Though the others in the camp had temporarily concealed this from Hinata Yuki at Wukue Kinji's request. Yuhi Kurenai swiftly covered her mouth. What? Her reaction was quick, and Hinata Yuki struggled to hear Uchiha Rin's words clearly. It's nothing at all. Yuhi Kurenai responded with a laugh, pulling Uchiha Rin aside. She cannot handle this right now. In a hushed tone, Yuhi Kurenai whispered into Uchiha Rin's ear. My apologies, I was momentarily taken aback. Rin too sensed the subtle inappropriateness of the situation. Hinata Yuki had just lost her mentor, and if she were to learn that her comrades had also perished, leaving her the sole survivor of Team 9. Yet, she had inquired if we had seen Akiyama. Uchiha Rin lowered her voice, questioning Kurenai. Perhaps her profound sorrow, compounded by the loss of an eye, had led her to hallucinate, conjuring an image of someone to lean on. Indeed, having just endured such upheaval, it was reasonable for her subconscious to cling to the belief that Akiyama Kid was still alive, resulting in this phenomenon. What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing of consequence. We were merely discussing how Akiyama seems to have been dispatched to the land of rivers. But I just saw him. Look, this is what he gave me. He must be pursuing those mist ninjas. Exactly. Wait. What do you mean? He is in danger. I must go bring him back. Hold on. Don't move, just lie down. We will go. Chapter 23. The Undead. Suddenly, Akiyama Kid stopped, a torrent of information flooding his mind. What is happening? Uchiha Rin, walking ahead, paused and turned back. Akiyama remained silent, lost in a labyrinth of complex emotions. After a brief moment, he gathered his thoughts and inhaled deeply. Our teacher has fallen. Uchiha Rin, a member of Team 9, had the right to know this grim news. What? Rin was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts struggling to keep pace. Our teacher, Takeuchi Kenka, has sacrificed himself. Akiyama reiterated, his tone steady. Not long ago, the village found itself in a precarious situation during its conflict with the Hidden Mist. Upon learning of this, I immediately dispatched a shadow clone, yet I arrived too late. The Mist Ninja had targeted Yuki's Byakugan, and by the time my clone reached the scene, our teacher had already given his life to ensure Yuki's retreat. Akiyama recounted the events without a hint of concealment, narrating the entire ordeal with calmness. What? Uchiha Rin listened in stunned silence, her mind racing to comprehend the enormity of the loss. This is not your fault. Once she regained her composure, Rin stepped closer to Akiyama, grasping his hand tightly. Takeuchi Kenka had left an impression on her akin to that of her other instructors at the Ninja Academy, diligent and committed, yet nothing beyond that. To claim she would be devastated by this loss seemed somewhat unrealistic. However, Rin remembered the bond shared between Akiyama Kid and Takeuchi Kenka. They were more akin to lifelong friends than mere teacher and student. He must find this unbearable, she thought, observing Akiyama's expression with utmost care, tightening her grip on his hand. Akiyama noticed her concern and gently patted her hand. It's all right, let us continue onward. Indeed, though she acknowledged his words, Rin still clung to his left hand, attempting to guide him along in her stride. Akiyama Kid allowed her to lead, matching her pace. Rin could feel the tremors in the hand she held. Neither spoke, they simply bowed their heads and walked in silence. In the land of rivers, after yet another mission, Team 7 prepared to rest in a nearby small town. Settle down. Obito. Uchiha Obito's incessant chatter buzzed in Kakashi's ears, and he could no longer contain his frustration. Hurry up. At last, Obito spotted the silhouette of houses and excitedly shouted to his companions behind him. After days of relentless travel, he was eager to indulge in a leisurely soak in a warm bath. Well, everyone seems a bit tired. Let us quicken our pace, shall we? Minato Namikaze, observing Kakashi's impending eruption, promptly patted his shoulder to ease the tension. He had already sent a shadow clone ahead to scout the area, confirming that the small town lay outside the Sand Ninja's deployment range. Very well. Since even my own teacher has stated such, Kakashi chose to remain silent. The group swiftly arrived at the small town, and as noon approached, they entered a ramen shop, preparing to satisfy their midday hunger. This is your ramen. Obito? The waitress hesitated for a moment before calling out to the guest. Uchiha Obito turned around, slightly astonished to hear his name. A ghost. The sight startled him so profoundly that he nearly jumped. When Kakashi and Noara Rin finally discerned the waitstaff's visage, they too were taken aback. For the figure before them was unmistakably their fallen comrade, Akihara Kid. Akihara? Akihara-kun? They exclaimed in unison. You, aren't you dead? Obito exclaimed, retreating behind Minato Namikaze, trembling as he pointed at Akihara Kid. Akihara did not immediately respond. Instead, he looked at Obito with a perplexed expression. What on earth is happening? Minato was equally bewildered, having never met Akihara and unable to comprehend the student's intense reactions. Who told you that I was dead? Akihara finally spoke, his tone laced with exasperation. Everyone has said so. You and Rin were even specially reported by the commander. Obito's fear showed no signs of abating, having been merely a genin. Akihara had resolutely chosen to sacrifice himself for the village, thereby securing a crucial opportunity in battle, a true embodiment of the will of fire. Resolutely chosen. Did I have any choice? Akihara found himself genuinely at a loss for words. So, you are one of the two heroic genin, Akihara Kid? Akihara-kun? Minato quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, I am Akihara Kid, though I do not consider myself a hero. You must be Teacher Minato, my apologies. Akihara bowed respectfully, genuinely honoring the man known as the perfect ninja, the fourth Hokage. So, the village presumed we had perished, such is the nature of things. Although we narrowly escaped from the sand ninjas, we were gravely injured and only recently managed to recuperate, hence the delay in returning to the front line, Akihara explained patiently, a hint of guilt evident in his tone. What is the matter, Akihara? Perhaps due to the commotion stirred by Obito, a middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, followed closely by Uchiha Jin. Who are these people? Oh, Aunt Misaki, these individuals, like me, are ninjas from Konoha and are truly wonderful people. After a brief introduction, Akihara turned to Minato and the others, saying, Teacher Minato, this is Aunt Misaki, the owner of this ramen shop. When we fled here, we survived thanks to her assistance. He then pulled Uchiha Rin forward. This is Uchiha Jin. Our escape from peril was solely reliant on her Sharingan. Uchiha Jin, with an understanding look, activated her Sharingan. Whoosh. Is this the three Tomo? At such a tender age. Observing Uchiha Jin, who was merely 10 years old, Minato Namikaze could not help but be astonished. The only Uchiha he knew, renowned for their genius, Uchiha Fugaku, had only awakened his 3-Tomo Sharingan at the age of 14. Possessing the 3-Tomo Sharingan, it is no wonder she could escape from such dire circumstances. Minato had been briefed on their mission, a feint deep within enemy territory. Frankly, he believed it was more problematic for Orochimaru to assign such a task. And when confronted by one of the legendary Sannin, what options did two genin truly have? Minato turned to Misaki Sakurai, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Ms. Misaki, I cannot thank you enough for saving these two children. With wars erupting across the borders, our village faces a severe shortage of combat personnel, necessitating the enlistment of youth into battle, leading to a rapid depletion of our fighting force. Your intervention in rescuing Akihara and Jin has preserved the lives of two talented ninjas, which holds immense value for Konoha. Regardless of the circumstances, you deserve my deepest thanks. When I encountered these two children, they were covered in blood and on the brink of death. I could not bear to leave them behind and thus brought them back. However, I possess no medical skills. The village doctor was also reluctant to assist them due to their ninja status. Their recovery is solely attributed to their own resilience. Nonetheless, you still saved them. So, you were merely injured and unable to return to the front lines, not lost souls wandering? Uchiha Obito expressed his doubts, speaking haltingly. I am truly not dead. What do you mean by wandering souls? Aunt Misaki, I am deeply grateful for your care during this time. At the entrance of the ramen shop, as parting drew near, Akihara Kid produced a bundle of 30,000 ryo and handed it to Misaki Sakurai. No, I could not possibly accept this. Please, do accept it. Otherwise, we shall be unable to rest easy. Although everything was orchestrated by Akihara and Jin, the memories in Misaki's mind of rescuing the two were a result of Jin's genjutsu. Nevertheless, it indeed troubled her, as the Sakurai family faced considerable hardship. Misaki's husband had passed away, leaving behind 3 children and 2 elderly relatives, with the entire family relying on the ramen shop for sustenance. On the way back to the Konoha front lines, Team 7 and Team 9 were in conversation. Akihara, you are unaware of what transpired last time. Uchiha Obito confirmed that Akihara Kid was indeed alive and immediately grew animated, seizing him and boasting of his exploits. Kakashi, beside them, wore a pair of dead fish eyes, clearly immune to such antics. All right, you are the greatest. Akawara Kid nodded dismissively, his thoughts elsewhere, returning with Class 7. Even if Orochimaru truly took notice of him and Jin, contemplating their fates, the presence of Minato Namikaze would undoubtedly impose certain reservations upon him, ensuring that he would not dare to act brazenly. Chapter 24. Suffering and Enlightenment. What do you mean by saying you died yet lived again? Hinata Yuki, with an eye covered by an eye patch, found herself perplexed by Uchiha Jin's words. After a period of recuperation, Hinata Yuki had made a commendable recovery, while Uchiha Jin was tasked with escorting her back to Konohagakure. It is your comrade, Akiyama Kid. A month ago, he boldly infiltrated enemy territory and penetrated the Sand Ninja's camp. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Everyone presumed they had perished, yet your teacher, fearing it would distress you, implored us to keep it from you until the war concluded, at which point he would personally convey the news. Uchiha Jin ambled ahead, speaking nonchalantly. They had already crossed into the land of fire, and she bore little vigilance. However, the reality was that Uchiha Jin, that frigid individual, had awakened his three-tomo Sharingan. With Akiyama Kid, they fought their way out of the encirclement of the Sand Ninja, albeit both were grievously injured. It was only recently that they were fortuitously discovered by the elite Jonin, Namikaze Minato, and brought back to the front lines. Upon hearing this, she paused momentarily. The third Hokage, upon learning of their valor, even personally wrote to commend their promotion to Chunin. Well, that's about it. I see. They remain so formidable. So exceptional. Hinata Yuki listened quietly, her expression gradually dimming. If either of them had been by the teacher's side at that time, he would not have. Therefore, you need not bear everything alone. You still have them. Uchiha Jin remarked as she turned to look at Hinata Yuki. Oh, why have you become so somber again? Rin was somewhat at a loss. It seemed that despite her efforts to uplift Hinata Yuki's spirits, it had backfired. Isn't this good news? Alas, perhaps you are more suited to be an Uchiha. If you were of the Uchiha clan, your ocular prowess would surely soar, and your ascendance as the strongest in the ninja world would be imminent. With a resigned expression, she approached Yuki and grasped her hand. The past cannot be altered. If you continue to face the future with such an attitude, it would be a disservice to your teacher. Hinata Yuki hung her head, refraining from responding. Did you hear me? Hey, honestly, you should understand the basic courtesies. Forget it. Rin took her hand and gently tugged her forward. If you cannot fathom it, then do not dwell on it. Let us go. The elongated shadows of the two continued to stride forth. The same setting sun cast two disparate emotions. Well then, you shall sleep here tonight. It is a 3-day journey back to the village. And they decided to rest at an inn in a town along the way. After dinner and washing up, Uchiha Jin led Hinata Yuki to her room and prepared to turn away. At that moment, Yuki suddenly grasped her hand. What is the matter? Are you afraid to sleep alone? Rin jested as she turned back, only to meet Yuki's gaze directly. Her gaze remained dim, and her tone was calm. Yet the aura she exuded was strikingly different from before. I wish to grow stronger. Could you instruct me? All along, she had been overly sheltered, both within her clan and in Team 9. The teachings from her family and the lessons at the academy were of little concern to her, as her parents seemed omnipotent, allowing her to rely on them without a second thought. The training devised by Akihara Kid held no weight for her, as during missions, he and Jin could effortlessly handle any situation. She had harbored a sense of false hope, thinking, my power is so minuscule. There will always be someone more exceptional than I, until everything came crashing down like an avalanche. To continue facing things with such an attitude is a disservice to your teacher. Uchiha Jin's words echoed persistently in her mind. You cannot run. You cannot escape. Listen closely. You are no longer safe. This is war. As Hinata Yuki safely returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, the entire Hinata clan was engulfed in fury. Based on Yuki's account, they issued a staggering bounty, seeking all ninjas involved in the ambush during the Byakugan battle. The third Hokage took this matter very seriously, even dispatching the elite Umbu directly, swiftly identifying a spy from the Mist Village and delivering them to the Hinata clan. Within a residence of the Uchiha clan, Clang, Hinata Yuki's long blade was once more deflected by Uchiha Rin. However, this time, Rin nodded slightly. The rhythm is commendable, but your speed remains inadequate. Hinata Yuki silently retrieved her sword and assumed her stance. Veins stood out at the corners of her eyes as she launched another attack against Rin. Clang. The blades clashed again, and although Rin did not employ her Sharingan, her years of training rendered her speed far superior to Yuki's. She refrained from using ninjutsu. instead employing various strategies and tactics to simulate a real combat scenario, engaging in a battle of awareness and reflexes. Rin merely relied on swordsmanship and physical skills to spar with Hinata Yuki. Her primary focus was to enhance Yuki's speed. Only with speed could one maximize awareness and reflexes in actual combat. Soon, Uchiha Rin noticed that Yuki had altered her strategy. Within the familiar sword techniques she had mastered, unfamiliar intent was woven in. Suddenly, Hinata Yuki deviated from the anticipated trajectory of her movements, catching Rin off guard. After barely evading the strike, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Rin's eyes. Oh, Yuki's swordsmanship, already unrefined, became increasingly slow yet extraordinarily fierce with the incorporation of this new intent. Each strike targeted vital points on the body, momentarily putting Uchiha Rin on the back foot, forcing her into a passive defense. However, this hasty amalgamation, even without the Sharingan, revealed numerous flaws in Yuki's attacks to Rin. How naive! Rin swiftly seized the opportunity, executing an upward parry that disrupted Yuki's momentum. Yet, Hinata Yuki adeptly utilized the rebound from the parry to change her stance, executing a horizontal slash. Even though Uchiha Rin swiftly reacted to parry the blow, she still bore a scar from the blade on her arm. This marked the first time in recent days that Hinata Yuki had wounded her. Ouch! Uchiha Rin winced in pain, retreating rapidly to create distance, her gaze filled with disbelief as she lifted her head. Haha, quite impressive. Once she regained her composure, Rin erupted into laughter, dismissing the pain in her arm and generously offering her praise. Hinata Yuki, however, remained silent, gradually approaching to tend to the injury on Rin's arm. Yet, in a sudden shift, Uchiha Rin observed Yuki's earnestness in treating her wound and spoke anew. You have not fully grasped the sword techniques I taught you, nor have you mastered the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Merely clumsily merging the two will only lead to a disjointed style, exposing greater vulnerabilities. In real combat, not all foes will allow you to catch them off guard like I did. Do you understand? Rin said earnestly, fixing her gaze on Yuki. Once you have perfected both techniques, perhaps then you may attempt to integrate them harmoniously. But you must not rush this process. Do you hear me? Thank you. Hinata Yuki nodded, concentrating intently on treating the wound. At that moment, a raven swooped into the courtyard, alighting on Uchiha Rin's shoulder, a note tied to its leg. Rin removed the note and began to read its contents. The borderlines are tense. I must return, she observed as the wound on her arm visibly healed, restoring to its original state without a trace of scar. Your chakra control is exceptional. Nurture this talent well. Allow me to see you off. As they walked together, Uchiha Rin continued to instruct Hinata Yuki. First, focus on mastering the sword techniques I have imparted to you, then delve into the various legacies of your Hyuga clan. As a member of the main family, you certainly have access to them. But remember, you must fully grasp one skill before pursuing another. Utilize your strengths, your Byakugan, and your remarkable chakra control. Then, seek out strong individuals within your clan or village for practical training to sharpen your awareness and reflexes. Ultimately, I hope that when we meet again, you will have transformed into an exceptional ninja. The two soon arrived at the village entrance. And as Uchiha Rin stepped through the gate, she turned slowly to address Hinata Yuki. Hinata Yuki. Yet, Hinata Yuki did not respond. She stood quietly within the gate, watching Rin's figure fade into the distance. Her right eye had been taken, and during such tense times, neither her clan nor the higher-ups in Konoha would permit her to leave the village, let alone head to the front lines. She remained in place for a long while, until Rin's silhouette vanished entirely from her Byakugan-esque view. I will. Chapter 25. The planned 2 days' journey southeast of Konoha lies a desolate and uninhabited mountain range. The peaks here are exceptionally steep, intricately arranged, forming deep, bottomless cliffs. Almost every 5 steps, one encounters a hidden ravine concealed within the vegetation. A moment's inattention could lead one to fall into its depths. Today, this typically deserted valley welcomes an unexpected visitor. A shadow flits between the mountains, scanning every corner of the valley, as if in search of something elusive. Still nothing, murmurs Akahara Kid, cloaked in a voluminous, hooded black robe, his true visage obscured behind a mask inscribed with a special sealing technique. He is on a quest for clues pertaining to the artificial tailed beast, Zero Tail. According to Shinnong in the theatrical release, he discovered the scroll to resurrect Zero Tail 14 years ago in Konoha, coinciding with Naruto's birth. This indicates that the scroll was found in the very year Naruto was born. At present, there remain 4 more years until Naruto's birth. Thus, even if Shinnong had devised a plan, he likely has yet to locate the scroll. Based on Shinnong's portrayal in the film, Akihara surmises that he might not have found the scroll within the village of Konoha, particularly not in the sealing chamber that houses numerous forbidden techniques. After all, Shinnong's capabilities are rather comical, and Akihara finds it hard to believe that someone of such caliber could infiltrate Konoha's forbidden jutsu library without the higher-ups being none the wiser. Considering the previously sealed bloodline cave, Akihara hypothesizes that Shinnon may have unearthed relics from the Warring States period or even earlier in the regions surrounding Konoha, discovering ancient ninja research on tailed beasts. Thus, he begins to scour the remote, desolate areas around Konoha, yet thus far, he has unearthed nothing. This valley stands as the last truly mysterious location within Konoha's territory, should he fail to find anything here. He may indeed have to contemplate a visit to the Forbidden Jutsu Library. A variety of scenes swiftly flit through Akihara's mind, when suddenly, a region that markedly deviates from the surrounding topography captures his attention. He halts, scrutinizing the area carefully. Nestled within the embrace of the mountains is a waterfall, resembling a natural ink wash painting unfurling between heaven and earth. Below the waterfall lies a deep pool, emerald green and crystal clear. The overflowing waters form a rushing stream, the swift current occasionally sending joyful droplets into the air, reminiscent of vibrant life flowing within the stream. It is breathtakingly beautiful, profoundly natural. Akihara cannot help but marvel. However, he gradually shifts his gaze around. The waterfall is indeed natural. The stream is undeniably so. Yet when contrasted with the surrounding harsh geographical conditions, it appears somewhat unique, even extraordinary. A utopia reminiscent of the peach blossom spring in the shinobi world? Amused, Akihara begins to investigate the area meticulously. He first employs chakra to sense the surroundings thoroughly, yet finds no anomalies. Adhering to the notion that relics detectable by chakra are not worthwhile, Akihara commences a physical exploration. Approaching the stream, he crouches and cups his hands to gather a handful of water. Neither salty nor bland, it tastes utterly exquisite, regardless of the shadow clone. There is no fear of radiation poisoning, thus, he could create at will. The water quality posed no issues. Chiyoyuin surveyed his surroundings, removed his mask, and took a handful of soil, chewing it thoughtfully. Spitting it out, he rinsed his mouth with stream water. Next, he approached the water's edge, gazing intently at the surface, stroking his chin in quiet contemplation. The water was crystal clear, revealing the bottom of the pond without any discernible peculiarities. Suddenly, he plunged headlong into the depths. Alas, there was nothing to be found. A damp, large black rat clambered ashore and remarked, "It seems I was mistaken. Shinnon would not have infiltrated the Forbidden Techniques Library. Would he? Yet, it is not entirely improbable. He may have entered on the night of the Nine Tails attack when Konoha was in chaos, with all available forces dispatched to confront the beast, leaving him unmonitored." Talking to himself, Chiyoyuin arrived at the waterfall, channeling chakra within his body, preparing for a final forceful investigation. Ting. The square barrier of dust release manifested in his hand, rapidly morphing. The square gradually twisted into a conical shape. As Chiyoyuin raised his hand above his head, palm facing upwards, the tip of the translucent cone began to extend, ultimately stabilizing at a length of 10 meters, forming a slender lightsaber. Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. Chiyoyuin shouted with fervor, maneuvering the colossal dust release sword towards the waterfall and the cliff. Swish. As the massive sword sliced through the peak, it left a deep trench in its wake, cleaving the waterfall momentarily, which caused an abrupt anomaly. It was as if a glitch had appeared in a video game. The entire dissonant area began to flicker violently, and within Chiyoyuin's line of sight, certain spaces appeared misaligned. What on earth? Chiyoyuin Fenjung retracted his dust release, observing the surrounding phenomena in bewilderment. But he soon sensed the chakra that spilled forth in the wake of the anomaly. A barrier? The unique chakra properties of the barrier technique allowed him to swiftly deduce what had transpired. The dust release had violently dismantled a portion of the barrier system, causing it to malfunction, and it could no longer provide the visual information that someone had presumably set up. By analyzing the nature of the chakra combinations, Chiyoyuin discerned that this was a composite barrier designed to prevent perception. Drawing upon his understanding of the chakra pathways of barrier systems, he quickly surmised the barrier's core location. He made his way to an open area not far from the waterfall, where a small white square reappeared in his hand. Stepping back a few paces, the square flew towards the designated spot. Break. Ting. The surrounding phenomena abruptly ceased with the crisp sound of dust release, revealing a scene that had been concealed for decades. The general structure remained consistent with before: the waterfall, the pond, and the stream were all indeed present, albeit the exquisite details had vanished. The trees that once stood in orderly fashion upon the peaks had become gnarled and twisted, and the previously smooth and beautiful cliff faces were now covered in moss and various vegetation. A multitude of long, twisting vines lay severed upon the ground, casualties of the dust wave unleashed by Chiu Yuan, casting an air of desolation over the entire area, mirroring the bleakness of its surroundings. Chiu Yuan paid no heed to the changes in the environment. His gaze remained fixated on the wooden cabin that had materialized seemingly out of thin air, nearly engulfed by the encroaching weeds and vegetation. He was uncertain whether this deliberately concealed area bore any relation to the elusive Zero Tail he sought, or if it pertained to something entirely different. However, one thing was abundantly clear. This place had never been mentioned in the original narrative. As Chiu Yuan approached the cabin's entrance, he clenched his fists, hesitating momentarily. He was merely a shadow clone, devoid of any margin for error. A mere touch could disperse him, and should any threat manifest, he might find himself ill-equipped to handle it effectively. While the dissolution of a shadow clone was not a grave matter, the thought of allowing something akin to blood escape to escape was chilling. Recalling the dire consequences that had resulted from blood escape, Chiu Yuan inhaled deeply. Typically, he would refrain from engaging with matters beyond his control, yet he found himself compelled to push open the decaying wooden door with a creak. He was in need of power. Chapter 26, Blade and Sheath. At the dawn of Konoha's establishment, Senja Hashirama wielded absolute power to subdue the Nine Tails, distributing the tailed beasts among various nations in an attempt to maintain peace through a terrifying equilibrium. However, Senja Tobirama consistently believed that his elder brother's methods were overly idealistic. 12 years into Konoha's existence, following Hashirama's demise, the nations, no longer apprehensive of his presence, erupted into warfare over the control of the tailed beasts, marking the onset of the First Shinobi World War. During this tumultuous period, the Land of Lightning's Cloud Village attempted to abduct Uzumaki Mido, the host of the Nine Tails, resulting in the devastation of Konoha's border villages by the remnants of tailed beast bombs. The setting sun painted the cracked, scorched earth a deep crimson, and the air was thick with lingering smoke. Tobirama's wooden sandals crunched over a partially melted rock, a remnant of the tailed beast bomb's searing heat, its surface exhibiting an eerie, glass-like sheen. He bent down to retrieve a charred piece of wood, his fingertips brushing against the faintly discernible Uzumaki clan symbol beneath the charred exterior. Just 3 days prior, this had been Konoha's most bustling border market, where merchant caravans laden with weapons crafted in the land of iron and silk from the land of tea converged. Now, only twisted metal remains alongside crystallized bones, resembling some grotesque modern art installation. Lord Second, an Umbu ninja knelt swiftly, dark red stains seeping through the cracks of his mask. The Suicide Squad from Cloud has been completely annihilated, but they detonated the sealing scroll in their final moments. It contained fragments of the Two Tails chakra. Tobirama's voice was frigid as ice. The Umbu lowered his head in affirmation, and a faint cracking sound echoed beneath his feet. A half-burnt sugar painting clung to his boot, vaguely resembling a grinning fox. Tobirama was suddenly flooded with memories. He vividly recalled the scene of his brother pinning the Nine Tails at the Valley of the End during Konoha's early days. Hashirama had laughed, patting his back. Now the nations will behave. Are you intending to use the tailed beasts as a deterrent for each village? The young Tobirama tightened his grip on the flying thunder god Kunai. Is this not akin to the feudal lords of the Warring States period, who bred shinobi as instruments of war? Hashirama pressed his palms together, and the earth around them sprouted countless robust wood-release vines, violently ensnaring the rampaging Nine Tails and forcibly subduing it. When children wield toy swords in combat, the best solution is to provide them with safer toys. At this moment, Tobirama crushed the glass-like stones beneath his fingers, watching as the crystalline fragments drifted through his grasp. His brother often remarked that these grains would transform into beautiful gems after a millennium, yet he overlooked the immense bloodshed required for their brilliance to emerge. A medical team hurried past, bearing a stretcher. A small hand protruded from beneath the white cloth, clutching a half-broken puppet toy. Tobirama's pupils constricted. This was the border defense puppet he had personally designed, intended to activate a triple barrier upon attack. The barrier team had relayed imagery before their complete annihilation. The Umbu unfurled a scroll, and the water mirror technique revealed a horrifying scene. Cloud ninjas had piled infant corpses into an altar, with the blood-drawn summoning circle suspended at its center, surrounded by the tentacles of the Eight Tails. Tobirama's nails dug into his palm. They intend to catalyze the tailed beast chakra using negative emotions? It was surmised by the Uzumaki clan leader that they had acquired fragments of some ancient forbidden technique. As Tobarama approached the temporary medical tent, a heavy metallic scent mingled with an unusual sweetness. Kushina was employing the adamantine sealing technique to suppress the rampaging Ninetales chakra. The seal on her abdomen glowed with a crimson hue, as if flames danced just beneath her skin. How much longer could she endure? Tobarama gazed intently at his old friend's pallid visage. Long enough for you to uncover the true answer. Kushina chuckled softly, a cough escaping her lips, stained with blood. The path of Hashirama may be obstructed, yet it does not signify that your path ceases to exist. Suddenly, a child's wailing pierced the air outside the tent. A young girl, having lost her legs, desperately crawled towards the charred remnants of a puppet. You promised you would protect us silently. Senju Tobarama ventured deeper into the ruins. The residual waves of the Ninetales chakra casting distorted reflections upon the glass-like ground. Brother, your distribution of tailed beasts merely suspends a sword over everyone's heads. True peace requires one to grasp the blade, directing it towards those who seek to disrupt tranquility and to possess, at critical moments, the scabbard capable of taming that blade. He suddenly crouched, pressing his palm against the ground, and his chakra sensory network, intricate as a machine, unfurled instantaneously in a yet-to-fully crystallized pit of earth. He unearthed something astonishing, a fragment of a Cloud Village forehead protector, clinging to traces of chakra, infused with the ferocity of tailed beast energy, intermingled with human emotions of fear, regret, and a desire to protect. So that is it, the white-haired Hokage murmured, as blue chakra flames ignited at his fingertips. When the spiritual energy generated by negative emotions encountered tailed beast energy, a transient balance of energy formed on a microscopic level. He recalled the record of Kushina's initial attempt to become the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, and the ensuing rampage. He remembered his brother's final words about chakra connecting people, and in that moment, a bolt of realization struck Tobarama. A tempest swept through the scorched earth. And the medical team witnessed the second Hokage frantically recording data, the glassy surface inscribed densely with sealing formulas. A message was dispatched to the research team. Tobarama handed a bloodstained sugar painting of a fox to an Umbu operative. From this day forth, the Emotional Energy Conversion Project would be initiated, codenamed Scabbard. Reconstruction of Tailed Beast Plan. Tobarama's notes, fragment, Konoha Year 12, Day 21. Today, I collected residual chakra from the battle between my brother and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Even after many years, Madara's resentment continues to erode the rocks. While my brother's chakra has utterly dissipated, is love truly more ephemeral than hate? An absurd conclusion. Konoha Year 13. Day 14-foot record of an interview with the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Can the love of a Jinchuriki temporarily pacify a tailed beast? Ridiculous. When the Ninetales tore through Uzumaki Ashina, he was cradling his newborn granddaughter. Konoha Year 13, Day 5 hypothesis. If the spiritual energy generated by human negative emotions is extreme and purified, it may create a pseudo-tailed beast chakra independent of the tailed beasts. Chapter 27. Zero Tail. As the chakra spectrometer in the underground laboratory of Konoha emitted a piercing alarm, Uzumaki Esuke was meticulously cleaning a petri dish. The red-haired researcher gazed at the wildly fluctuating waveform on the instrument, realizing that a specific cell holding war prisoners was continuously releasing pulses of extraordinary energy. Second Hokage, the energy readings from cell D3 are anomalous, he exclaimed as he dashed toward the main laboratory. This was not a typical chakra fluctuation, it resembled emotional resonance. Senju Tobarama had already positioned himself before the holographic sand table, where 72 water mirror techniques projected energy maps of various regions. Among them, the graph from cell 3 exhibited a bizarre spiral structure, an embodiment of the profound sorrow emanating from 3 captured cloud ninjas witnessing a comrade's self-destruction. The first human experiment, the quantification of sadness. 5 hours later, the cloud prisoners, restrained by chakra suppressors, were secured on the operating table. Tobarama personally adjusted the modified sealing technique, the diamond-shaped marks spreading from the prisoners' foreheads to envelop their entire bodies. The extraction of memories commenced. Following Akimichi Chocho's command, the Yamanaka clan members formed seals to activate the mind-body switch technique. The prisoners convulsed violently, tears mingling with saliva. Soaking the restraints, they were being forced to relive the harrowing moment of a comrade's detonation. The chakra measurement on the monitoring device began to fluctuate. Basic chakra value, 32 calories. Peak emotional chakra value, 427 calories. Energy conversion efficiency, 11. 3. Indeed. Tobarama traced his finger through the remnants of black chakra particles suspended in the air. Extreme negative emotions could trigger a transformation in chakra quality. The third spatial compression experiment, the vessel of anger. 3 months later, within a specially designed hexagonal experimental chamber, 30 war orphans were reliving the destruction of their homes through the Genjutsu of the Sharingan. Uchiha Jin's 3-tomo Sharingan spun in the darkness, transmuting the children's frantic cries into visualized spiritual energy. Pay attention to the phase synchronization rate. Tobarama's voice resonated through the control room via a sound amplification talisman. Outside the glass wall, the Uzumaki clan manipulated a refined 4-symbol seal, compressing the crimson spiritual torrent into liquid chakra. Suddenly, alarms blared as sparks erupted from a sealing node. The chakra pathways of test subject 007, a young boy, began to flow in reverse, black patterns surfacing on his skin. Emergency freeze. With a specially crafted kunai thrown by Tobarama, the ice release, guided by the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly enveloped the entire experimental chamber. The crystalline ice captured the distorted faces of the children, resembling a collection of cruel modern art sculptures. The 9th materialization experiment, the form of hatred. When the dark chakra finally stabilized within the specially crafted ceramic jar, the research team discovered a more astonishing phenomenon. The liquid energy began to autonomously form faces. By adjusting the ratios of various emotions, they could even compel the chakra to simulate specific expressions. A mixture of 80 anger, 15 fear, and 5 jealousy. Tejin K. Haru recorded the observational data. It had taken on an aggressive form reminiscent of a canine. Tobarama suddenly sliced his finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall into the ceramic jar. The black liquid infused with the chakra of the Senju clan boiled violently, ultimately coalescing into an energy entity with 8 tendrils. This being, temporarily designated as Proto-Zero, descended into a frenzied state after consuming 3 experimental puppets. Thus it was revealed. Tobarama observed the energy entity bound by the diamond sealing technique. The essence of tailed beast lies in their colossal chakra conglomeration. And we have created a simplified version imbued with pure malice. The final phase, the awakening of Zero Tail. Following the 79th energy compression, the research team encountered a historic moment. Within the 3-meter diameter sealing sphere, the cultivation of Hashirama's cells, combined with over 200 varieties of negative emotional chakra, initiated a chain reaction. The chakra density reached the level of a tailed beast's jewel. The frequency of mental resonance surpassed the resistance threshold of the Sharingan. The stability rate of its form stood at 91.7. As Tobarama formed the sign of the serpent, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the sealing sphere. Ink-black energy surged forth, twisting in midair into a serpentine creature with 3 blood-red eyes. The temperature in the laboratory plummeted, and the shadows of everyone began to uncontrollably crawl towards that existence. Confirmation of the emergence of a conscious entity. The voice of Mito Minka trembled. It is mimicking our thought patterns. Suddenly, Zero Tail simulated Tobarama's voice with chakra, uttering, "Interesting." In an instant, the entire control room fell into a profound silence. Tobarama, however, revealed a rare smile, his fingertips glowing with the Flying Thunder God mark. This is the true weapon, an autonomous, evolving chakra life form. Experimental incident. The first rampage of Zero Tail. When the defense barrier of the underground laboratory in Konoha emitted a high-frequency alarm, Uzumaki Keisuke was calibrating a new emotional resonance device. Through the monitoring water mirror, he witnessed Zero Tail within the cultivation pod disintegrating its sealing symbols. This creature, synthesized from 200 negative emotions, had astonishingly learned to corrode the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques with hatred energy. Immediately inject the calming agent. Tobarama's voice thundered through the sound transmission talisman. The research team activated the emergency protocol, pumping a suppressive liquid infused with Hashirama's cells into the core of Zero Tail. However, the liquid intended to paralyze the chakra circuit was instead transformed by Zero Tail into proliferative nourishment. It was mimicking the regenerative abilities of the first Hokage. Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan seeped blood, and the illusionary control began to falter. As Zero Tail's chakra burst forth from the sealing array, Tobarama was compelled to personally employ the Flying Thunder God technique to cleave it into 12 fragments. The underground laboratory sustained 60 structural damage, and 3 Uzumaki researchers suffered permanent chakra conduit failure. Fragments of Zero Tail contaminated Konoha's underground water system, resulting in the emergence of an emotional plague, the populace inexplicably descending into frenzy. 7 days post-incident, Akimichi Torikes, who participated in the experiment, exhibited abnormal symptoms. His expansion technique began to uncontrollably swell, with black markings akin to those of Zero Tail surfacing on his skin. Medical teams discovered that his chakra had been tainted by fragments of jealousy from the experiment. It was not merely a case of physical contact transmission. The anatomist responsible for the dissection, Mito Man, appeared pallid as the weight of empathy bore down upon him. Last week, a child who had listened to the anguished cries of the experimental subject fell into a feverish state, speaking in a dialect native to the clouds. Just as Tobirama was poised to initiate the consciousness purification program, the Hokage's office was abruptly alerted by a secured scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned with urgent news from the border. The incident concerning the leakage of the Zero Tail's fragments had come to the attention of Tsunegakure. The second Kazekage, citing Konoha's creation of tailed beast weaponry, had allied with the Wagakure to exert pressure on the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Chapter 28. Balance. The bronze lamp in the Konoha Council chamber swayed in the draft, tearing the shadows of Senju Tobirama into grotesque fragments. The second Hokage's bodyguards were seated around a circular table inscribed with sealing runes, with Shimura Danzo's fingertips caressing the scroll labeled Zero Tail's Incident Investigation Report. The leather seal still bearing the charred marks of Tsunegakure's specially crafted poison needles. Breaking the silence was Tsunade, who had not been present during the Zero Tail's rampage. A crystal monitoring device slipped from her sleeve, replaying the catastrophic event. You promised that this project would not threaten the foundations of Konoha. The shrill scream of Test Subject 007 echoed from the crystal, while Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan abruptly closed at the edge of the footage. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen burst through the door. His shoulders dusted with the distinctive red sands of the Land of Wind. The allied forces of Tsunegakure and Iwagakure have reached the borders of the Land of Rivers. Demanding that Konoha publicly disclose the Zero Tail research data within 10 days, or they will consider it a breach of the Tailed Beast Balance Agreement. He presented a diplomatic document. The crimson seal of the Fire Country's daimyo, glaring like blood, immediately cease the forbidden research or face a 30% reduction in Konoha's funding. Akimichi Choza slammed his fist on the table, shattering a teacup. Those bureaucrats do not understand. The Zero Tail is the only force capable of countering the other tailed beasts. Tobirama's cold voice interrupted sharply. Mind your position. 3 days later, dark clouds loomed over the Konoha training grounds. After representatives from various nations confirmed that no backups remained, Senju Tobirama stood before the altar sealing the core of the Zero Tail, 72 scrolls containing data on dark chakra floating behind him. Thousands of villagers mingled with numerous spies in the crowd, awaiting a meticulously orchestrated performance. In the name of the second Hokage, his voice resonated through the amplification barrier. We shall eradicate the forbidden techniques today. The flying thunder god Kanai transformed into a golden streak, piercing through each scroll with precision. The specially treated parchment ignited with ghostly blue flames, as the core data had already been transferred to the iris of his right eye via the water mirror technique. Tobirama turned to face the Zero Tail. As for this abominable entity, he formed the dog seal, and the Zero Tail was drawn into a specially crafted scroll amidst its screams. The onlookers remained unaware that the inner layer of the scroll was embedded with the reverse summoning technique. In the next instant, this sealed object appeared in a desolate valley underground in the vicinity of Konoha. Merely 2 seconds later, confirming the transfer of the Zero Tail was complete. Senju Tobirama summoned a torrent of high-pressure water in his palm, utterly shattering the sealed scroll. This research, which had sought to challenge the balance of the ninja world, thus came to a definitive end. Witnessing this spectacle, Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan flickered with intensity, his left hand, concealed beneath the dark sleeves of his cloak, tightly grasped the scroll of fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. He had anticipated this day, secretly documenting the Zero Tail's technological developments thus far, unnoticed even by Senju Tobirama. Kagami clutched the scroll firmly, turning to navigate through the crowd, casting a deep glance toward Konoha's forbidden technique repository. He intended to preserve this invaluable technique for the Leaf Village, so that one day it might be rediscovered by future generations, thereby generating benefits anew for the village. On the 7th deep night following the execution of the Zero Tails, Senju Tobirama stood alone at the edge of the cliff in the Valley of the End. The surging river below mirrored the fragmented moon, and he suddenly noticed a phenomenon. Whenever the turbulent waters crashed against the rocks to create whirlpools, there would invariably form countercurrents downstream. Chakra counteraction. Tobirama murmured to himself, dipping his fingers into the river to sketch fluid dynamics models upon the cliff face. Dark chakra resembled a raging torrent. To stabilize it, what was needed was not a sturdier dam, but the creation of reverse energy vortices. While perusing the accident reports, an overlooked datum caught his eye. During the 0.3 seconds that Uchiha Kagami manipulated the Sharingan to suppress the Zero Tails, a 17 decrease in dark chakra density was recorded. Upon replaying the surveillance footage, he discovered that Kagami had subconsciously hummed the Uchiha clan's ceremonial song while casting the Jinjutsu, a soothing habit he had developed following the loss of his mother in childhood. Verification experiments ensued, playing a recording of the laughter of battlefield orphans to the rampaging Zero Tails fragments resulted in a 9 reduction in chakra fluctuation. Displaying images of the first Hokage playing with children accelerated energy dissipation by 23. And prompting ninjas infected by dark chakra to recall their beloved ones temporarily diminished the appearance of dark skin blotches. Tobirama inscribed formulas upon the walls of his secluded laboratory beneath the barren valley, ultimately deriving a groundbreaking conclusion. Dark chakra singular negative emotion chakra compression rate. Stable chakra, negative emotion positive emotion, energy neutralization coefficient. He utilized water release to create 2 chakra spheres rotating in opposite directions. When they resonated at a specific frequency, they astonishingly formed a zone of absolute tranquility at their intersection. Tobirama commenced research on positive emotional spiritual energy, the antithesis of dark chakra, termed light chakra. Each emotion corresponded to a specific vibrational frequency of spiritual energy. In his experimental log, he noted, negative emotions, high-frequency sawtooth waves, anger, 12, 7 kHz 0, 3 fear, 8, 4 kHz 1, 2 positive emotions, low-frequency sine waves, hope, 3, 2 kHz love, 1, 8 kHz. By adjusting the spiritual energy capture frequency of the mind's mirror, he could seize positive spiritual energy. This positive spiritual energy could likewise be generated and quantified into corresponding light chakra through the emotional spectrometer's mixing system. The initial counteraction experiment, unsuccessful, involved directly mixing equal amounts of light and dark chakra, resulting in a violent annihilation reaction. The energy released from 1 gram of the mixture equated to that of 3,000 explosive tags. Phase difference resonance method, breakthrough progress, inspired by previous findings. A light-dark corridor has been designed within the experimental apparatus. The luminous chakra flows along the inner walls of the container in a sine wave pattern, while the shadowy chakra operates in reverse along a cosine wave trajectory. After numerous experimental adjustments, the 2 energies form stable interference patterns at specific frequencies, reducing energy loss from 99 to 7. The theory of light-dark polarization and the chakra-devouring contradiction effect. When the purity of a singular emotional energy chakra exceeds 78, it will irreversibly absorb opposing energies. Formula, E-balance. The equilibrium threshold is established as E-balance 0.6, which sustains a stable state. Experimental results have led to the emergence of the first instance of a stable state balance chakra, aptly named Essence of Tranquility chakra, characterized by its ability to simulate variations in the 5 fundamental chakra properties. Prioritize the repair of damaged areas upon contact with biological entities, and exhibit a natural resistance to genjutsu. Chapter 29, dust covered on September 8, 17 years after the founding of Konohagakure. The tip of Senju Tobirama's brush abruptly halted on the scroll, a droplet of ink blurring the freshly inscribed formula. The alarm barrier in the laboratory resonated, not as a warning of external invasion, but as a prearranged reminder crafted by his own hands. Today marked the alliance between Konohagakure and Kumogakure. However, Tobirama had carved out a moment to inspect the progress of his research. He turned his gaze toward the adjacent cultivation chamber, where an immense system composed of numerous sealing techniques and barriers, such as the mind's eye, emotion spectrum analyzer, and light-dark corridor, commenced its operation. The stable generation of pure chakra had begun, methodically simulating the new form of the Zero Tails intricate network. The breakthrough was merely 3 sets of data away. Yet as the alarm grew increasingly shrill, Tobirama's fingers twitched. Whoosh. In an instant, his figure vanished from the subterranean laboratory, reappearing in the modest wooden cabin above. Creak. Tobirama pushed the wooden door open and walked toward the meticulously arranged core of the barrier, casting a lingering glance back at the cabin. He intended to return after the conclusion of the alliance ceremony to finalize the adjustments. With swift motions, Tobirama formed several seals and struck the barrier's core with his palm, unleashing a multifaceted, composite barrier that enveloped a radius of 500 meters. Though he was merely stepping away temporarily and the area was sparsely populated, eliminating all uncertainties was his fundamental principle. Under his precise manipulation, the varying effects of the barrier revitalized everything within its scope, rendering the simple wooden cabin invisible. Even the most perceptive of ninjas would find no trace of its existence. The maturation of the Zero Tails required time, yet he believed that in the near future, Konohagakure, possessing two of the most formidable tailed beasts, would no longer need to forge alliances. At that moment, the ninja world would usher in a genuine peace, illuminated by the will of fire. Whoosh! Senju Tobarama activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more. At the site of the alliance ceremony, the Raikage's accompanying forces, led by the formidable Kinkaku and Jinkaku, suddenly erupted into action. As the Six Paths Ninja Tool Amber Purifying Bottle was inverted above the head of the second Raikage, Kinkaku, enveloped in the eerie chakra of the Nine Tails, unleashed a wave of energy with his seven-star sword, propelling Uchiha Kagami into the mountainside. Monkey, lead everyone to retreat southeast. Tobarama shouted to Sarutobi Hiruzen as he blocked the flames of the Bancho fan with a water barrier. The members of Konohagakure understood his command. Seizing the opportunity before Kinkaku and Jinkaku's forces ensnared them, they lifted Uchiha Kagami and swiftly turned to flee. Whoosh! Tobarama activated the Flying Thunder God, extricating himself from Jinkaku's grasp. As a cerulean flash darted through the crowd, swiftly decimating the majority of Jinkaku's forces attempting to pursue Konohagakure. Are you all right, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as he rescued Shimura Danzo, who was besieged by two ninjas from Kumobakure, supporting him in their escape. Mind your own business, Hiruzen, Danzo protested. Shaking off Hiruzen's assistance, his dissatisfaction evident at the intervention. Oh, don't say that. In situations like this, we mustn't lose our comrades. Hiruzen replied, undeterred, as he analyzed the current predicament, striving to devise a solution. At this moment, two chakra signatures emerged within the perception range of the two individuals, gradually approaching their location. You are all right. Konoha's Takefu, upon seeing his comrades safe and sound, let out a sigh of relief. Well, it could be worse. There are simply too many enemies. What should we do? Uchiha Kagami, despite sustaining minor injuries, felt the weight of the situation. Indeed. Let us first regroup with the second Hokage. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique he had previously marked, narrowly escaped the encirclement by the Gold and Silver brothers, successfully reuniting with his comrades. However, they were surrounded. Tobarama pressed his fingers against the ground to establish a chakra sensory net, murmuring to himself, there are 20 enemies. This tracking ability, is it from the Gold brothers' forces? With the second Hokage, we number only 7. It is truly difficult to cope. Mito-Kaze attempted to remain calm, analyzing the situation rationally. Why be so cowardly, Kaze? Nara Shikamaru, somewhat dissatisfied with his decision, scolded him before turning his gaze toward the second Hokage. The enemy has yet to ascertain our exact position. We should set an ambush to launch a surprise attack and break free from this encirclement. It is futile, Shikamaru. In such a scenario, someone must act as bait to divert their attention. Uchiha Kagami expressed skepticism toward her strategy, proposing a more pragmatic solution to the predicament. Bait? That person will surely meet their demise. Akimichi Kaze concluded that the bait would face dire consequences. Who will go? The scene fell into a profound silence. Senju Tobarama quietly observed his disciples. Since their discussion began, he had refrained from speaking. The neurotoxin implanted within him by the Silver Brother had begun to spread, disrupting his chakra control. He could no longer conjure high-precision techniques, including the Flying Thunder God technique that could have easily resolved their crisis. Tobarama had communicated this information to his disciples, and now they could only rely on the bait plan they proposed. Hiruzen, what are your thoughts at this moment? Shimura Danzo watched the back of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a battle raging within his mind. Hiruzen, do you possess this resolve? As a ninja, I should meet my end on the battlefield. Let me do it. Just say it. Say it. Danzo incessantly tried to compel himself to voice his inner thoughts, but found himself unable to articulate them. The instinct for survival clashed with the ninja's ethos, causing his fingers to tremble uncontrollably. Senju Tobarama observed all of this, letting out a faint sigh in his heart. Allow me. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly made his decision. Hiruzen, you, do not worry. Despite my appearance, I am the strongest among us. I will not perish. Sarutobi Hiruzen flashed a confident smile, exuding no fear, and even began to reassure his comrades. Damn it, I truly am a coward. Witnessing Hiruzen take on the task, Danzo felt a sense of relief and gratitude within, which filled him with immense shame. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, from now on, I entrust everything to you, Danzo. If it's you. Silence. Shimura Danzo brusquely swatted his hand away. I was merely raising my hand. There's no need for you to act so cool. Danzo shifted his gaze to Senju Tobarama, declaring, allow me to be the bait. My grandfather and father perished as ninjas on the battlefield. Self-sacrifice is the duty of a ninja. No, Tobarama interjected abruptly, the bait is undoubtedly my responsibility. You are all the young inheritors of the will of fire that will safeguard the village in the future. That is unacceptable. You are the Hokage. No one in the village surpasses you in strength. Danzo vehemently opposed him. Observing his fiercely competitive disciple, Tobarama's gaze became piercing. Danzo, you and the monkey are always in competition, yet what we require now is unity among comrades. Do not let personal grievances cloud your judgment. Your hesitance is a reality. First, reflect upon yourself and maintain a calm understanding of your own capabilities. If you continue in this manner, you will only lead your comrades into peril. In any case, Danzo, there's no need to rush at your age. That moment will inevitably come. Until then, preserve your own life. Slowly rising to his feet, Senju Tobarama added, monkey. Protect those who admire the village and trust in you, then nurture them to become the custodians of the next era. Starting tomorrow, you will be the Hokage. He paused for a moment, leaving a final message for the future of Konoha. Monkey, the village is entrusted to you. His decision to withhold the existence of the Zero Tails from them was a carefully considered one. His disciples were still too young. In their hands, the Zero Tails would not serve as an asset to Konoha. Rather, it could summon catastrophic misfortune, setting aside the lethal external pressures from other nations. They would struggle to manage the internal discord in public opinion. That research should remain eternally buried beneath the earth. More perilous than the tailed beasts are those who mistakenly believe they can control the darkness within the human heart. Chapter 30, A Sudden Change, March 6th. Year 46 of Konoha. Akiyama Kid entered the modest wooden cabin, a small cube of dust release spinning in the palm of his right hand, vigilant against any unusual movements. The furnishings within were exceedingly simple. A wooden table and chair were positioned by the window, and nothing else adorned the space. Time had eroded the air, infusing it with a faint scent of decaying wood. Akiyama extended his chakra sensory network, taking each step with utmost caution, fearful of triggering any concealed mechanism. His gaze meticulously swept across every corner of the room, ultimately resting on the table and chair by the window. Approaching stealthily, he scrutinized the furniture. The tabletop was bare, and his eyes hurriedly darted across it. However, when his gaze shifted to the chair, his pupils abruptly constricted. What is this? An inconspicuous mark was etched into the armrest of the wooden chair. This seemingly ordinary insignia stirred a tempest within Akiyama's heart. The shape of the mark was unmistakably the Flying Thunder God's symbol belonging to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, from the anime. Could this cabin have been left by the second Hokage? Why would he construct a wooden cabin in such a locale? And why conceal it with a barrier? Filled with myriad questions, Akiyama placed his left hand on the chair's armrest, allowing several strands of chakra to gradually seep into the chair's interior. After a brief moment, he retracted his chakra with a complex expression. The entire interior of the chair was laced with intricately intertwined chakra circuits, though it was not a barrier. Akiyama could discern no further significance. Drawing back his dust release, he inhaled deeply and once more extended his chakra toward the chair, this time without intentionally circumventing the chakra pathways. Boom! Akiyama's chakra activated the circuits within the chair, causing the entire cabin to tremble violently. Oh no! He hastily coalesced dust release again, lifting it above his head. The cube-shaped barrier began to morph into an egg-like form, enveloping him to prevent the dilapidated cabin from collapsing directly upon him. Thankfully, although the cabin swayed precariously, it did not ultimately cave in. Once the commotion subsided and the dust settled, confirming the absence of danger, Akiyama retracted his dust release and surveyed his surroundings. Wood shavings blanketed the floor, and the floorboards to his left had vanished, revealing a pitch-black opening. Akiyama crouched down, crawling towards the opening to peer inside, and immediately gasped in astonishment. The entrance was roughly 1 meter in diameter, plunging into an unfathomable abyss, a void that yielded no discernible information. Expanding his chakra to sense the depths of the hole, he was astounded to discover that his chakra's reach of 200 meters could not penetrate to the bottom of this cavern. Akiyama Kid felt a surge of reverence, his tactical mind racing. Could it be that the second Hokage, while developing the reanimation jutsu, sought to explore the possibility of directly excavating into the realm of the deceased? He muttered softly to himself. No matter what, as shadow clones inevitably dissipate, having made this discovery, he resolved to descend and ascertain the truth of the matter. Regardless of the outcome, with chakra affixed to the soles of his feet, Qiuan cautiously extended his foot into the cavern's entrance, pressing against the vertical walls to ensure a firm grip. Once satisfied, he channeled chakra into his hands and adopted the crawling stance reminiscent of Spider-Man, fully entering the abyss. The orientation shifted. The cavern loomed before him like an endless tunnel of darkness, compelling Qiuan to crawl deeper into its recesses. After traversing over 100 meters, he finally reached the cavern's depths, uncovering a modestly sized space at the bottom. Could it be an underground laboratory? What clandestine experiments was the second Hokage conducting? Qiuan pondered. Considering Senju Tobarama's fervent scientific disposition, it seemed plausible for him to maintain a secret laboratory dedicated to forbidden techniques. Yet, if he wished to keep it hidden, would it not be more prudent to dismantle the laboratory post-research rather than going to great lengths to conceal it with barriers? Qiuan found himself perplexed, hastening his crawling pace. He soon arrived at the cavern's floor, releasing his chakra grip to stand firmly on the ground. Raising his right hand, he summoned chakra from within, gathering luminescent orbs that coalesced into a small cube, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Upon surveying his surroundings, one peculiar wall immediately captivated his attention. Approaching it, he knocked gently, eliciting a metallic resonance. Placing his left hand against the surface and probing with chakra, he discovered that the wall was constructed of steel, 30 centimeters thick, and composed of high-density alloy. There were 5 additional walls, perfectly forming a rectangular space of 20 square meters. All 6 walls lacked any entrances, each intricately inscribed with defensive seals. However, against the might of dust release, these barriers were rendered ineffective. Qiuan stepped back, releasing the cube from his hand, which rapidly expanded and hurtled toward the steel wall. With a sharp crack, a breach was created, and the defensive seals were violently torn apart. As he stepped into the laboratory, an urgent buzzing filled the air. The alarm system left by Senju Tobarama was activated, initiating a self-destruct sequence. Qiuan quickly concentrated on the completed dust release barrier in his left hand, knowing that Tobarama's meticulous nature would have ensured such a system was in place. Having identified the core of the barrier during his earlier exploration, he raised his left hand and fired a beam of energy, silencing the alarm. With the self-destruct system neutralized, Qiuan felt a momentary relaxation, only to then become acutely aware of the laboratory's ominous atmosphere. A shiver coursed through him as he hastily conjured another dust release cube, fearful of a potential emergence of a failed reanimation from the shadows. The brilliance of dust release illuminated the dark corners once more. Yet he realized his chakra reserves were dwindling, although he had drawn only half of his chakra from his main body. The continuous use of low-power dust release was taking its toll. Spotting a light bulb on the ceiling, he swiftly located its chakra conduit and infused it with a modicum of chakra, igniting the lights. Qiuan Fengjiang exhaled deeply, retracting his dust release technique. The chakra used for shadow clones was irretrievable. Illuminating the space with dust release felt rather extravagant. After completing these tasks, he began to scrutinize the laboratory under the dim light. The first thing that caught his eye was a glass cultivation chamber, empty and measuring 30 centimeters in diameter. What purpose could this serve? Scratching his head in confusion, he chose to set it aside for the moment. The laboratory was filled with an array of bizarre and unfamiliar scientific apparatus, leaving Qiuan somewhat dizzy. Fortunately, a notebook resembling an experimental record lay on a nearby table. Were the research records left behind? Qiuan approached the table, puzzled, noticing the notebook was even left open. The page revealed dense formulas accompanied by dried ink stains. Flipping back to the first page, he found the handwriting, though aged, still legible. Tail Beast Chakra. Qiuan Fengjiang's pupils contracted in disbelief at the appearance of these words on the page. Resonance negative emotion capture quantifying spiritual energy chakra dark chakra. As he rapidly turned the pages, explosive records unfolded before him until one entry abruptly halted his motions. Proto-Zero officially named Zero Tail Void, the birth of the 10th-tailed beast. Breathing heavily, Qiuan felt as though his breath was suspended, and he stepped back, striving to collect his thoughts. The Zero Tail was indeed a product of second-generation technology. It made sense that a genius researcher who developed so many forbidden techniques would harbor thoughts about tailed beasts. Symbols of destructive power. After calming his emotions somewhat, Qiuan returned to the table to continue perusing the records left by Tobarama. Rampage leakage chakra collision positive emotions. Light chakra. Qiuan's voice rose in astonishment. Shinnong did not possess this technology. Was a Zero Tail scroll not found here? Did Konoha Village hold outdated techniques regarding the Zero Tail? Why did Tobarama not synchronize the new technology? With these questions swirling in his mind, Qiu Yuan flipped through the notebook once more. Light and dark corridors, stabilized state, chakra, new style, Intabarama had actually developed a second-generation Zero Tail as the notes approached their conclusion. Qiu Yuan continued to turn the pages. The shaping of the new style Zero Tail, an alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure? Qiu Yuan paused, shocked. An alliance? Wasn't the second Hokage killed while serving as bait to protect his disciples during the peace talks with the Raikage, pursued by the Golden and Silver Horns? Qiu Yuan Fengjiang recalled this narrative vividly, filled with questions, such as why the second Hokage, master of numerous forbidden techniques like the Flying Thunder God, could not defeat the Golden and Silver Horns. Why was he unable to escape with his disciples without utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique? Wait. A sudden realization struck Akiyama Kid. The last entry in the notes indicated that Zero Tail was in the process of molding, and the second generation had gone to the alliance ceremony, ultimately meeting their demise and never returning. But where was Zero Tail, which had completed its molding over the span of decades? Akiyama abruptly turned to gaze at the empty cultivation chamber, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a palm-sized hole in the glass. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes roaming over him, sending a chill down his spine. He swiftly turned his head. In a corner untouched by the light, amidst the profound darkness, two pupils, one red and one blue, glimmered with an eerie brilliance, fixated on him. The intense chakra fluctuations and emotional turmoil unleashed by Akiyama during the breach of the barrier had undoubtedly awakened it. Chapter 31. Calibration and Learning Within the Depths of Her Mind. Akiyama Kid felt an urgent alarm ringing, compelling her to summon the dwindling chakra within her, striving once more to condense the dust release. In the darkness, the newly emerged Zero Tail, having sensed Akiyama's awareness, floated forth from its corner. It was then that Akiyama beheld its true form, a striking feathered serpent sculpted from Sushin chakra. Its silvery plumage enveloped a flowing, liquid-like body, intermittently revealing delicate golden patterns. As the shadow swirled, dark red veins manifested. A pair of translucent wings sprouted from its spine, while at the center of its chest floated a dual spiral chakra crystal. The left spiral, the final smile of the martyr, represented the light of ultimate goodness, and the right spiral, the tearful confession of the butcher, embodied the shadow of ultimate darkness. Are you, afraid? Sushin's voice chimed, as clear as that of a 10-year-old girl. It hovered 5 meters away from Akiyama, its enchanting eyes betraying a curious blue pupil on the right, while the left bore a blood-red gaze devoid of emotion, exuding an icy aura. Sensing Akiyama Kid's fluctuating emotions and the sporadic surges of spiritual energy, Sushin flitted about in the air, exuberant as a child discovering a new toy. Though its voice radiated warmth, it sent chills down Akiyama's spine, for beneath that veneer of affability lay an overwhelming force. According to the records of Senjutobirama, a gram of mixed light and dark chakra equated to a staggering 3,000 explosive tags, with each explosive tag equivalent to 4 grams of TNT. This being was unequivocally a walking nuclear bomb. Concealed in the palm of her right hand, a block of dust release finally coalesced. Yet Akiyama did not allow herself to relax. She remained taut, her gaze fixed on the Zero Tail before her. Should the creature exhibit even the slightest intention of aggression, the dust release would instantly obliterate it. Why afraid? Am I causing you unease? Sushin abruptly halted, its spirals of light and darkness beginning to intertwine. Isn't unease rather unpleasant? It shrank back its tail like a child caught misbehaving, cautiously glancing at Akiyama. The light within it signaled that inducing unease was wrong. Observing its right eye filled with caution, while the left regarded her as one might a piece of refuse, Akiyama found herself momentarily perplexed. The newly formed Zero Tail, infused with positive emotions, seems to possess a less violent disposition. She resolved to probe further. Oh, it's nothing at all. I hope I didn't startle you by barging in. Akiyama concealed the dust release in her right hand, raising her left hand to scratch her head, offering a broad, carefree smile. Sushin tilted its head in confusion. The emotional reflections mirrored in its mind indicated signals of fear and vigilance, so why did the other's demeanor manifest a starkly contrasting kindness? This was its first encounter with such contradiction. Suddenly, the once placid blood-red pupil ignited with alertness. The darkness within warned it of impending danger. Meanwhile, the blue pupil flickered with compassion, as the light conveyed a signal of need for assistance. As Su Xian listened to their voices, she lowered her head in contemplation. The contradictions exhibited by Qiu Yuan prompted her to reflect. Contradictions, aren't the light and darkness within herself also a form of contradiction? After a brief silence, Su Xian suddenly lifted her gaze toward Qiu Yuan, her eyes revealing an expression that harmonized at that very moment. It was no longer a mere projection of light and dark, but rather the essence of the individual she wished to convey, confusion. Are you in danger? Do you need help? She chose to cease listening to the voices of light and darkness and sought her own answers. In the instant Su Xian made this decision, the light and dark spiral within the chakra crystal on her chest began to spin and intertwine wildly, resulting in the shattering of the chakra crystal. The complete merging of the light and dark spiral, transforming into a violet spiral that infused itself into Su Xian's being. The purple radiance suddenly burst forth, overshadowing the artificial lights and illuminating the entire laboratory with warmth and gentleness. Qiu Yuan slightly raised his left hand to shield his eyes. Inexplicably, he felt no urge to hinder this extraordinary phenomenon. The fragrance of lilies filled the air, and Qiu Yuan heard a cacophony of sounds, despairing wails, unwilling cries, resolute determination, and final prayers, culminating in a chorus of gentle laughter from many voices, harmoniously united. The golden-red chakra that occasionally surged from Su Xian's body spiraled around her, ultimately coalescing into a soft purple chakra that enveloped her. Her silvery feathers were gradually tinged with purple chakra, transforming into a rich violet. The flowing, liquid-like skin cloaked her translucent wings, adorned with violet feathers, creating a vision of beauty and elegance. Her dual-colored pupils unified into a delicate lavender hue, brimming with life. The final calibration was complete. Light and dark achieved ultimate equilibrium. The Zero-Tail Su Xian was officially born. What on earth is happening? Is this still Naruto? How did it suddenly turn into Pokemon Ultimate Evolution? Qiu Yuan Feng Yang stood dumbfounded, oblivious to the dispersal of the dust escape technique in his hand. Are you in danger? Do you need help? Su Xian's clear voice resonated once more. She still had not received an answer. Gazing at her earnest demeanor, Qiu Yuan paused. He sensed no malice. Perhaps it truly was possible to engage in earnest communication with her. It would be even better if a friendship could be formed. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to resort to force, after all. His purpose here was to harness the power of the Zero-Tail. I apologize for awakening you in such a manner upon our first meeting. Temporarily casting aside his myriad concerns, Qiu Yuan spoke sincerely. As for whether I am dangerous, humans are complex beings, and I cannot assure you that I am perceived as non-threatening or safe by everyone. However, I can guarantee this, so long as you harbor no ill intent, I shall never be a danger to you and will forever remain a safe presence. The mirror of the soul reflected, target emotional category love, with a fluctuation frequency of sincerity. As Su Xian blinked, its ethereal wings, fluttering with low frequency, exerted a gentle force that propelled it closer to Akiyama Keed. A faint trail of lavender shimmered in its wake. It is often said that sincerity is a formidable weapon, yet as the feathered serpent, as thick as his arm, circled around him, Akiyama could not suppress a swallow of trepidation. Su Xian glided to his right hand, nuzzling against his fingers. It ascended to perch atop his head, inhaling the scent of his hair, and as its head passed by his ear, its body coiled around his neck, culminating in a moment where Akiyama's fear peaked. A melodious giggle escaped Su Xian, a sound as delicate as silver bells, and the flutter of Akiyama's emotions brought it joy. From the instant it approached Akiyama Keed, a torrent of feelings surged within him, dancing in rhythmic waves, curiosity, apprehension, and anxiety. Yet, unwaveringly, the predominant sentiment remained one of heartfelt sincerity, overshadowing even the intense fear that had briefly consumed him. Emerging from Akiyama's neck, Su Xian gently entwined itself around his left arm, resting its head tenderly in his palm. Apologies were whispered for its little mischief, and Su Xian's delight was unreservedly evident in its voice. Chapter 32. Sincerity, haha. It's nothing. I never expected you to joke around like this. Akiyama Feng Jiang raised his right hand to wipe away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and chuckled lightly. Observing Su Xin, who rested her head in the palm of her hand, Akiyama speculated that she had begun to establish a preliminary trust in him. Lingwei Su Xin. Her temperament resembles that of a child. Sensing the meager chakra remaining within Akiyama's shadow clone, Su Xin furrowed her brow. Why is your body unharmed? Yet your life energy so faint? Are you dying? Can my chakra not replenish your life? Why? She was perplexed, unwilling to lose this first genuine connection she had forged. Well, it's because I am a shadow clone, and I cannot replenish chakra from the outside. Akiyama Feng Jiang patiently elucidated the principle of shadow clones to Su Xin. Thus, my chakra is nearly depleted, and it won't be long before I vanish. Oh. Su Xin nodded thoughtfully. Although she had only just come into existence for less than 2 hours, as an emotional aggregate, her capacity for understanding was remarkably strong. The purpose of my journey is this. Akiyama picked up the research notes on Tobirama from the table and waved them in front of Sushin. With this detailed documentation, he felt confident that he could recreate a zero tail from scratch, seizing the moment while his chakra was still sufficient. Akiyama formed a single-handed seal, summoning technique. With a firm slap on the table, the summoning array spread forth, materializing a spatial scroll. He stored Tobirama's notebook within the scroll and dispelled the summoning technique, causing the scroll to vanish. This way, as long as the original body uses summoning, he could easily access this information. Sushin watched intently, silently observing Akiyama's series of actions. Once the scroll disappeared and she confirmed that speaking would not disturb him, she began to inquire, "What do you seek? Are you searching for me? Why I seek? That is a long story." Akiyama Fengjiang leaned against the table, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. "This world is chaotic, though I am reluctant to admit it. Only by possessing strength can I ensure that I am not consumed by the whirlpool of conflict. In this land that devours, I must protect what I hold dear. Guardianship. Do you have things you love?" Sushin's voice resonated, and without a moment's hesitation, Akiyama Fengjiang replied, "Of course. Everyone has their cherished belongings, right? Isn't life itself a journey toward those? That is why I seek. Yes, I am indeed searching for you, to be precise. I am in pursuit of the power of the zero tail." Akiyama Fengjiang did not shy away from this inquiry, weaving no fabrications, and candidly acknowledged his intentions. "But I shall not compel you to do anything." Akiyama Fengjiang gazed earnestly into Sushin's clear purple eyes, affirming his resolve. He would create a zero tail that belonged solely to him, entirely within his control. "Would you like to be my friend? My time is limited. There is little opportunity left for you to understand or grasp a fundamental awareness of this world. If you are willing, I shall take you outside to help you better understand this world. As a friend, I will protect you, and you will discover the things you love and the pursuits you wish to engage in. Of course, there is nothing wrong with being a recluse. You probably do not need to eat, nor do you have to worry about falling ill. Ignoring the tumult of the world can indeed be a source of happiness. Should you choose not to venture out, my true form will come to mend the barrier here, ensuring you are never disturbed again. The chakra of my shadow clone is nearly depleted, and Akiyama Kid is incessantly chattering, seemingly never weary of it." Su Xian was awakened by him, and now, in her childlike innocence, she bears the responsibility of helping her cultivate the correct understanding of the world. Su Xian listened intently to Akiyama's discourse, feeling the ceaseless flow of luminous chakra. Is making friends such a complex endeavor? Su Xian tilted her head in contemplation. The mirror of the soul reflected the emotional spectrum of love, its frequency oscillating in a state of superposition, responsibility, protection, hope, sincerity. Your love brings me joy and fortune, if you are willing. I wish to comprehend your protection and understand the essence of power. As a friend, I too shall safeguard you. Su Xian met Akiyama Kid's gaze with equal earnestness and gravity. The original Zero Tail possessed remarkable learning abilities, and Su Xian similarly inherited this trait. However, this time, she first learned understanding, respect, and sincerity. Suddenly, the blood-red pupils flickered, and the enemy's movements faltered. In an instant, a Sand Village Jonin's head flew up, warm blood splattering onto Uchiha Jin's face. She remained expressionless, not even blinking, merely turning her gaze toward a certain direction. The clang of battle echoed as Akiyama Kid engaged a Sand Village Chunin in close combat. The situation decidedly one-sided. The Chunin could not keep pace with him, and his defenses were riddled with vulnerabilities. With a swift motion, a severed arm soared high. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Yet Akiyama Kid remained unfazed. The enemy had entirely lost their capacity to defend themselves, and Akiyama delivered a decisive blow to the neck, swiftly ending their life. 1 Jonin, 3 Chunins, and 3 Genins annihilated. The Leaf Village observers were left dumbfounded, unable to believe that such a formidable enemy, led by a Jonin, was so effortlessly dispatched by 2 10-year-olds. Akiyama frowned. Their mission was to protect the supply transport, and the route was supposed to be highly confidential. Sighing inwardly at the stupefied expressions of the transport team, he felt a headache brewing. Encountering this squad of sand ninjas was entirely unforeseen. After merely 2.5 months of survival on the battlefield, was exposure inevitable? If Orochimaru were to learn that they dispatched a Jonin as easily as one would eliminate a wild creature, what chaos would ensue? Perhaps we should silence them directly? The somber gaze of Chiyuan Feng sent a shiver down the spines of the transport team, prompting them to glance around anxiously, wary of any hidden foes. Alas, he muttered, shaking his head to dispel these dark thoughts, and with a sigh, he steeled himself to face the formidable tasks assigned by Orochimaru. At that moment, Uchiha Jin, her face smeared with blood, approached him silently, nearly startling him. Wait, Jin. Once he regained his composure, Qiu Yuan began to rummage through his belongings, soon producing a handkerchief. Stay still, let me clean your face. As he diligently wiped her face, Uchiha Jin stood obediently, her gaze fixed upon him. She did not immediately wipe away the bloodstains, having her own reasons for this. After a brief moment, Qiu Yuan, with a gentle smile, turned to the transport team and said, "All right, everyone, let us continue our journey." Chapter 33, Respite. A reluctant triumph? Orochimaru observed the slightly soiled hem of Qiu Yuan Fengjiang's garment, a flicker of skepticism glinting in his eyes. Indeed, the transport unit had unexpectedly encountered a squad of sand shinobi. Had it not been for the seamless collaboration with Uchiha Jin, it is likely that you would not be seeing me now. Qiu Yuan maintained his composure, fabricating a tale without a hint of hesitation. Even if Orochimaru sought to verify the truth from the transport team, he would merely dismiss it as modesty. Were he to boldly declare, "Yes, I am formidable. I indeed vanquished a Jonin," he would only invite a barrage of inquiries. You should rest for now. After much contemplation, Orochimaru simply waved his hand. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiu Yuan turned and departed. Surviving death to slay a Jonin. Is it not somewhat extraordinary for children of merely 10 years? At that age, I had only just begun to dabble with snakes. Yet, Orochimaru merely mused. The slayer of the Jonin was Uchiha Jin. He recalled that the child possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan. The 3-tomo Sharingan is tantamount to Jonin-level combat prowess, a fact universally acknowledged within the Leaf Village. Even if Uchiha Jin is but 10 years old. For this reason, their achievements do not seem entirely unfathomable. Kekkei Jinkai, genius. Orochimaru pondered, his fingers tracing absent-minded patterns, murmuring to himself. These two terms had never held significance for him, as he processed the information relayed by the shadow clone. Qiu Yuan Fengyang silently quickened his pace. Let us exercise caution within the camp. Jin, let us proceed. Exiting the command post, he called to Uchiha Jin, who awaited outside. And together they ventured toward the encampment. Oh, you two are heading out on a mission? Not too taxing, I hope. You as well, take care. Along the way, several individuals greeted them, to which Qiu Yuan responded with a warm smile. After receiving supplies and partaking in dinner, the sun had completely set, yielding to an unusually cloudless sky, with stars unfurling like a grand tapestry. At Qiu Yuan's suggestion, the pair made their way to a nearby expanse of grass. Silence enveloped them. Uchiha Jin sat upon the ground, gazing quietly at the myriad stars, while Qiu Yuan reclined casually, weariness creeping in after days of relentless travel. A soft hum echoed as the night breeze brushed against the kunai at his waist, producing a gentle chime. Is it dangerous? Qiu Yuan raised his right hand toward the heavens, the faint starlight filtering through his fingers, casting a delicate glow upon his face. He meticulously contemplated the myriad experiences relayed by the shadow clone, and the innocent inquiries posed by Su Xin resonated with an almost magical quality, deeply penetrating his soul. In his gaze rested a hand that could no longer be deemed innocent, one that had claimed the lives of countless individuals. To those who had perished, he undoubtedly represented a danger. As he steadily accrued power, it was inevitable that he would ultimately take more lives, becoming increasingly perilous, a truth that Qiu Yuan fully comprehended. Yet, he would neither question nor negate his own essence. This inherent danger was equally a part of him, and indeed, a profoundly significant part. If he were a tree, love would be his branches, and the leaves would represent the justice within his heart. Thus, danger and strength would form his roots, delving deep into darkness, supporting the growth of his limbs and the blossoming of verdant foliage. In this twisted realm of shinobi, survival is unattainable without peril. Akiyama slowly lowered his hand, momentarily emptying his mind to savor this rare tranquility. Just as the brilliance of the sun obscures the stars, the celestial panorama in Akiyama's gaze abruptly vanished, a few strands of hair cascading onto his cheek. The familiar, subtle fragrance of iris wafted into his nostrils. What could he be pondering? Akiyama Fengjiang remained still for a while, as Uchiha Jin curiously leaned forward, meeting his somewhat dazed eyes. Jin, why do you smell so delightful? Although it sounded somewhat peculiar, Akiyama could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Oh. This was the fourth time he had uttered such words. Compared to the initial blush and shyness, only confusion now lingered in Jin's expression, with a look of bewilderment. Jin turned her gaze away from Akiyama, lifting her hand to her nose for a sniff, detecting no fragrance. There's no scent? Now that you mention it. I haven't bathed today. Could it be? Jin skeptically raised her hand again to sniff, reassured only when confirming the absence of any odor. There's no smell. Ahem. Akiyama Fengjiang sat up, clearing his throat twice, hastily redirecting the conversation. I was just contemplating the essence of power. Jin, if one day you were to acquire unparalleled strength, what would you do with it? His tone was light and gentle, devoid of any pressure, resembling a casual discussion among friends rather than a quest for answers. Grateful for the presence of someone to engage with, Akiyama felt fortunate. Yet, sensing her fatigue, he understood the need to lighten the atmosphere. Power, huh? Meeting his eyes that reflected the stars, Jin was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he was pondering such philosophical matters. Well, if possible, I would like to reduce the frequency of wars, simplify the missions for ninjas, and have more time for myself. After a moment's reflection, she provided her response. Akiyama's inquiry was casual, so Jin did not dwell on reality too much. She simply summarized her ideals. Her world was small, devoid of grand ambitions. This was already her most cherished dream. Naturally, this beauty was founded upon certain principles. The corners of Uchiha Jin's lips curled upward as she observed Akiyama Fengjiang, noting his momentary astonishment upon hearing her aspirations, followed by the radiance of his smile. Haha. Such a pure vision resembles the warmth of sunlight streaming through a window on a cold winter's day, spreading a comforting warmth from the skin to the depths of the heart, evoking genuine beauty and joy. Jin too was infected by his enthusiasm, feeling a wave of lightness. Humph. Is it childish? She crossed her arms, feigning anger as she raised her chin. No. Jin. Your wish truly fills me with an authentic sense of beauty and joy. The autumnal landscape of Kaijin Fengjiang continues to radiate a gentle smile. Yet his eyes reveal an unprecedented seriousness and determination. Thus, I shall endeavor even harder to realize. Jin, your beautiful vision. His earnest gaze, devoid of any pretense of protectiveness, caused Uchiha Jin to falter instantly. She murmured softly, akin to the whisper of a gnat, averting her gaze slightly. Fearing that the encroaching night would not conceal her flushed cheeks, and she dared not meet his eyes again. He was always like this, unabashedly pouring forth his emotions. Time and again, until he thoroughly dismantled the walls of solitude she had built, he would not relent. Truly, he was a mischievous soul. Jin, what troubles you? Are you cold? Shall we retire to the camp for some rest? You must be weary after these past few days. Kaijin Fengjiang suddenly sensed something amiss and frowned. A small white serpent slithered slowly to his side, delivering a mission scroll. While he suspected that Orochimaru might elevate their strength assessment and assign them more tasks, he did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. Is it true that ninjas are not regarded as human? Do we not require rest? Even Sunagakure, in a state of disadvantage, has a shift system. Kaijin Fengjiang picked up the scroll without glancing at it, extending his right index finger to press gently on the serpent's head. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru, but Jin is quite fatigued. You are aware that my own combat prowess is decidedly limited, so at the very least, allow her this night to rest. I trust that the Hokage would also understand our plight. With a cheerful smile, Kaijin spoke, and upon hearing the mention of the Hokage, the white serpent flicked its tongue and then dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Chapter 34. Displaced Whispers. The following morning, Akihara Fengjiang meticulously examined the mission briefing while en route to the task location alongside Uchiha Jin. Their assignment involved the eradication of a small town occupied by the sand-hidden village in the northwest. According to credible intelligence, the majority of sand ninjas had been redeployed, leaving them to scout the area, eliminate any remaining adversaries, and assist Konoha in advancing their front lines. Did Orochimaru really assess our combat capabilities so highly? Akihara Fengjiang pondered, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This marked their inaugural engagement with the front lines of battle. Not only were they merely 10 years old, but their contemporaries were predominantly still genin. Even if 2 seasoned chunin were tasked with this mission, their survival hinged upon sheer luck. The uncertainty loomed large. Was this reliable information genuinely trustworthy? Had the Sand truly relinquished this strategic position? Was it merely a ruse? Even if the Sand had indeed abandoned the town, could they not have left behind a squad of elite ninjas to ambush Konoha's scouts? Such questions remained unanswered for Konoha. If the Sand left behind a jonin, dispatching 2 ordinary chunin to scout would be tantamount to signing their death warrants. The enemy could swiftly eliminate the reconnaissance team and retreat without incurring any losses. He could envision this scenario. Surely, Orochimaru had considered it as well. Nevertheless, he had still assigned this daunting task to them. Orochimaru was indeed a formidable adversary. After distancing himself from the command center and confirming there were no prying eyes nearby, Akihara Fengjiang could not help but let out a frustrated howl. He merely wished to remain inconspicuous and navigate through the Third Great Ninja War unscathed, yet Orochimaru had thrust upon him an extraordinary mission, leaving him in a predicament. Consequently, he and Jin had become subjects of intense scrutiny. Do not fret. Everything will be fine, Uchiha Jin reassured, observing Akihara's troubled expression. Haha. I am not particularly worried about this mission. It just feels as though Orochimaru is somewhat targeting us. Akihara Fengjiang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Let us not dwell on that, Jin. I have something to share with you. Given the constraints imposed by Orochimaru at the camp, Akihara decided to disclose his revelation during their journey. I have discovered it. The power. The power? Uchiha Jin tilted her head, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Indeed, the power of the tailed beasts. If all goes according to plan, our safety will be significantly enhanced, even in the face of Orochimaru. Akihara Fengjiang slowly raised his gaze to the azure sky, where the newly risen sun filtered through the trees, casting its radiant light upon the earth. A smile graced his lips. Tailed beasts? Jin stared at him, her worldview shaken. The term tailed beasts existed only as a vague notion in her textbooks. A legendary concept forever beyond her reach. The harbinger of danger. An ultimate weapon that defies reason and is wielded as a tool of restraint among nations, was casually uttered by Akihara with the words, I have found it. Wait, what? The tailed beast? Which one? As Jin finally comprehended what she had just heard, she was instantly overwhelmed with a barrage of questions directed at the child. Though she trusted Akihara completely and believed he had a plan, she had not anticipated that his scheme would be so terrifying. Observing her panic, Akihara realized she had misinterpreted his words. Jin was unaware of the existence of the Zero Tails. She must have thought he intended to target one of the 9-tailed beasts. Each of these beasts was under the control of various nations, and seizing one from their grasp was nearly impossible for the two of them, which explained her alarm. With this thought in mind, Akihara couldn't resist teasing her. Guess what? The one-tailed Shikaku from Sunagakure? In light of the ongoing conflict with Sunagakure, Jin's mind immediately gravitated towards the one tail they possessed. Akihara refrained from responding, instead simply smiling at her. Under the weight of his silent gaze, Jin felt a chill envelop her. After a moment's contemplation, she tentatively spoke, that is far too dangerous. You can't go. If you really want it, just tell me the location of Shikaku, and I'll give it a try. I have the Sharingan. It should be manageable. Under her cautious scrutiny, Akihara's smile abruptly faltered. His heart seized with dread. It's too dangerous. I can't go. What about her? Just because he desired it, she was willing to confront that brutal creature alone? Despite the tremors of fear that shook her voice, she was still willing? Even in the face of death, that haunting specter which had tormented him since his arrival, compelling him to never rest, just because he wished for it. She could cautiously offer her life? Why should she go to such lengths for him? He was only 2 years old. What would happen to him without them? The village would care for him. Are you asking me to watch my own child? Hokage-sama said that little Ki will no longer become a ninja. He will live as an ordinary person under the protection of Konoha, living a safe and peaceful life. He'd be sure to grow up well. Your mom and dad will always be watching over you. Wait. The young child let out a piercing wail, flailing his arms in desperation. But the only response came from the swirling ninja crows above. Why was he so weak? Why could he not grasp those who loved him? No matter how fervently he reached out? Akihara felt as though his heart was ensnared by a vice, staggering to a halt and collapsing to one knee, gasping for breath. What is happening? Everything unfolded too swiftly. Uchiha Jin had yet to recover from the topic of the tailed beasts and rushed to support Akihara, gently patting his back. Suddenly, Jin's hand, which was steadying him, was seized. As if grasping a lifesaver, Qiuyuan Fengjiang clutched her hand tightly. No. Don't go. Stay right by my side. All right. I won't go anywhere. Jin inexplicably felt a sense of panic rising within her. She pressed Qiuyuan's hand against her cheek, hoping to soothe his unease. The warm sensation dispelled some of the chill that had settled in her body. After a few minutes, the emotional tide gradually receded, and as her thoughts struggled to gather, Qiuyuan Fengjiang quickly became aware of his unusual reaction. The extended loss of motor function could easily cost him his life during a mission. What is happening? Could it be that I have anxiety disorder? Though somewhat baffling, his symptoms bore a striking resemblance to those experienced during an anxiety attack. A friend of his from a previous life had suffered from such a condition. Are you all right? Observing him regain his steady breath, Uchiha Jin cast a concerned glance his way. Phew, I'm fine really. Chiyo Yuan gradually loosened his grip. Did I scare you? A little. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made such a joke. Eh? I was actually planning to target the Nine Tails. What I found was... Chapter 35. The Novice Explorer of the Zero Tails. Indeed, we speak of the artificial tailed beast researched by our esteemed second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Akiyama Kid forcibly suppressed the unease within him and patiently began to enlighten Uchiha Jin about the Zero Tails. He harbored no apprehensions regarding the repercussions of revealing the existence of the Zero Tails to Jin. I have discovered the research records he left behind. Most of the information is comprehensible, though a few aspects may require further contemplation. If all goes well, we shall each possess a tailed beast, liberating us from our current trepidation. This vision completely assuaged his anxiety, and a smile once again graced Akiyama Kid's lips. He felt considerable confidence in his ability to replicate the Zero Tails, which would grant him a modicum of leverage to transcend the confines of the game. However, if this research indeed belonged to the second Hokage, why was there no information about the Zero Tails within the village? The second Hokage has been deceased for many years, and our village still possesses only the Nine Tails? Uchiha Jin was greatly astonished, yet new questions began to surface. Well, I found the second's private laboratory, and I cannot ascertain what reservations he harbored that led him to withhold information about the Zero Tails. Perhaps even our third Hokage remains oblivious to this matter. Thus, it is a secret. Akiyama Kid placed his right index finger to his lips, signaling for silence as he explained with a smile. A secret, you say? I understand. Uchiha Jin nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, Akiyama Kid's shadow clone had distanced itself considerably from his main body and Uchiha Jin. He prepared to let Sushin emerge for a breath of fresh air. Yes, that shadow clone had formed a summoning contract with Sushin on that fateful day. Although Sushin bore no animosity towards Akiyama, the stability and control of its powers remained uncertain. To recklessly summon Sushin with his main body could pose dangers not only to himself but also to Uchiha Jin. Thus, Akiyama resolved to first ascertain whether the shadow clone could manage Sushin's powers adequately. Haisuyushin Wei, he intoned, performing the summoning technique. The shadow clone's right hand struck the ground, and the summoning array began to unfold. With a resounding hum, a cloud of smoke dissipated to reveal the Zero Tails, Sushin, at the center of the array. Sushin had obediently stayed within the laboratory as per Akiyama's instructions, but just moments ago it sensed an inexplicable allure. Recalling Akiyama's words about the summoning technique, it offered no resistance, and in the blink of an eye, it found itself in this new locale. Faced with this sudden change in environment, Sushin displayed a hint of confusion. Yet, this bewilderment was soon eclipsed by curiosity, as everything before it appeared remarkably novel. The azure sky, the flocks of birds soaring in the distance, the rising sun, the trees and flowers, the chirping of birds, the hum of insects, and the gentle rustling of the wind through the foliage. Sushin welcomed it all, striving to absorb every essence of this world. Good morning, Su Xian. At the sound of a call, Su Xian retracted her vast chakra sensory network. Good morning, Chiyo Yuan. Su Xian spread her wings and soared into the sky, displaying a hint of excitement. All right, let us pause for a moment. Hearing the call of Akihara, the fluttering Su Xian obediently came to a halt before him. Akihara Kid carefully fastened a specially crafted maple leaf-shaped necklace around Su Xian's delicate neck, anticipating Su Xian's growth. Akihara had thoughtfully left ample length in the chain and ingeniously incorporated a bearing mechanism. This design ensured that as Su Xian grew, the necklace would gracefully expand, preventing any discomfort or constriction. There, all done. After fastening it, Chiyo Yuan nodded in satisfaction and gently patted Su Xian's head twice. What is this? It's a gift. A gift? Su Xian lowered her gaze to admire the exquisite light purple maple leaf adorning her chest and joyfully twirled around twice. This necklace can conceal the fluctuations of your chakra, making it less conspicuous to others that you are a tailed beast. Why not attempt to infuse some chakra into the necklace and see what happens? Upon following the instructions, Su Xian perceived a layer of barrier unfurling from the maple leaves, enveloping her entire being in a swift embrace. Why must one conceal? In response to this anticipated inquiry, Akiyama Kid had already resolved to candidly disclose the intricacies of the ninja world and the fate of the nine-tailed beasts to Su Xin. Presently, various factions within the ninja realm regard the tailed beasts as instruments of war, with the five great nations precariously maintaining a fragile peace through the tailed beast balance. Should other ninjas discern your identity as a tailed beast, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Akiyama paused for emphasis, stating, for instance, that if one of the five great nations were to learn of your existence, they would undoubtedly seek to wield you as a weapon. They might even tear asunder the tailed beast balance agreement and launch devastating assaults on other nations. Su Xin lowered her head in contemplation. The tailed beast balance had indeed been alluded to in the fragmented information left by Shinju Tobarama. Ah, I understand now. Thank you. Akiyama. Soon, Su Xin comprehended the underlying reason and realized that Qiu Yuan Fengjiang was merely safeguarding it. Haha, we are friends, after all. Qiu Yuan waved his hand. Now, allow me to present an overview of the current state of the ninja world. Having a fundamental understanding of this world enables you to better protect yourself. Indeed, when it comes to the capacity for learning, Su Xin believes she is second to none. Akiohara Kyuka spoke extensively, encompassing the conditions of various nations and villages, the harsh realities within the ninja society, as well as the minutiae of daily life and knowledge. Although Sushin, as an amalgamation of emotions, may possess greater understanding, Akiohara endeavored to impart his moral perspectives and worldview, hoping to aid in the formation of a sound ethical framework. He resembled a concerned father, cautioning a child about to embark on a journey, fearing that his offspring might lack sufficient knowledge and thus suffer injustice and hardship. In the examination segment, Akiohara posed a question, and Sushin provided a response. What should one do when confronted with malevolent individuals? Regardless of whether one can prevail in a confrontation, it is imperative to flee swiftly. What should one do when encountering malevolent individuals who torment the innocent? First, assess your own capabilities. Then, consider the background of the aggressors. If they are incapable of overpowering you and lack influential connections, come to the aid of the victim. What about the other two scenarios? If one cannot withstand the assailants, it is best to retreat hastily. Should the wrongdoers possess connections, striking the lesser will inevitably draw the attention of their superiors. Flee at once. Personal safety must take precedence. What if two virtuous individuals engage in conflict due to irreconcilable differences? Remain neutral and escape quickly. What if one encounters a once good person who has succumbed to desperation and turned malevolent? Do not assume the mantle of righteousness. Depart promptly. In a scenario where A harbors affections for B, while B concurrently has feelings for C, upon discovering this, A is consumed by fury and prepares to confront C, only to be struck by an overwhelming infatuation upon meeting C. B, unable to accept this, allows jealousy to transform into hostility and begins to assail C. In an attempt to protect C, A engages in a conflict with B, during which C perceives their altercation as a display of affection, feeling betrayed and retaliating against both A and B. If A and B find themselves on the brink of defeat at the hands of C, what would you do? Flee without delay. Why? The situation has spiraled into chaos. Where is humanity amidst this madness? Insanity is indeed contagious. Excellent. Akiyama Kid nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the effectiveness of his teachings. You have acquired the foundational knowledge and skills. We can now embark on a formal exploration of this world. Hooray! Chapter 36. Struggle until the sun had completely set and the waning moon hung in the sky. The 2ch finally arrived at their destination. It was, of course, partly due to their deliberate deceleration. After all, the night was the domain of ninjas. With a swift and ghostly grace, a figure clad in black darted through the watchtowers established by Sunagakure, meticulously inspecting for any potential threats. There were no ambushes, no traps, it seemed that, as Orochimaru had suggested, they had indeed abandoned this location. Soon, the black-clad figure relaxed her vigilance towards the outpost and turned her gaze towards the main camp left by Sunagakure. The village still adhered to basic international protocols, refraining from establishing their camp directly within the town. At least on the surface, the town's residents would remain largely unaffected. From her vantage point, the camp appeared eerily silent, devoid of any light or flames. Apart from the cacophony of chirping insects and the distant howls of unknown beasts, she gleaned no useful information. With a sudden resolve, the figure tore off the necklace hanging from her neck and summoned a flame in her palm to incinerate it. Immediately afterward, she unabashedly unfurled her chakra-sensing network, strolling towards the camp as if wandering through a garden, showing no intention of concealing herself. Moments later, Just as 1 foot of the black-clad figure crossed the threshold into the camp, dozens of metallic threads erupted from the ground around her, ensnaring her tightly, while countless wind blades sliced towards her from all directions. With a resounding bang, the black-clad figure transformed into a cloud of smoke. The metallic threads retracting rapidly after losing their target, intertwining on the ground. TCH, a shadow clone? A voice murmured in the darkness. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin received the information relayed by the shadow clone. The main force had confirmed their withdrawal. At least one Jainin lay in ambush within the camp. Well done, he acknowledged. The geographical location of the town was alarmingly close to the border of the Wind Country, with gusts of yellow sand occasionally whipping against Akihara-Ki's face. After hearing Jin's report, a smile crept onto his lips. Then, let us resolve this swiftly. As the three Tomo in Uchiha Jin's eyes began to rotate slowly, she reached out to halt Akihara, who was about to step into the camp. There are chakra threads in the air. With a swift motion, Akihara-Ki's kunai sliced through the night, and in the moonlight, the metallic blade reflected countless fine silver threads. These puppet strings, connecting the ruins, trembled lightly, like a web awaiting its prey. 3 o'clock, Jin announced, releasing the kunai from her hand, igniting it with crimson flames. In the sharp clash of metal against thread, a sudden gust of sand erupted, and a bandaged figure sprang forth from the ground. Wind release, Kemaitashi. As the sand ninja formed their seals, Uchiha Jin had already grasped the collar of Akihara and leaped onto the rooftop. The very ground they had stood upon was torn asunder by invisible blades, creating a 5-meter-long rift. Akihara's seal formation was faster than the sand ninjas, his hands crossed in front of his chest, forming the tiger seal, fire release, great dragon fire technique. The crimson flame dragon shattered 3 wind blades, but just as it was about to engulf the enemy, it was suddenly obstructed by a puppet umbrella that unfurled. The symbols on the umbrella glowed, and the fire dragon was diverted into 3 streams of flame that shot toward the bright moon, staining half of the sky in red. Something is amiss. Jin's Sharingan captured the chakra flowing between the ribs of the umbrella. She flung 3 kunai embedded with explosive tags, the shockwave from the explosion lifting the puppet umbrella, revealing a sand-hidden Jonin forming hand seals behind it. Wind cutter, Chiyo Yuan, with fingers poised like blades, compressed the wind into a razor-sharp gust that severed the connection axis of the puppet umbrella. Almost simultaneously, Jin's great fireball surged through the gap, reducing the sand ninja's substitute wooden figure to charred remains. The true enemy emerged from beneath the eaves to the left, 3 humanoid puppets opening their mouths filled with countless needles. Chiyo Yuan deftly evaded the rain of poison needles, but a sudden wave of searing heat engulfed the back of his neck as Uchiha Jin's Phoenix Fire Jutsu melted the approaching puppet's arm with precision. To think they only sent 2 lower-ranked ninjas. Konoha truly underestimates us. The Sand Jonin's cold laughter echoed from all directions as 6 puppets formed a circular killing formation. Yet, Chiyo Yuan wore a smile. Do not underestimate our bonds, you scoundrel. With a thunderous roar, an explosion of intense heat erupted as the great dragon fire technique was unleashed from Uchiha Jin's mouth. The crimson flame dragon did not assault the puppets but soared into the sky above them. With perfect timing, the wind cutter technique sliced through the tail of the fire dragon, blending wind and fire to create a colossal fire vortex in an instant. The 6 puppets were simultaneously swept into the sky, their connecting alloy wires melting away in the terrifying heat before they could endure even a second. This is our fervent combination technique. As the burning remnants of the puppets fell like meteors, Jin's 3 Tomo Sharingan had already reflected in the eyes of the Sand Jonin. After their figures vanished, a novice explorer arrived at the scene of the massacre. Su Xian's gaze shifted from the gradually fading silhouettes to the corpses of the Sand Ninja amidst the ruins. In that moment, he found himself at a loss as to what thoughts should arise. The lingering spiritual energy of the Sand Ninja made him acutely aware of the weight of life for the first time. This is the struggle of ideals. He fought for his justice, while we fought for ours. The tone of Chiyo Yuan's shadow clone revealed a sense of helplessness. For the sand-hidden village, for his loved ones and comrades, was he not also a beacon of light? Yet for Konoha, for us, he was merely a boulder obscuring that light. When we had to push aside, from our respective standpoints, this was an action we had to undertake. Su Xian listened quietly, her gem-like eyes suddenly blinking. If you hadn't fought him, he would have killed you without hesitation. This was the information she extracted from the residual hatred of the Sand Ninja. Chiyo Yuan paused for a moment and nodded. Yes, he would. There is no right or wrong. We are simply doing our utmost to survive. Su Xian did not respond further, lowering her head in contemplative silence. A solitary figure and a snake wandered aimlessly through the wilderness, ultimately choosing to rest temporarily beside a solitary tree. I apologize. I shouldn't have brought you to witness this. The night breeze rustled through the treetops as Qiu Yuan took the initiative to break the silence. You hold no particular stance, nor should you be bound to any. These so-called struggles, and indeed the entirety of human society, bear no necessity for your distress. This world is vast, and what you ought to cherish are the countless beauties it harbors. This journey is, in truth, a test orchestrated by Akiyama Kid. The purpose is to discern whether the darkness within Sushin will spiral out of control upon encountering the harsh and negative facets of existence. It now appears that this test is, without a doubt, superficial and absurd. Sushin is deserving of being regarded as a complete and healthy individual. No, Akiyama. Sushin shook her head. Thank you for always considering my well-being. I was merely contemplating the essence of life, as you have taught me. I shall not presume to be virtuous, nor shall I engage in the contemplation or judgment of the rightness or wrongness of struggles, thus avoiding the quagmire of negativity. Hence, there is no need for your concern. As for beauty, by first acknowledging cruelty, I shall be better equipped to comprehend beauty, shall I not? Therefore, there is no need for apologies, or rather, it is I who should express my gratitude to you. Chapter 37. Childhood. A soft chime resonated as the delicate particles of chakra materialized at Akihara's fingertips, gradually converging and ultimately weaving into intricate strands. This spectacle appeared particularly resplendent against the backdrop of the starlit night sky. As the quantity of chakra threads reached a certain threshold, Akihara Feng Yang, akin to a seasoned tailor, began to meticulously intertwine them. What is this? Observing the hundreds of chakra threads intricately interlacing at his fingertips, Su Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This is a sealing technique, or rather, an experimental technique still under development, Akihara casually replied, his gaze fixed on the chakra net before him. The chakra efficiency is within the predetermined quantitative values. The next step is to construct the feedback loop. Suddenly, a node in a distant corner erupted in sparks, causing the entire chakra net to begin collapsing, slowly dissipating into the air. The values for Route A, 39 need to be reset, and Route B, 53 requires slight adjustments as well. Akihara Feng Yang remained undeterred. Swiftly summarizing the experimental feedback, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Achieving such results in merely the 36th experiment was commendable. The four-symbol seal, perfected by generations of the Vortex clan, had approached an almost flawless sealing effect. Advancing further from this foundation was a formidable challenge, even with his remarkably advanced knowledge of physics and mathematics. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Akihara Feng Yang stretched lazily. Observing the wisps of smoke rising from the distant town, he turned to Su Xian with a smile, exclaiming, "All right, let us go. Time to indulge in some delicious food." Yay. Morning arrived, and the sleepily blinking Kenta Ito descended the stairs to find his mother carrying a large basin of dumplings. "Mom, let me have it." He eagerly reached out, neglecting his morning routine. The family operated a confectionery shop in this remote town, benefiting from the constant influx of traders and tourists due to its proximity to the Wind Country, which ensured a steady, if modest, stream of business. The prolonged turmoil of war had imparted a mature understanding of his parents' struggles upon the 10-year-old Kenta, compelling him, even at such a playful age, to contribute to his family's well-being. "Be careful." "Got it," Kenta murmured absently as he accepted the basin from his mother's hands, dashing towards the outdoor stall. As he stepped outside, a sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying fine sand that struck his face, with some particles inadvertently invading his eyes. Ugh. The discomfort caused him to instinctively shut his eyes, disrupting his footing. By the time Kenta regained his senses, the balance between his body and the weight of the dumplings had been compromised, and the momentum of his running propelled him forward uncontrollably. Oh no. Panic surged within him as despair washed over Kenta. The thought of his momentary carelessness jeopardizing the entire morning's business made him envision his mother's furious reaction. Whoosh. A sound sliced through the air beside Kenta, and he suddenly felt himself enveloped by something. He opened his eyes, eager to comprehend the unfolding events, only to be instantly filled with regret. Before him lay a long, sinuous black serpent coiling around him, suspended in midair. The primal fear surged through Kenta's mind, causing him to overlook the serene presence of Maruko nearby and the serpent's gradual descent. "Ah!" he screamed, flailing his arms and legs in sheer panic. The black serpent, evidently startled by his outburst, released its grip on him and sprang away like a coiled spring. "Cough, cough. Are you all right, young one?" A gentle voice resonated in Kinna's ears, but he remained oblivious, eyes shut tight as he instinctively retreated, continuing to wave his arms in a frenzy. Stay away. Stay away. Haha. It's all right. It's all right. Why not open your eyes and take a look? Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands resting on his shoulders, which alleviated some of his anxiety, and his rapid breaths began to steady. Breathing out, Kenta gradually regained his capacity for thought and began to open his eyes. Before him squatted a boy of around 16 or 17, a charming visage adorned with a sheepish grin and a hint of contrition in his eyes. Dressed in a warm white haori and sporting a forehead protector embossed with leaves, it was Akihara Kid, who had employed a transformation technique to mimic his potential appearance years hence. The imposing black serpent was none other than Sushin, who had also utilized the same technique. Though Sushin's true form was quite striking, it was prudent not to be overly ostentatious. Are you all right? My companion was merely anxious when it saw you nearly topple over. Kid explained with a smile, gesturing towards Sushin and giving it a thumbs up. Humph. Sushin, somewhat startled, lifted its head proudly upon receiving Kid's affirmation. Observing that Kenta still appeared dazed, Kid deliberately adjusted his forehead protector. The reason he did not remove it was evident. The presence of a large serpent beside an ordinary person might raise eyebrows, but alongside a ninja, it was far from extraordinary. The ninja world was rife with bizarre summoning beasts, rendering the sight of a mere serpent somewhat unremarkable. As anticipated, Kid's actions captured Kinna's attention, drawing his gaze to the forehead protector representing Kanehagakure. Are you a ninja? Only upon confirming the identity of the individual before him did Kinna's shock begin to dissipate, significantly reducing his fear of Sushin. Typically, a legitimate ninja would not harm civilians. At least not overtly. The commotion in the bustling street, coupled with the sight of Sushin, had attracted a number of onlookers. What is going on, Kenta? Why all the noise? Kinna's mother emerged, startled by the sight of a large black serpent at the doorway. But her surprise quickly faded as she noticed Kid's forehead protector, leading her to grasp the situation, whether on a mission or merely passing through. The ninja temporarily lingering here is among their primary patrons. Oh, it's nothing. This child was a bit too hasty when he ran out. And my companion assisted him just as he was about to fall, which might have startled him a little, explained Akihara Kid with a chuckle. Is that so? Ito's mother paused for a moment, then turned a stern gaze toward Ito Kenta, reprimanding him. You silly child, I've told you to be more careful. Why the rush? Hurry up and thank them. Oh. Ito Kenta felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, mortified by his earlier behavior. Thank you, he stammered, bowing his head in gratitude towards Sushin, who nodded slightly, acknowledging his thanks. All right, no worries. We'd like to purchase some colorful dumplings, if you please. After seeing Sushin nod, Akihara Kid waved his hand to ease the atmosphere. Moments later, gazing at Sushin, who was savoring the dumplings with the skewer delicately poised at its mouth, Ito Kenta hesitated before finally asking Akihara Kid, it really one tea bite, right? Coughing. Akihara Kid was momentarily choked by the question, bending down to wave his hands dismissively. Sushin blinked and swallowed the sweet treat. I do not bite. Huh. The melodious voice startled Ito Kenta, leaving him momentarily speechless. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you. As he recognized it was Sushin speaking, he flustered in his attempts to explain, only to find that the phrase, I didn't know you could think sounded utterly inappropriate, causing his face to turn crimson. What have I done? Ito Kenta covered his face, feeling the weight of discussing whether someone would bite in front of them was not merely rude. It's all right. Sushin shook its head, biting down on the last dumpling on the skewer. Ahem, well then, we should take our leave. Akihara Kid, having regained his composure and noticing Sushin had nearly finished, spoke up. As they walked along the bustling street, an abundance of spiritual energy surged towards Sushin. And after a short while, Akihara Kid could distinctly sense that its form had grown considerably. However, Sushin's attention was not on this transformation. It was like a curious child, eagerly exploring the vibrant surroundings. Akihara, look at this. Akihara, look at that. All right. Akihara Kid smiled, responding to each of Sushin's exclamations. His current purpose was to ensure that Sushin enjoyed a joyful childhood, creating warm memories. As the sun dipped below the horizon, after a day spent playing with Sushin while maintaining the spiritual and transformation techniques, his chakra was finally running low. Their final destination for the day was a bookshop. Did you have fun today? After exiting the bookshop, Akihara Kid led Sushin towards the tranquil outskirts. Absolutely. Su Exine soared into the air, circling around him a few times. Her form now more than twice its size compared to the early morning. Haha, splendid. Qiu Yuan Fengyang chuckled, feeling a sense of accomplishment in nurturing her. Confirming that they were not being followed and would not be discovered by anyone, Qiu Yuan removed his necklace, causing flames to rise. After tidying up, he turned to hand over several volumes on the history of the shinobi world and some storybooks to Su Xian. You can read these after you return. In a few days, we shall venture to other places for more fun. Great. Su Xian replied cheerfully, accepting the books with her chakra and nodding enthusiastically. Well then, goodbye. Qiu Yuan waved with a smile. Goodbye. With that, the summoning technique concluded, and amid a swirl of smoke, Su Xian's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 38. Return to the village Konoha, May 7th, 46 years after the establishment of the village with the complete collapse of the battlefield in Sunagakure. The Sand Shinobi faced overwhelming defeat, their forces crumbling in disarray. The newly ascended 4th Kazekage, Raza, announced the end of the conflict, bringing a half-year-long war to a close. The Sand Shinobi will use this defeat to recuperate. The next confrontation will be a full-scale war against Iwagakure, he mused. On the journey back to the village, Akiyama Kid reflected on the plot of the original narrative, doubting that Sunagakure would remain quiet for long. There is still a significant battle to come, he pondered. Once Sunagakure catches its breath, Raza will lead the Sand Shinobi into the fray, attempting to seize an advantage while Konoha engages Iwagakure. Then the Battle of Kaiki Mountain will ensue. His thoughts were mere speculation, as the original text provided scant details on this segment of the story. As Konoha village gradually came into view, the throngs at the village entrance immediately captured the attention of all. Most were family members of the shinobi who had participated in the war, eagerly awaiting the return of their loved ones. Uchiha Jin activated her Sharingan and scanned the crowd. As expected, failing to catch sight of the two individuals she sought. Akiyama Kid, too, realized that this poignant reunion would inevitably lack the presence of the two. However, there were still some awaiting their return, as Akiyama and Jin navigated through the jubilant crowd and stepped through the gates. Several figures clad in black with various animal masks descended before them. Akiyama Kid, Uchiha Jin, the third Hokage summons you to the Hokage's office. Ah, very well. Akiyama discreetly exchanged glances with Jin. Akiyama, you have matured into an exceptional shinobi, just like your father. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the 10-year-old Akiyama Kid with immense satisfaction, noting his mature demeanor. Indeed, it is my honor to contribute to the village. Akiyama knelt on one knee, performing a military salute, adhering to the formalities expected of him. Sarutobi nodded approvingly, then turned his attention to Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin, you have upheld the proud name of Uchiha. Your performance in the war against the Sand Shinobi was remarkable. I hope that you, too, will continue to serve the village as a proud Uchiha and a Ch. Very well. Though reluctant, Jin remembered Akiyama's advice and returned the salute. The two were held by the third Hokage for a half-hour lecture on the Will of Fire, before finally exiting the Hokage building. Shall we return to see? Akiyama softly inquired of Jin. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Jin firmly declined. Very well, let us proceed. Cough cough. Akiyama Kid pushed open the door to his home, which had been unattended for 6 months, and a cloud of dust enveloped him, prompting him to quickly shove Jin aside. Goodness, a stream of pure, unfiltered exclamations escaped his lips. Goodness? Uchiha Jin awkwardly echoed. As Akiyama often uttered phrases she could not comprehend, her eyes filled with confusion. Hey. Qiu Yuan hastily covered her mouth. Good children shouldn't learn this. Why not? It's nothing. Just wait for me here while I tidy up. He quickly shifted the topic. Phew, I need to pay more attention. Let me help you. Oh, no need. Sharingan, is that really necessary? Phew. The two busied themselves for quite a while before finally cleaning up. Just as they settled down on the sofa to rest, a sudden knocking echoed through the room. Knock. Just a moment. Qiu Yuan opened the door and was taken aback upon seeing the visitor, hesitantly speaking, Xue? Her current appearance was almost unrecognizable compared to his memories. Clad in the white robe of the Hyuga clan, she bore a long straight blade on her back, and a black eye patch concealed her injured right eye, masking her youthful essence. Her once playful short hair was now left unstyled, cascading freely to her shoulders. Good afternoon, Qiu Yuan. Is Jin here too? A gentle smile adorned Hinata Shuei's face as she peered slightly past Qiu Yuan and immediately spotted Uchiha Jin seated on the sofa. Yes. Come in. Qiu Yuan eagerly stepped aside to make room. We were just saying we would come find you. Good afternoon, Hinata Shuei. Uchiha Jin greeted the lively teammate as she entered the living room, finding her lively demeanor quite endearing. Good afternoon, Jin. Upon seeing Jin, Shuei's enthusiasm surged, her smile widening to reveal a tiny fawn. What are you up to? Ah, hey there. After setting down her blade, she enveloped Jin in a big hug, playfully pinching her cheek. Still so soft. It seems Qiu Yuan has been feeding you well. Stop it. Although Shuei was also a girl, such intimate gestures made Jin feel somewhat awkward. What feeding? I'm not a pet. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang helplessly pried Shuei away, yet seeing her so lively brought him joy. Just don't get trapped in the past. What are you doing? Stay out of girls' business. You take a break. I'm off to prepare dinner. At the dining table, Hinata Shuei eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork and savored it, squinting her eyes in delight. Delicious. The last time she had tasted Qiu Yuan's cooking was during a joint mission. Wuju Jianjie had also highly praised his culinary skills, which meant that the meals for Team 9 were always entrusted to Qiu Yuan. It's even better than what those restaurants serve. How come you can do everything? Hinata Shuei offered a piece to Uchiha Jin, encouraging her to try it as well. It's quite simple. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Besides, there are many things I don't know how to do. After lunch, the members of Team 9 sat in silence on the sofa. Hinata Shuei took a deep breath, turning her gaze towards Qiu Yuan Fengyang, and revealed the purpose of her visit. Qiu Yuan, may I engage you in a duel? She requested with a solemn expression. Qiu Yuan pondered for a moment, instinctively sensing that Hinata Yuki's visit was not merely a nostalgic reunion. Rest assured, I shall not be ensnared by the past. Hinata Yuki spoke with a smile, as if perceiving his thoughts. I will inherit my teacher's will and become a true ninja. She slowly drew the straight blade beside her, her fingers gliding gently across the clear, mirror-like surface of the blade. Thus, for the past 6 months, I have been preparing, eagerly anticipating this day. The day I am no longer a burden, the day I earn your recognition and officially become a member of Team 9. With a gentle smile, Hinata Yuki expressed herself, devoid of any sharp intensity, grand resolution, or significant emotional fluctuation. She simply articulated her feelings calmly and as a matter of course. Qiu Yuan Fengyang was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the comforting words that had been on the tip of his tongue. 3 days apart makes one reconsider. He realized he had judged her prematurely. Even a tender child, after enduring pain, will grow. Very well, I accept your challenge. However, I must correct you. You have never been a burden. You have always been a member of Team 9, both in the past and in the present. Chapter 39. Growth. A few individuals arrived at a nearby training ground, where Hinata Yuki and Akahara Kid faced each other, blades drawn. Please give it your all. Do not worry about injuring me, Hinata Yuki asserted earnestly, raising her hand to form a stance of opposition. I will, Akahara Kid replied, gripping his katana tightly in his left hand while mirroring her stance with his right. Are you ready? He inquired, prompting Uchiha Jin to take on the role of referee. Yes, I am prepared, she affirmed. With their focus sharply honed, both were ready. Uchiha Jin nodded, declaring, then, the ninja sparring begins. With her command, both participants surged toward one another. The clash of blades echoed, a contest of speed and reflexes. After merely one exchange, Akahara sensed something amiss. Through countless encounters of assassination, ambushes, and counter-ambushes over the past 6 months, his speed had undeniably surpassed that of an average nin. He had previously engaged in a taijutsu match with a jonin leader from Sunagakure, resulting in a somewhat even outcome, indicating that his speed was at least on par with that of a typical jonin. Yet, Hinata Yuki was managing to keep pace with him effortlessly, her eyes revealing a calmness that suggested she was not utilizing Byakugan. As they exchanged blows, Hinata gradually adapted to Akahara's rhythm, seeking an opportunity. With a thrust, Akahara sidestepped, seemingly anticipating her move, indicating he had begun to decipher her patterns. As he prepared for his next assault, her mind began to speculate. His wrist rotated, and Hinata Yuki remained fixated. Next is a diagonal upward slash. Just as anticipated, his attack trajectory aimed at her neck. Seizing the moment of Akahara's initial thrust, Hinata swiftly shifted her right foot and altered her stance, leaning to the right to evade his strike. Break, she whispered softly, targeting the hilt of his sword, executing a swift upward flick that transpired in a mere 1.5 seconds. Witnessing this, Uchiha Jin narrowed her eyes, a crimson hue suddenly staining her gaze. That is, observing Hinata Yuki's strikingly familiar yet slightly foreign stance and attack pattern, Jin felt a sense of bewilderment. However, contemplating the outcome that awaited her, Sympathy welled up in her heart. This is Akihara Kiid's pupils constricted as his body instinctively reacted to the well-known attack. His wrist twisted again, transforming the upward slash into a downward stroke. Clang. What? Hinata Yuki could hardly believe her eyes as Akihara's blade altered its trajectory in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, countering her attack and forcefully pinning her blade to the ground, immobilizing it. His response seemed entirely instinctual, devoid of any conscious thought or hesitation, as if it had become second nature. With the spar concluded, Akihara emerged victorious. Uchiha Jin approached slowly. Uchiha-style swordsmanship? Akihara Maple River was somewhat taken aback and sheathed her blade. Her comprehension of this swordsmanship could be described as more profound than that of most Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Jin was an exceptional heir to this sword technique. Not only had she gained insights through countless sparring sessions with her, but Jin had also meticulously instructed Akihara in this style of swordsmanship. Hinata Yuki was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining her composure, she could not help but press her forehead with her hand. Uchiha Jin had always been by Akihara's side, having fought alongside each other for so long. He must be intimately familiar with Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Indeed, it was a remarkable Uchiha clansman I met on the mist-hidden front line who taught me. Typically, the Uchiha sword style cannot be imparted to outsiders. Uchiha Jin fixed her gaze on Hinata Yuki, for this was one of the few pieces of information regarding the clan that her father had shared with her. Oh, will she face punishment for this? Hinata Yuki inquired, flustered. As long as those elders in the clan remain unaware, it should be fine, Uchiha Jin replied, withdrawing her gaze. Just refrain from using it in front of other Uchiha clan members next time. All right, thank you, Hinata Yuki sighed in relief. For if Uchiha Rin were to be punished due to her actions, Akihara, may we go again? After adjusting her state, Hinata Yuki made her request anew. Her previous display was merely the tip of the iceberg of what she had learned over the past 6 months. She yearned to reveal her entire self before her companions. Very well. The two took their positions once more. This time, I shall give it my all. Hinata Yuki formed a hand seal with one hand, and the veins around her left eye became engorged as she activated her Byakugan. Does this mean you were holding back previously? I must admit, I underestimated you. Akihara Maple River smirked, her tone teasing yet intrigued. Begin. Clang, clang, clang. The activation of the Byakugan did not accelerate Hinata Yuki's speed in their intense close quarters entanglement. Neither party was able to gain the upper hand. In the standoff of countering moves, Hinata Yuki suddenly altered her attack, her rhythm slowing unexpectedly. Seizing the opportunity, Akihara began to apply intense pressure, yet before he realized it, he found himself on the defensive, gradually struggling to keep up. Hinata Yuki's blade, in its seamless transition between offense and defense, consistently sought out vulnerabilities to strike at his vital points from remarkably cunning angles, leaving him unable to respond effectively. Is that gentle fist? How astonishingly it has been integrated into her swordsmanship. Clang. After Akihara Maple River successfully parried her strike aimed at the center of his chest, he did not grant her the chance to follow with a flurry of attacks. Channeling all his strength, he concentrated it in his arm to push her blade back toward her, then executed an upward slash to deflect her weapon, disrupting her rhythm. Hinata Yuki swiftly adjusted to deliver a diagonal slash, while Akihara Maple River, aware of his disadvantage in close combat, quickly leaped back to create distance. In midair, he performed a series of hand signs. Whoosh. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Roaring fiercely, a fire dragon surged toward Hinata Yuki at breakneck speed, the extreme heat distorting the surrounding air. The flames reflected in her white pupils as Hinata Yuki maintained a serene expression. The blade in her hand shimmered with flowing water, enveloping the sword itself. With a graceful motion, she sliced upward from the left, creating a cascade of splashing water. Subsequently, she thrust the blade forward, directly targeting the fire dragon as countless streams of water coalesced at the tip of her sword, forming a shield of water. With a resounding crash, the fire dragon collided with the water shield, and white steam instantaneously enveloped the entire battlefield. Chakra attachment. Such a feat demands an extraordinarily precise control of chakra. Observing Hinata Yuki effortlessly neutralizing the fire technique, Qiu Yuan felt a surge of excitement and was genuinely pleased for her. As for why he understood the conditions for chakra attachment, it was not solely due to Asuma's teachings to Naruto in the original work, but also because he could do it too. Chapter 40. Redemption. Akiyama Kiid gripped his katana with both hands, the air around the blade swirling with wind-release chakra, creating a high-pressure wind blade that sliced through the surrounding atmosphere with a whispering sound. Achieving such precise chakra control for Doton was not particularly challenging for him. He mastered it in a short span of time, although he seldom employed it. With a swift motion, a vast cloud of steam was blown aside as Akiyama charged towards Hinata Yuki. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Yuki raised her blade once more. The water flow dissipated from the blade, replaced by a high-pressure airflow that surrounded it. Strangely, Hinata Yuki was not skilled in wind release. With a downward swing, a gust of air sliced through the space towards Akiyama. Incredible! A sword aura. How magnificent! Akiyama exclaimed, startled, though the invisible air blade was difficult to perceive. The sound it made as it cleaved the air was unmistakable. This was beyond his capability. Incredible? Uchiha Jin repeated, bewildered, as his useless knowledge expanded. The principle of the 8 trigrams empty palm. The 8 trigrams empty palm was one of the few long-range offensive techniques in the gentle fist style, capable of compressing chakra to a high density before unleashing it. I never anticipated she could develop such an application, Akiyama mused, knowing he dared not confront it directly. With a whoosh, several strands of hair floated past him, the sword aura moving at an astonishing speed, barely grazing his face despite his immediate sidestep. Observing Akiyama evade her attack, Hinata Yuki raised her blade again, but this time, it was not aimed at him. In her Byakugan's 360-degree vision, Akiyama's shadow clone had stealthily maneuvered to her left rear, brandishing a kunai aimed at her. Seizing the moment, Hinata Yuki swiftly swung her blade backward. Yet it met only empty air, failing to strike Akiyama's shadow clone. At that instant, Akiyama's shadow clone appeared behind her, thrusting the kunai towards her. Hinata Yuki murmured, "Heavenly rotation." With a resounding boom, a powerful chakra storm erupted around her, instantly shredding the attacking shadow clone. Strangely, her body did not rotate with the heavenly rotation, but instead faced forward, meeting Akiyama's true form as he charged towards her. Clang! Their blades clashed once more, but this time, Akiyama's sword was imbued with wind-release chakra, even though Hinata Yuki perfectly parried his strike, preventing him from landing a blow. The sharp wind blade left minute cuts upon her skin. In an instant, the surface of Hinata Yuki's blade shimmered with water light, each of her slashing trajectories accompanied by sprays of azure waves, neutralizing the cutting force of the wind blades. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly sliced towards Hinata Yuki's arm, deliberately targeting the fleshiest part. Akiyama had completed his hand seals long before she executed her heavenly rotation, patiently waiting for the opportune moment amid their clash. Hinata Yuki adjusted the position of her arm and deftly evaded the attack, countering with a horizontal slash aimed at Akiyama. She had already discerned the chakra surging within him through her Byakugan and was prepared for this very move. It seemed that a direct confrontation was inevitable. After blocking Akiyama's strike, he twisted his blade, transforming the gust of wind into a fierce flame. The intense heat clashed with the water flowing along Hinata Yuki's sword, causing it to evaporate in hissing bursts. To counter her swordsmanship, which is imbued with the gentle fist technique, I must escalate both speed and intensity, conclusively. Akiyama hastened his pace, no longer falling behind against Hinata Yuki's unpredictable swordplay. The sounds of clashing blades resonated as their figures intertwined, with water and flame dancing around them, creating an ethereal mist that rendered their forms indistinct, akin to a fantastical dream. With a resounding clang, Akiyama's sword, purchased for 2,500 ryo, ultimately shattered under the relentless strain of chakra. Swish! Hinata Yuki's blade came to a steady halt before Akiyama's neck, the finely crafted weapon of the Hyuga clan whispering ominously in his ear. Despite enduring the fierce clashes, the blade bore not a single blemish. Hinata Yuki slowly sheathed her sword, while Akiyama, left with only the hilt of his weapon, shook his head in resignation. This was precisely why he seldom employed chakra enhancement. The circumstances simply did not permit it. "Yuki, you have truly become an exceptional ninja," Akiyama remarked sincerely, his gaze fixed on Hinata Yuki. In merely 6 months, her growth was nothing short of remarkable, bordering on genius. Yet, he hesitated to label her as such, for he did not wish to undermine the dedication and resolve that lay behind her development. With a deep sigh of relief, Hinata Yuki released the burden of past shadows, expectations she had set for herself, and the weight of her mentor's will. The pressure she felt before Akiyama was immense. She feared that her relentless efforts might amount to mere self-deception, and that she would fall short of expectations, remaining the helpless child in need of her teacher's protection. However, at the very least, I have not lost. Finally, I am no longer a burden. A genuine smile broke across her face, the first heartfelt expression in many months, as tears of joy slipped down her cheeks. "Yuki, are you all right?" Akiyama's voice broke through her reverie. She quickly wiped her tears away. "I'm fine. I'm just incredibly happy." "Akiyama, you didn't lose. Your sword simply broke. I shall make amends," she added cheerfully. Akiyama waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. "Such tools are plentiful. There's no need to concern yourself." At that moment, Uchiha Jin approached, taking Akiyama's hand. "I have the funds. I will assist him in purchasing a new one, so you need not worry." Jin gazed intently at Yuki, speaking earnestly. Under such scrutiny, Hinata Yuki momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, a hand waved in front of her eyes. "The practice has concluded. Both parties shall exchange the seal of reconciliation." Akawara Kid mimicked the tone of Takei Kenji, his expression turning serious as he spoke. Hinata Yuki, momentarily dazed, extended her hand. Chapter 41. The hero. Is it really necessary to purchase so many? Observing Uchiha Jin clutching 2 large bouquets, Akihara Fengjiang couldn't help but chuckle at the stark contrast with the few stems in his own hands. After bidding farewell to Hinata Yuki, the pair had visited a flower shop to procure some white lilies. Jin held the flowers tightly, nodding resolutely. "All right, let's go." "Very well." Under her urging, Akihara stepped ahead, making his way toward the end of the street. Moments later, they arrived at their destination, Konoha Cemetery. Amidst countless white tombstones, they wove through until halting at 2 unassuming memorial stones. Gazing at the inscriptions reading Akihara Makoto and Akihara Fengling, Akihara Fengjiang found himself momentarily speechless. There was so much he wished to express, yet facing them now, he was at a loss for words. The insights, experiences, and growth born from war were all things they had hoped he would never witness from the very beginning. They had wished for him to forsake the path of a ninja, yet this world proved far more intricate than they had imagined, compelling him to diverge from their expectations, all in an effort to rid himself of that wretched sense of powerlessness. After a brief silence, a slight rustling sound broke through. As Uchiha Jin first shattered the stillness, she knelt down, placing the 2 bouquets before the memorial stones of their elders. They were both wonderful people, weren't they? Yes. Akihara Fengjiang nodded slowly. They were both very gentle souls. He too bent slightly, laying his flowers beside Jin's. It was true that a child of 1 or 2 years might not comprehend the depths of their love. Yet they would shower him with all that they believed to be the best. "I am truly grateful to them." Akihara spoke softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He continued to share his thoughts, while Jin listened in silence, her gaze fixed upon him. In this moment, the ability to transcend sorrow and blossom into a smile was undoubtedly a beautiful happiness. At an age still marked by unsteady steps, he was already confronting life alone. He did not cry, nor did he throw tantrums. He never complained, always radiating positivity and remaining ever humble and polite. He was the exemplar of their neighborhood, the very aspiration of countless parents for their children. This was knowledge gleaned from his neighbors during her investigative assignments for the academy, and it marked the first occasion she acted upon her own desires. Jin had often placed herself in his shoes, yet each time concluded that she could never embody his composure and strength, despite the kind-hearted neighbors who kept a watchful eye. What thoughts occupied his mind during those countless lonely, suffocating nights? What was the source of the strength and gentleness that upheld him? This was a riddle she could not decipher, and it was precisely this quality in Akihara that captivated her. Reflecting on this, Jin began to ponder her own circumstances. If he could remain so optimistic under such conditions, what of herself? Her living environment surpassed that of Akiyama by a considerable margin. Yet, how could her character have transformed in such a manner? She began to reflect upon her childhood. Jin recalled that each time she returned from training, the entrance was perpetually shrouded in shadows, her father's towering figure blocking the light from the porch, his Sharingan gleaming ominously in the dimness. Your hand signs were 0. 17 seconds slower today. She clutched the blood-soaked bandages and lowered her gaze, while her mother silently handed her a new training scroll. At the end of the corridor, the children's room held no toys, only the sprawling Uchiha family tree, the twisted Tomo patterns creeping up her bedding in the moonlight. Jin remembered a kind elder from the clan gifting her a charming hairpin, a moment that brought her prolonged joy. However, not long after, her father personally cast it into the fire. As the flames consumed the cherry blossom adornment, Jin caught the acrid scent of her singed hair. This was the consequence of a mistake made during yesterday's fire release training. Although most days were steeped in such harshness, there were fleeting moments worth cherishing. Jin recalled one day when, after an arduous training session in the rain led to a high fever. Her mother unexpectedly sat on the edge of her bed, her pale fingertips hovering 3 inches above Jin's forehead. The green glow of medical chakra illuminating the ceiling like a morbid lake. Upon awakening, her mother said nothing, merely turned away in silence. When she turned back, Jin saw her flushed face reflected in her mother's eyes, the closest contact she had experienced with her mother since becoming aware of her surroundings. Hey! Akiyama Kid waved his hand in front of Uchiha Jin, who had been lost in thought for quite some time. Huh? Jin's musings were abruptly interrupted. Jin, you've been crouching for ages. Aren't your legs numb? At his remark, Jin realized her legs had seemingly lost all sensation. Ouch. She slightly rose, grimacing in discomfort. Haha, what were you thinking about? Akiyama chuckled, helping her to her feet. Cough, nothing much. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Uchiha Jin's face as she steadied herself with Akiyama's assistance. I think I should go back and take a look. After a moment's hesitation, Jin voiced her thought. Sure. Akiyama was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained composure. We have been striving to do what we desire all along, right? So, just follow your heart. Uchiha Jin listened intently and nodded earnestly. Then I shall take my leave. All right. Take care, yes. See you. Akiyama Kid watched as Jin's figure vanished from sight before turning towards the newly erected memorial stones. In his hands, he still held 2 flowers. Soon, he found the memorial stone of his teacher, Takagami Kenkai. Before the stone lay an array of flowers, and Akiyama silently placed his own down. Forgive me, Brother Takagami. After uttering his apology, Akiyama Kid opened his mouth several times, yet no words emerged. Sighing softly in silent mourning, just as he prepared to leave, a voice called from behind him. Akiyama? As Akiyama Kid turned his head, he spotted Uchiha Obito calling out to him from a short distance away. Flanked by Hatake Kakashi and Noara Rin. It's you. Akiyama approached them. We came with Kakashi to pay tribute to his father, Obito explained. While Kakashi maintained his usual deadpan expression, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I see. May I join you? Akiyama inquired. Aware that Team 7 was returning to the village simultaneously and had prepared an additional flower for this occasion. Kakashi nodded, offering no further commentary. After exchanging pleasantries, the group soon arrived at their destination, the memorial stone for the esteemed Konoha White Fang, Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo had, during a mission when Kakashi was merely 5 years old, forsaken his task to rescue a comrade in peril, unaware of the ridiculous consequences that would ensue from such a decision. In a ninja's worldview, missions were paramount, surpassing all else, including one's own life. Tsukumo's choice undoubtedly challenged the very foundation of this ninja ethos. The aftermath was a torrent of scorn and pressure, transforming this illustrious hero of Konoha into a figure of public contempt overnight, even drawing reproach from the comrade he had saved. The stark contrast between ideals and reality shattered his beliefs, and overwhelmed by the burden, Tsukumo ultimately chose to take his own life, leaving behind a young Kakashi. Uncle Tsukumo was a hero those people simply do not understand, as their perspectives are shackled by the ninja system. At last, Akiyama had the opportunity to express the support he had withheld during his academy days. With this thought, he placed the last flower before Tsukumo's memorial stone. Hey, Akiyama. You feel the same way. Obito, who had been somewhat somber, suddenly brightened at this remark. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, those who disrupt the system are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than that. Yes, I concur. Rin chimed in supportively. Kakashi gazed at his companions, and for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of emotion flickered in his otherwise tranquil eyes. Chapter 42. Uchiha. As Uchiha Jin pushed open the door to her home, a serene silence enveloped the interior. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the wooden floor of the entrance, while the air was infused with a subtle fragrance of tea. Jin removed her shoes, neatly placing them beside the shoe cabinet, before softly calling out, I'm home. There was no response. Entering the living room, she found her mother, Uchiha-ku, seated at the low table, absorbed in a medical journal. A cup of steaming tea rested on the table, accompanied by several scrolls depicting herbal illustrations, suggesting she was engrossed in formulating new remedies. Mother, Jin called again. Only then did Uchiha-ku lift her gaze, momentarily diverting her attention from the notes to her daughter. Her expression remained calm, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if she wished to speak but instinctively refrained. You're back? Yes, Jin nodded, settling down across from her. A silence lingered between them for a moment. Uchiha closed the journal, reached for the teapot, and poured a cup of hot tea. Sliding it toward Jin. How is the situation at the front? Not bad. For now, there are no new conflicts. Jin accepted the teacup, her fingertips savoring the warmth of the ceramic. Is father not home? Uchiha replied tersely, her gaze returning to the journal. The movements of the rock shinobi appear unusual. They have allied with the forces from the land of grass. Oh, unconsciously, Jin activated her Sharingan, which caught the watchful eye of Uchiha. What kind of anguish could compel her to awaken her 3-tomo Sharingan overnight? Though time had passed, the instinct of a mother still caused a pang in Uchiha's heart, her fingers trembling slightly as they turned the pages. Jin remained oblivious to this detail. As the autumn sun shone like an unyielding little star, constantly radiating warmth, her animosity toward her father had softened considerably over the past 6 months. The Sharingan, bestowed upon her by him, had indeed aided her immensely. I hope he can return safely. Jin lowered her head, taking a sip of the familiar herbal tea. It was slightly bitter yet pleasantly sweet in the aftertaste. Her mother had often brewed this tea for her during her childhood illnesses. I might stay for a while this time. Jin hesitated before speaking. Uchiha's fingers paused momentarily but soon resumed their motion over the journal. Jin fell silent again, quietly sipping her tea. Outside, the rustle of leaves danced in the wind, and the light streaming through the window grew warmer, casting elongated shadows within the room. After what felt like an eternity, Uchiha suddenly closed the journal and rose to head toward the kitchen. What would you like for dinner? Jin was taken aback, lifting her gaze to her mother's retreating figure. Meals at home were typically governed by strict nutritional guidelines, leaving little room for discussion or the luxury of choice, refusing to eat midden during hunger. This seemingly mundane question, what would you like to eat, was, in fact, the first of its kind to grace their household since Jin could remember. Anything ordinary will suffice. Uchiha Jin responded faintly. Yet her steps were noticeably slower than usual, as if she were waiting for her companion to elaborate further. Observing her retreating figure, Jin suddenly felt that perhaps some sentiments need not be articulated. She set down her teacup and rose to follow her into the kitchen. Let me lend a hand. Much of their time had been spent in the wilderness, necessitating self-sufficiency in meals. Having assisted Akawara for quite some time, Jin had accumulated a fair amount of experience. After dinner, the conversation with her mother was sparse, leaving Jin at a loss on how to fill the ensuing leisure hours. She exited her home and began to wander aimlessly through the Uchiha clan grounds. Ah, life, Jin murmured to herself, recalling Akawara's constant reminders that tranquility and peace are the essence of life. In days gone by, merely completing her daily training had left her utterly fatigued, with no energy to incorporate other aspects into her world. Now, reflecting upon it, she realized she had never taken the time to observe the lives of her fellow clan members. As she walked against the backdrop of the setting sun, Uchiha Jin took deliberate strides. The indigo mist perpetually enveloped the dyeing workshop in the back alley, where Uchiha Saori was hanging freshly dyed yukatas on bamboo poles, the fabric's flame fan pattern flickering in the breeze. The youngest, Ayako, chased the shrine's ninja dog, her wooden clogs tapping a lively rhythm on the stone path, startling the sparrows perched on the clothesline into flight towards the persimmon tree. Passing by the Uchiha shrine, Jin noticed an array of wind chimes newly hung on the Emma board. Just as she was about to leave, a shrine maiden of similar age called out to her, cradling an unlit wish candle. Excuse me, would you care to make a wish? As Jin strolled away from the shrine, she meandered past the Managawa River, where under the old cherry tree, 2 Uchiha elders were engaged in a game of Go. As she contemplated taking a detour, one elder clad in a dark green haori suddenly exclaimed, is that not the little girl from the Fujikage family? You've grown quite tall. Jin paused and politely replied, Yes, it is I, Uchiha Jin. I've heard you've been quite impressive on the front lines. Each mission, you dispatch the enemy with finesse, never faltering. No. That credit belongs to my teammate Akawara Kid. Your father was quite remarkable at your age. The 2 elders continued their game, the pieces clicking rhythmically on the board, while Jin occasionally nodded in agreement with the elder's seemingly well-informed chatter. After a brief moment, she excused herself under the pretense of returning home for dinner and passed by the clan's public training ground, where 3 children, around 5 or 6 years old, were engaged in a shuriken targeting contest. The eldest boy threw a shuriken too far off course, embedding it just 3 inches from Jin's foot. She bent down to retrieve the shuriken, remarking, You need to adjust your wrist angle downwards by 15 degrees. With a swift motion, the shuriken soared through the air, striking the bullseye with precision. Well, in the admiring gaze of the children, Jin left only her silhouette behind. At the western entrance of the clan grounds, Granny Uchiha Chika was tidying up her empty vegetable baskets after a successful sale. The shop owner deliberately hung the wind chime askew by 3 inches, ensuring that the passing Uchiha Kagami would instinctively straighten it, thus perpetuating their silent game that has endured for 30 years, even in the absence of one of them. As Jin observed the myriad facets of life beneath the setting sun, she lacked the ability to articulate the diverse sentiments akin to those expressed by Akiyama. Yet she seemed to comprehend some aspects of the life he yearned for. Just as she prepared to conclude her leisurely stroll and return home, a voice called out to her, "Uchiha Jin, is that you returning?" Turning around, she beheld a beautiful woman cradling an infant who had just emerged from her home. Seemingly fortuitous to encounter Jin as she was about to depart. Uchiha Makoto, the current matriarch. Jin swiftly recalled the identity of the woman before her. "You remember me?" Jin responded with a smile. They had only met at a grand clan gathering a year prior, and Jin was pleasantly surprised that Makoto still recognized her. The hero of the lower ninjas, the steadfast heir to the will of fire, the new prodigy of the Uchiha clan. These titles have certainly etched an impression of you in my mind, Uchiha Makoto remarked, shaking her head with a smile. "What is?" Jin's gaze drifted to the infant nestled in Makoto's arms. "This is my child, just a month old." Makoto's face radiated joy as she gently caressed the sleeping baby's face. "Is it a boy or a girl? What name have you chosen?" "It is a boy, and his name is Uchiha Itachi." Chapter 43. Daily life in Konoha. Humming the melody of Bluebird, Akihara Keat strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha. Vendors crowded both sides of the cobblestone path, the enticing aroma of grilled sanma mingling with the sweetness of fresh persimmons in the air, while the sound of merchants' shoulder pulls creaked rhythmically. Although he had been away for over half a year, the familiar surroundings had undergone quite a transformation, nonetheless. He skillfully located his favorite ramen shop. This time, he was fortunate not to arrive during closing hours, and the ever-charming Uncle Ikaku was still in business. "Uncle Ikaku, may I please have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen?" As soon as he sat down, Akihara could hardly contain his excitement for a nostalgic taste. "Oh, Akihara, you've grown quite a bit since I last saw you." Upon noticing a customer, Ikaku gently placed his daughter down and greeted him with a warm smile. "Shibu, go play over there for a bit." "Okay." Watching his daughter obediently scamper off to the side, Ikaku nodded with satisfaction. "Hey, I thought you might not recognize me." Akihara smiled at the heartwarming scene before him. "How could I forget? Although I'm not a ninja, I certainly won to be outdone when it comes to memory." Ikaku patted his chest confidently. "Please take a seat. The noodles will be ready shortly." With a wave, Ikaku turned to his tasks. "All right," Akihara replied, seizing the opportunity to wave at Ikaku's daughter. "Shibu-chan, do you remember me?" Shibu scrunched her little face in concentration, yet she could not recall who he was. I don't remember." The ramen shop received a plethora of customers daily, and she was merely a 5-year-old child. Fully aware of this, Akihara chuckled softly. The child was indeed honest. "Shall we play a game?" "Huh, what kind of game?" The mention of a game sparked a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Akihara retrieved a maple leaf necklace from his pocket, a sample he had crafted just the day before, but had yet to imbue with a sealing technique. "I'll give you a gift and share my name. If you remember me when I return next time, I'll bestow upon you another gift." "How does that sound?" Akihara said with a smile, shaking the necklace gently. "Yes. Haha, I'm Akihara Keat. You should call me Akihara Onaiken." Adjusting the necklace to fit, he carefully placed it around Shibu's neck and infused it with a bit of chakra, making it shimmer beautifully. Although it was daytime, it looked stunning indoors. "Wow, thank you, Akihara Onaiken." "Haha, you're welcome. Now go play." Watching the little one dance with joy, Akihara waved cheerfully. "Your noodles are ready. Enjoy." "Thank you." As he exited the ramen shop, Akihara immediately noticed a crowd gathered across the street. A flicker of curiosity sparked in his eyes as he approached the gathering. "Excuse me, Mayam, what is happening here?" Akihara politely inquired of a middle-aged woman standing at the edge of the crowd. Ah, what else could it be but the police department? Amidst the grumbling of this elderly woman, Chen began to grasp the situation at hand. A member of the Uchiha police force had seemingly accidentally shattered the wares of a pottery vendor during the course of their duties. As Chen navigated through the crowd, he witnessed the old man at the pottery stall with a flushed face, a blue and white ceramic jar lying in shards on the ground, resembling a crescent moon. The officer, adorned in deep-hued uniform embroidered with a flame-patterned fan, held a notepad, the tip of his pen tapping rhythmically on the paper. I acknowledge this was my mistake. But it was truly unintentional. You did it on purpose. The old man, Matsumoto, clutched a small jar tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. I've maintained this position for 20 years. How can you suddenly claim I've encroached half a foot? A notice for the renovation of the southern commercial street had been posted 3 months prior. Uchiha Yuki, her eyes concealed beneath the shadow of her forehead protector, endeavored to remain composed, her voice measured and precise, as if it had been meticulously calibrated. You have obstructed the fire lane. It is imperative that... Fire lane? The old man abruptly struck the jar against the ground, startling the woman selling persimmons next door, who recoiled a step. My daughter has been lying in the hospital for 3 months. If it weren't for the need to gather money for her medication, would I, in my old age? Shoyuin caught the mingling scents of sake and clay, clearly indicating that the old man had indulged rather liberally. His words bore the weight of life's hardships, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. This incident may merely have been the spark that ignited his frustrations. To put it plainly, this police officer had stumbled directly into the line of fire. May I see the fragments? As Shoyuin crouched down, he deliberately angled his body to avoid imposing a sense of pressure. Chakra coalesced into fine strands at his fingertips, gently brushing against the jagged edges of the pottery. You see, there are 3 distinct shockwave patterns in the fractures. He raised a shard to the sunlight. If it were intentionally smashed, the cracks would exhibit radial patterns. Uchiha Yuki's pen halted abruptly, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze, as if she had not anticipated someone coming to her aid. After all, the Uchiha Police Department had left a rather unfavorable impression on the villagers, a sentiment she had come to understand deeply over the past 6 months of enforcement. It would be an exaggeration to label them as notorious. Rather, it could be said that they were objects of avoidance. At that moment, an elderly fishmonger nearby leaned in, squinting with interest. Indeed, last year, my son smashed a pickling jar, and it had the same sunburst pattern. Shoyuin turned to Uchiha Yuki, a kind smile gracing his features, a simple analysis of mechanics often employed on the battlefield. How about this? He retrieved several banknotes from his pocket. Allow me to purchase the damaged pottery from you at the standard market price. I happen to need some clay samples for an earth element experiment. Matsumoto's intoxication seemed to dissipate slightly as he lifted his gaze, his murky eyes trembling. You. He understood well that arguing with Uchiha Yuki here would yield no practical results. He was prepared to resign himself to misfortune. Expecting compensation from the police department? Engaging them openly was merely a wishful thought, for any retaliation against him would be a grim reality. Being a ninja is truly troublesome. Wouldn't you agree? Shoyuin winked at him. Thank you, observing the old man's relaxed shoulders. Uchiha Yuki unexpectedly cleared her throat. According to Article 27 of the Police Department regulations, if law enforcement personnel cause losses to villagers due to errors during their duty, they must be confined for 3 days. First-time offenders may be exempted from confinement, but are required to pay a regulatory comprehension deposit. Her gesture of retrieving money was as stiff as if her joints were rusted. When the silver note landed in the old man's puzzled palm, Akiyama caught a glimpse of the worn edges of her security team uniform's cuffs. It seems that even those of noble lineage have ordinary individuals striving diligently. As the crowd dispersed, Akiyama purchased 2 bags of roasted chestnuts, extending one towards Uchiha Yuki, which lingered in the air for a moment before ultimately being accepted. The unfamiliar deposit would surely raise suspicions, wouldn't it? Akiyama Fengjiang spoke in a nonchalant tone, feigning interest in the falling ginkgo leaves. The young police officer's action of cracking open the chestnut shell was reminiscent of a hamster. Regulations require a touch of flexibility. Oh, after all, it was my unintentional mishap that caused the breakage. Akiyama Fengjiang leisurely meandered several more times before finally stepping into a ninja tool shop, casting a shadow under the setting sun. Hello. May I inquire about the price of chakra scrolls? Chapter 44. Indigo Palace at midnight. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects outside the window. Shoyuin Fengjiang stood at the threshold of his home, noting that the time was nearly upon him. He gently pressed his finger against the wall. With a chime, an invisible barrier unfurled as chakra flowed from his fingertips, swiftly enveloping the entire building. Exhaling softly, he confirmed that the shielding barrier was successfully deployed without disturbing anyone. Though his modest achievements would hardly attract the attention of the influential elite, and it was unlikely that anyone would monitor him closely, he sought to eliminate even the slightest possibility of risk. The actions he was about to undertake would irrevocably shape his future. Slowly, Xiao Yuan raised both hands. Shadow clone technique. The air hummed with energy. Despite the technique boasting an almost perfect success rate, he opted to employ a shadow clone to finalize this critical task, maintaining a distance of 5 meters from the clone. He mobilized his chakra, preparing the dust release technique to ensure the immediate eradication of any disturbances. With everything in place, the shadow clone raised its right hand. After half a year's experiments, the fruits of my labor are finally within reach. As the azure light burst forth from the clone's fingertips, even he could not suppress a surge of excitement within. This was the culmination of over 1,000 experiments and the analysis of 3,000 data sets, resulting in the perfect chakra ratio. The azure chakra threads danced at the clone's fingertips. 2 strands began to converge, followed by 4, then 8, parallel and interwoven. A total of 1,852 chakra threads intricately intertwined under the clone's command, gradually forming a sophisticated chakra system. 3 minutes later, a pale blue chakra matrix resembling a maple leaf hovered in the palm of the shadow clone. Xiao Yuan clenched his fist, a bead of sweat forming. Only the final step remains, constructing the circulating circuit. In an instant, all the chakra threads within the clone's grasp reversed direction, flowing back and ultimately beginning to merge with one another. Xiao Yuan's mind was taut, his gaze unwavering, even his breath seemed to pause at this moment. Hum. The sound of the ninjutsu taking form resonated like a celestial melody in his ears. The self-circulation was successfully established. The technique was complete. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yuan Fengjiang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he gasped for air, his body trembling slightly. I have finally succeeded. Based on the 4 symbols seal, he had developed a sealing technique with enhanced precision and strength. Sealing technique. Indigo Palace. After calming his emotions, Xiao Yuan raised his hand to dispel the shadow clone. The operation of the Indigo Palace chakra unfolded vividly in his mind. He began to attempt to recreate it. First attempt, 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Second attempt, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Third attempt, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 26th attempt, 16 seconds. 30th attempt, 9 seconds. As his chakra reserves dwindled, Xiao Yuan was compelled to stop. 2 seconds for the hand seals and 7 seconds for the activation speed may not suffice for combat, but for regular sealing, it would just about be adequate. Xiao Yuan nodded in satisfaction, not expecting the Indigo Palace to be capable of practical combat. To exert real effectiveness in battle, one must achieve a speed akin to that of Minato Namikaze, who could unleash spatial barriers instantaneously after forming seals. Clearly, he was not at that level. Based on the recent experiment, he estimated that he could at best reduce the activation time of the Indigo Palace to 4 seconds. In the heat of battle, 4 seconds would prove to be significantly less efficient than employing other techniques. As he indulged in his fanciful thoughts, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Xiao Yuan yawned, deactivated the shielding barrier, and hurriedly climbed into bed. That was a close call. He nearly succumbed to exhaustion. The long-awaited comfort of home and bed enveloped him, and he fell into a deep slumber. On the morning of May 8th, 46th year of Konoha, at 8:32 a.m. Whether due to the long-awaited return home or the excessive consumption of chakra, Xiao Yuan Fengjiang slept soundly. When he was finally roused by the persistent knocking at the door, the visitor had already been knocking for several minutes. Just a moment, Xiao Yuan called out as he sprang from his bed, neglecting personal grooming, and hurried to the door. "Apologies for disturbing your rest," Uchiha Jin remarked, observing him with sleep-laden eyes and disheveled hair, a hint of remorse flickering across his expression. "Not at all. I simply indulged in a rare lazy morning." Xiao Yuan Fengjiang rubbed his eyes. "Please, come in and have a seat. I'll tidy up a bit." After freshening up, he returned to the living room to find 2 bowls of porridge on the table, presumably brought by Jin. "Thank you," Xiao Yuan expressed without hesitation, feeling quite famished as he sat down to eat. "Delicious. Did you make this yourself, Jin?" "Yes. Very impressive." After breakfast, Xiao Yuan Fengjiang, under Uchiha Jin's curious gaze, retrieved 5 chakra scrolls from the table. "What are you planning to do with those?" "Well, I intend to create something special, though I'm uncertain of its feasibility." As he gazed at the scrolls before him, a pang of anxiety gripped him. These items were exceedingly expensive. Despite having amassed considerable wealth on the battlefield, acquiring these 5 scrolls had consumed the majority of his savings. Chakra scrolls, as their name implies, are specialized tools capable of containing chakra. Their applications are numerous, including but not limited to the creation of space scrolls and summoning scrolls. Ninjas skilled in sealing techniques can even inscribe designated jutsu into these scrolls, rendering them one-time use ninja tools. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang planned to attempt sealing dust release into one of the scrolls, should he find himself in dire straits. A scroll that could be activated with minimal chakra might prove to be the key to his salvation. I'm unsure if this will work, but even if it does, it requires experimentation in the final product. This endeavor was undoubtedly a costly experiment, with an uncertain success rate. He hoped that at least one of the 5 scrolls would yield a usable result. Approaching the entrance, he activated the barrier once more and performed the shadow clone technique. The clone took hold of the scrolls while his original self maintained a safe distance from Jin. Stay back a bit. It could be somewhat perilous. Oh. Uchiha Jin, though bewildered, refrained from asking any questions. Unconditional trust serves as the most harmonious rhythm between them. Qiu Yuan discerned her confusion and smiled as he elucidated. I intend to create several dust release secret scrolls. They may prove invaluable in critical moments. Oh, Uchiha Jin nodded thoughtfully. She understood that sealing ninjutsu into scrolls was a concept introduced in the Ninja Academy. However, wasn't dust release capable of disintegrating anything it came into contact with? How could it be sealed within a scroll? Qiu Yuan raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. In their previous discussions, any topic involving complex theoretical knowledge would invariably leave the child with a look of dismay. Yet now, she was beginning to engage in critical thinking. Well, he continued, my hypothesis involves altering the chakra properties of the dust release technique and inputting them into the scroll along a designated pathway for preservation. In simpler terms, it means capturing the moment just before the dust release technique is actualized and sealing it within the scroll. The entire process merely presets the chakra, and the dust release does not truly activate. Thus, it will not commence disintegration. Only when you activate the scroll will the chakra system of the dust release begin to operate anew, connecting points into lines to form a dust release barrier, at which point it will start to take effect and initiate disintegration. Chapter 45. Planning the shadow clone of Qiu Yuan unfurled a scroll, swiftly forming several hand seals before placing his hand upon it. The light blue patterns of the indigo palace began to spread, quickly enveloping the entire scroll. Subsequently, Qiu Yuan set it to stand by. He raised his hand again to form the hand seal for dust release. Once the 3 chakra attributes harmonized within him, Qiu Yuan commenced channeling the chakra into the scroll along a preordained route. 7%, 30%, 56%, 90%, 98, 99. With just one final step remaining, the paths of the 3 chakras were about to converge, their natures beginning to intertwine, and the dust release barrier would unfold in mere 3 milliseconds. Suddenly, Qiu Yuan Fengjiang retracted his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers before him. Freeze. The indigo chakra matrix in his left hand burst forth with azure light. Ding. The indigo patterns on the scroll's surface instantly materialized, firmly locking every chakra particle within the scroll in its designated position. 1 second, 2 seconds. As 5 seconds elapsed, Qiu Yuan Fengjiang tentatively opened one eye. The dazzling white light of dust release did not manifest, and the scroll lay unscathed on the table. Had he succeeded? Standing 5 meters away, Qiu Yuan's original self was equally dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene before him. Had he succeeded on the first attempt? Could it be that he was truly a genius? Qiu Yuan Fengjiang glanced doubtfully at his hands. Well, you are far more capable than I. Uchiha Jin, standing nearby, nodded earnestly. Oh, we cannot compare at all. Perhaps something went awry in the dust release phase. Qiu Yuan smirked, then called out to his shadow clone. Take the scroll to the restroom and see what went wrong. Oh. The shadow clone, bewildered, picked up the scroll and made its way to the restroom, cautiously inputting some chakra to lift the seal of the indigo palace. Ting. In an instant, blinding white light completely engulfed him. The chakra that had been separated returned, and the fleeting experience of the shadow clone sent a shiver down Qiu Yuan's spine. Had he truly succeeded on the first try? After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly realized something. Wait, Huheo. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang smacked his forehead and exclaimed, before Uchiha Jin, startled by his outburst, could react. Qiu Yuan shot out like an arrow. This was a disaster. He had sent the shadow clone to the restroom primarily to prevent the dust release from detonating in the living room and damaging his furniture. But now it was set to explode in the restroom. While he was not particularly concerned about the restroom itself, its layout was on the edge of the indoor space distribution, separated from the outdoor street by merely a wall. This meant the wall outside the restroom was covered by the barrier he had established to shield against chakra reactions. If a breach occurred in his shielding barrier, And those old geezers in the Hokage's office sensed the chakra of dust release. It would be catastrophic. When Akiyama Kazuki finally peered through the doorway to assess the condition of the restroom, he let out a sudden sigh of relief. Phew. Since it was merely an experiment for the first time, he had not inputted an excessive amount of chakra. Thus, the power of the dust release technique was rather modest, merely peeling away some of the wall's surface without penetrating through. What is the matter? Jin had followed closely behind, amused by Akiyama's exaggerated demeanor, her lips curling into a smile as she inquired. Nothing. I was just worried that the dust release might damage the shielding barrier and be discovered by others. But thankfully that did not happen. Akiyama scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling heartily. All right, let us return to our work. Back in the living room, Akiyama once again formed hand seals to summon his diligent shadow clone. Shadow clone jutsu. He crafted 2 more scrolls and proceeded to conduct safety experiments. He tested whether the scrolls would inadvertently activate under various extreme conditions. The last thing he wanted was for the scroll to accidentally trigger while tucked away in his pocket. The tests included submerging the scrolls in water, subjecting them to wind-based chakra to induce wear and tear, partially tearing the scrolls, and having Uchiha Jin's shadow clone violently interact with them using lightning chakra. The results indicated that any external factors the two could currently conceive would not affect the Indigo Palace. Moreover, even when a portion of the scroll was forcibly torn away along with some of the chakra from the Indigo Palace, there was no leakage of dust release chakra. The moment a portion of the Indigo Palace's chakra was stripped away, the self-regulating adaptation system would respond, swiftly contracting the breach and re-establishing the isolation system. Gazing at the 2 completed scrolls in hand, Akiyama nodded with satisfaction. These defensive dust release scrolls, when activated, would envelop the user in an egg-shaped barrier, shielding them from all physical attacks. However, with a standard Jainin chakra level, it could only last for a maximum of 15 seconds. The performance of the Indigo Palace exceeds my expectations by a considerable margin. Akiyama mused, turning to Uchiha Jin and handing her one of the scrolls. Here. Better to be prepared. Next time I'll make a few more for you. Oh. Uchiha Jin received the scroll with a dazed expression. Such a precious item was given to her without a second thought, as if it were only natural. While she was lost in thought, a hand waved in front of her, prompting her to look toward Akiyama. This child is wonderful in every way, except for her tendency to daydream. Seeing that she had regained her focus, Akiyama gestured animatedly as he continued. Store it in the spatial scroll. Although the tests have shown it to be very safe, should there be any hidden factors that could inadvertently trigger the dust release, it would only damage the spatial scroll and not harm you. Carrying it on your person might lead to unforeseen accidents. If you were to get hurt because of it, I would feel immensely guilty. So, place it in the spatial scroll and only retrieve it when you sense danger. Akiyama dramatically contorted his face into one of heartfelt concern, eliciting laughter from Jin. Okay. Uchiha Jin swiftly formed several hand seals, summoning a space scroll into which he placed the dust release scroll. A satisfied nod from Chio Yuan followed, as he too deposited his dust release scroll into the space scroll. Upon dispelling the summoning technique of the scroll, he was suddenly engulfed by a sensation of emptiness within his body. A night's sleep had restored his chakra, only to be entirely consumed once more. Glancing out the window, he noted that noon was approaching. Let us go. It is time to buy groceries and prepare a meal. As they made their way for lunch, Chio Yuan Fengjiang revealed his upcoming plans. The Indigo Palace has completed its development. While awaiting the next order, I intend to visit the laboratory of the second Hokage to repair the barrier there. The instruments left behind by the second may prove useful in the future, so they must be preserved. Uchiha Jin listened quietly, nodding slightly. I shall accompany you. Chapter 46. Love as the first rays of dawn pierced the tranquility. Uchiha Jin had already completed her morning preparations. Upon entering the living room to depart, she found her mother seated on the sofa, gazing quietly at her. I am about to undertake a mission. Jin broke the silence. Uchiha merely nodded in response. Come over here. Oh. Jin did not inquire further. Taking a few steps closer, observing her daughter halt a meter away, Uchiha felt a pang of bittersweet emotion surge within her. Come a little closer. Jin, though puzzled, obediently advanced to her mother's side. Turn around. After complying, it was too long before Jin sensed her mother gently gathering her hair. An unspoken sentiment enveloped the moment, and Jin instantly grasped the underlying emotion. However, she refrained from speaking, moving, or resisting. All right, wait a moment. After arranging her daughter's hair, Uchiha rose and entered the room. Moments later, she returned with several brand new garments in hand. Try these on and see if they fit. MHM. Observing the garments that appeared almost tailored for her, Uchiha Jin's calm demeanor wavered slightly. The morning dew-soaked green leaves glistened under the sunlight as Akiyama Kid arrived early at the mission assembly point. Just something simple on the way. He proceeded directly to the C-rank task area, meticulously selecting a suitable task. This one is too far. This one lacks time. This one. Before long, he discovered a task that perfectly matched his requirements. C-rank. Escort from the land of tea. Escort a tea merchant back to the land of tea from the land of fire. Reward, 40,000 Rio. Time limit, 10 days. Oh. Akiyama Kid's eyes brightened. The land of tea lay to the south of the land of fire, with a maximum travel time of 3 days by boat, allowing ample time for the mission. Moreover, it aligned conveniently with the desolate valley where the Su Xian laboratory was located, enabling a direct return. The reward also surpassed the typical C-rank task, prompting Akiyama to seize the opportunity without hesitation. As he prepared to register at the mission administrator's office, Uchiha Jin coincidentally arrived. How is it? Have you found a task? Jin's voice carried the crispness of the morning breeze. Momentarily taken aback by her approach, Akiyama was enchanted. Her long, straight hair, styled into charming low twin ponytails, contrasted with the serious Uchiha uniform she usually donned. Instead, she wore a slightly relaxed warm white outfit, complemented by a light blue haori that fluttered gently in the breeze. The transformation created a sensory experience so distinct from the past that Akiyama felt as if he had stepped into another era. Yes, I found one. We just need to register. Yes, let's go then. Rarely had Jean witnessed him in such a daze, and she squinted her eyes playfully, her steps light. Jean, your hairstyle is quite adorable today. Adorable? My mother styled it for me. I thought it would look odd. No, it looks wonderful. Did your mother choose your outfit as well? Yes. Haha, it seems Aunt truly understands what suits her daughter. Oh, is that so? As the two individuals arrived at the registration desk, the on-duty Nara Chizuru was engrossed in reviewing new mission assignments. Without lifting her gaze, she succinctly uttered two names, Akihara Kid, Uchiha Jin. C-rank mission, escort in the land of tea. Akihara Kid promptly and efficiently responded, presenting the mission brief. Nara Chizuru accepted it, glanced at the two, and then began recording the details in the assignment ledger with swift strokes. Shouldn't you take a few days to rest? You just returned from the front lines, haven't you? There have been conflicts erupting everywhere lately. You may be called back at any moment. It's strange to suddenly find yourselves without a task. It seems you cannot remain idle. Akihara Kid smiled politely, refraining from engaging in extended conversation. Within a minute, Chizuru completed the registration. For a C-rank mission, it seems somewhat excessive for 2ch Nin, but consider it a vacation. Nara Chizuru returned the mission brief to Akihara, saying, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Is this the place? Akihara Kid asked as he guided Uchiha Jin to the assembly point indicated on the briefing, a dango shop not far from the mission hall. They had not eaten breakfast, so they purchased some snacks and waited for a while until they met the client. Before them stood two figures, one elderly and one young. A girl appearing to be around 14 or 15 years old, with light cherry blossom-colored hair styled in a hanging chignon, dressed in a deep orange hanbok, accompanied by an elderly man in a brown haori. Chizuru Saka, daughter of the Chizuru clan's head in the land of tea, and her companion, Tadu Kanbei, an advisor to the Chizuru family. Akihara confirmed their identities with a glance. Hello, may I ask if you are Miss Chizuru Saka? He inquired amiably. Chizuru Saka shot him a sidelong glance, responding, what is it? I am Akihara Kid, a CH Nin from Konohagakure. And this is Uchiha Jin, also a CH Nin. We are the ninjas assigned to your mission. Akihara Kid introduced himself succinctly to clarify their identities. What, you two? Chizuru Saka exclaimed incredulously. Her eyes widened as she scrutinized them. Two children? Mississippi. Tadu Kanbei felt a sense of unease and attempted to intervene, but she brushed him aside. Is it true that there are no other ninjas left in Konoha? Before Chizuru Saka could finish her sentence, a flash of crimson caught her eye. Swish. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes. Do you have any grievances? The gaze from the three-tomo Sharingan enveloped Chizuru Saka in a chill, penetrating her very being, causing her to swallow hard. Those eyes. Well, your mission is merely C-rank. 2ch Nin are already the highest level of service. If you have doubts regarding our identities, you may verify at the mission assignment office. Akihara Kid interjected quickly to ease the tension. He gently patted Jin's hand, saying, "All right. Enough of that." Humph. Uchiha Jin let out a cold snort and retracted his Sharingan. The tremors that arose from the depths of his heart dissipated. Chihaya gritted her teeth and declared, "How dare you treat a client this way? I shall file a complaint against you." With that, she stormed off towards the mission assembly hall, brimming with indignation. Sigh. Tudu Kimbe sighed deeply. "My young lady is embarking on her first overseas business venture. I hope you can forgive her." He did not underestimate the two, bowing earnestly. "Not at all, but it would be prudent for her to learn the importance of respect. As not all shinobi share our understanding," Akawara Kid suggested with a friendly smile and a gentle shake of his head. Sigh. "I will report this matter to our master truthfully." Chapter 47. Daily tasks. Before long, the group witnessed Chizuru Sayaka returning, visibly agitated. Her myriad grievances were met with a singular response from Nara Chizuru. Both Akihara Kid and Uchiha Jin are exceedingly capable chunin. Either of them is entirely capable of fulfilling this task. Noticing her defiance, Akihara smiled and remarked, "I trust you have confirmed our identities with the mission office. If we have caused you any offense, we sincerely ask for your understanding. We will ensure your safety and facilitate your smooth return to the land of tea. If there are no further issues, we can discuss the course of action together." Completing the mission swiftly and restoring the barrier was paramount. Akihara Kid had no desire to engage in prolonged disputes with the inexperienced young lady. Tudu Kambe softly advised, "Miss, for over 20 years, Konoha has been our most reliable safeguard. Their strength is beyond doubt. There is no need for concern. This is fundamentally a transaction. We provide the funds, and they execute the task. The essence of a transaction lies in the tangible. We require their experience and capabilities, not merely their demeanor." Reluctantly, Chizuru Sayaka nodded. In truth, after being glared at by the Sharingan, she had ceased to doubt the two men's abilities. She merely felt a bit humiliated and was acting out in defiance. With Tudu's reminder, as a merchant, she indeed should not concern herself with matters of attitude. "I have already mapped out a route. We can head south through Sunset Gorge and reach Aoi Port in approximately 1 day. From there, we can take a boat directly to the borders of the land of tea." Akihara Kid unfolded the map, indicating a path that would pose little trouble for ordinary travelers, with minimal risk of encountering bandits. "Huh? Take a boat? No. I refuse to travel by boat," Chizuru Sayaka exclaimed, seemingly triggered by some key phrase. Shaking her head fervently, "My lady had a rather unpleasant experience while traveling by boat." Tudu Kimbe explained apologetically, "Could you possibly take a land route instead?" Akihara furrowed his brow, questioning whether these two were seeking trouble. He turned to Chizuru Sayaka. "Miss Chizuru, could you perhaps endure this inconvenience?" "Endure? On what grounds do you demand that of the client? What harm is there in taking a detour?" Chizuru Sayaka retorted, her temper flaring. "This is not merely a matter of taking a detour," Akihara Kid replied, shaking his head. "The only land route between the land of fire and the land of tea is through the Naruto Valley, which you must be aware of. Konoha and Kirigakure are currently at war, and Naruto Valley is one of the main fronts. Even the most skilled jonin from Konoha cannot guarantee safe passage through such a chaotic battlefield, let alone protecting two individuals whose speed pales in comparison to that of a mere genin. Your requests have exceeded the scope of a C-rank mission, reaching the level of B rank or even A rank, and thus, we cannot accommodate them." T.D. Kimbe found himself momentarily speechless, casting a glance at Chihaya and murmuring, "It seems we did not initially consider the implications of the war, my lady. Perhaps you might endure a slight inconvenience, even without employing the two individuals." It was certain that other ninjas would be reluctant to venture into the war zone. Furthermore, the time allotted by my lord was rather limited. Recalling the dreadful experience of traveling by ship to the land of fire, Chihaya expression shifted. Her father had instructed her to sell the goods within a month, and now she had completed her task ahead of schedule, with only the return journey remaining. With 9 days left until the deadline, the uncertainty of when the next ninja would accept a mission weighed heavily on her, being a first-time overseas trader. She did not wish to disappoint her father by delaying her return. After a moment of hesitation, Chihaya nodded, "Very well." Upon receiving her response, T.D. Kambe turned his attention to Akawara Kid. "I apologize for our oversight regarding the war's factors. Let us proceed according to Akawara Seichinin's route." Akawara raised an eyebrow, having thought that this mission might fall through. If these two continued to dither and waste time, he was prepared to abandon the endeavor. "All right. Please inventory the accompanying supplies. We shall depart immediately. We should reach the port before nightfall." The midday sun filtered through the overlapping leaves, casting a stunning interplay of light and shadow. Akawara Kid led the group at the front, the map in his hand fluttering in the breeze as he occasionally paused to confirm their direction. Uchiha Jin trailed at the rear, exhibiting little vigilance. Their shadow clones had already advanced far ahead, ensuring the elimination of any threats along the way. Initially, Chihaya Saka maintained her noble demeanor, but after hours of walking, her ankles began to ache. She bit her lip, refusing to voice her discomfort, until T.D. Kanbei softly suggested, "My lady, would you care to rest for a moment?" "No need," she stubbornly replied, quickening her pace, only to slip on the damp moss and, in the next instant, fall into a warm embrace. In the span of 5 meters, Uchiha Jin had swiftly reached her side and caught her in a princess carry. "Even if you are not a ninja, you ought to enhance your physical stamina," he remarked as he set her down. Chihaya Saka mumbled an acknowledgement, her ears tinged with a faint blush. "Watch your step. The ground is slippery," Akawara called back, pointing ahead. "We shall reach a river in 10 minutes, where we can take a break." The water was crystal clear, and Jin crouched by the bank, his fingertips lightly grazing the surface, causing a few startled fish to scatter. Akawara produced provisions, breaking them into portions to distribute among the group. "Is this what you ninjas typically consume?" Chihaya Saka inquired, eyeing the hard, compressed grain block in her hand with a slight frown. "It is convenient to carry during missions," Akawara Kid replied with a smile. "However, if conditions permit, we do enjoy cooking over a fire." After a moment of contemplation, Chihaya Saka retrieved a small cloth pouch from her pack. "Here. Some pickled plums from the land of tea. They'll make it less dry." Akawara accepted it without hesitation, tasting one and his eyes widening as the tartness exploded on his tongue. "Wow, this is fantastic." Chizuo Saka raised her chin with pride, exclaiming, "Delicious, isn't it? This is my own special recipe. Jin, come over and have a taste." Akawara beckoned to Uchiha Jin, but as she turned at the sound of his voice, he finally noticed the several palm-sized fish in her hands. Jin shook her head, waving the fish. "Grilled fish." "Huh." Chizuo Saka looked astonished. "How did you catch them in such a short time?" "With lightning release." In the afternoon, along the Sunset Gorge mountain path, the incline grew steeper, with towering rock walls on either side, as the setting sun bathed the canyon in a golden-red hue. Tudu Kanbei wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, "Indeed, the Sunset Gorge lives up to its reputation. The scenery is magnificent, yet the path is arduous. Just a little further, and we shall reach level ground." Akawara turned back, only to find that Chizuo Saka's pace had noticeably slowed. "Are your feet hurting?" "Not at all," she retorted stubbornly, though her steps had begun to falter. Jin glanced at her, raising her hand to form a hand seal. Boom. The shadow clone had successfully arrived at the Qing AI port while the group was having their lunch, and the reconnaissance was already complete. Jin now summoned the shadow clone back. The shadow clone approached Chizuo Saka, saying, "Hop on." I can't let a ninja carry me." Chizuo Saka's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm a noble from the land of tea. How can I allow a ninja to carry me, delay any longer?" "And it will be dark soon," Jin replied calmly. Chapter 48. Attempt. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally arrived at Chinai Harbor. The sea breeze enveloped them with the salty, damp scent of the ocean, and distant ships twinkled like stars in the twilight. "We have arrived." Akiyama Kid folded the map with care. "I have already arranged for a vessel. We shall board it at dawn." The shadow clone that had arrived earlier had prepared everything in advance. Chihaya Saka leaped down from Uchiha Jin's back, awkwardly adjusting her clothing. "Thank you." The shadow clone of Jin nodded, and with a soft poof, vanished from sight. The original Jin turned his gaze toward the harbor, seemingly assessing the navigational risks for the morrow. Tudu Kanbei chuckled lightly, attempting to lighten the mood. "Let us find an inn to rest for the night. The young lady could also use a change of shoes." Akiyama nodded in agreement. "There is a fine hot spring in nearby, with fresh food as well." Chihaya's eyes sparkled with interest. "A hot spring?" Tudu Kanbei quickly bathed and departed, leaving Akiyama Kid to soak alone in the men's hot spring. He extended his hand above the surface of the water, and with a gentle ding, faint particles of chakra materialized in his palm, swiftly constructing a sophisticated framework for a barrier in the air before him. The mirror of the mind. Akiyama murmured to himself. The development of the Indigo Palace was complete, and the Zero-Tail reproduction plan was officially underway. He now possessed all the necessary elements to recreate Zero-Tail: mastery of barrier techniques, proficiency in sealing techniques, and the cells of Hashirama. The barrier techniques were well established. Akiyama's father had left him a wealth of knowledge in this field, and he had mastered what could be described as the most intricate and complex applications of barrier techniques, dust release. As for sealing techniques, he had mastered the four-symbol seal and had further developed the more efficient indigo palace, whose properties and transformations could essentially encompass all applications of sealing techniques. Regarding Hashirama-S cells, the second generation had left behind some spare samples in the Sushin laboratory. If necessary, he could borrow some from Sushin, who was entirely composed of Hashirama's cells. He would not need to conduct various complicated experiments. Tobirama's experimental logs contained detailed and complete step-by-step information on constructing Zero Tail from scratch. All he needed to do was replicate the second generation's work and resurrect his intellectual legacy. The first step was the fundamental mirror of the mind. This mirror was a composite barrier comprised of 489 microbarriers, roughly divided into 3 modules: perception of emotional energy, analysis, and capture. He was currently attempting to reproduce the perception module. Akiyama Kiid's fingers danced over the framework of the barrier before him, meticulously constructing the 137 microbarriers of the perception module with precise movements. After the 67th barrier was completed, Akiyama furrowed his brow. He had forgotten the next steps of the operation. The last time he had reviewed Tobirama's experimental logs was a week ago. After pondering for half a day without success, he realized it was impractical to retrieve the logs while submerged in water. He decided to disperse the barrier framework with a wave of his hand. Rising from the water, he concluded his bathing session. The following morning, Akiyama Kiid observed Chihaya Saka, who appeared quite listless as the time to board the ship approached. He stepped forward and handed her an item. "Here, what is this?" Chihaya glanced at him with a lack of enthusiasm, then shifted her gaze to the maple leaf necklace in his hand. "This necklace significantly dampens external sensory stimuli and should alleviate your seasickness," Akiyama casually remarked, recalling that his employer had crafted something similar during bouts of seasickness. Is it truly capable of such a feat? The art of ninjutsu is indeed remarkable, Tsudakanbe mused, inspecting the necklace closely but finding no discernible difference from an ordinary one. Is it genuine? Chihaya leaned back slightly, skepticism evident in her demeanor. "You'll only know if you try it on." "Oh, very well." She accepted the necklace, and upon wearing it, a faint barrier began to unfurl around her, quickly enveloping her entire being. The cacophony of the port faded from her ears, the sights around her dimmed, and even the sensation of the sea breeze became barely perceptible. "How does it feel?" "What are you saying?" Chihaya saw Akiyama's lips moving, but his words were as faint as a whisper, leaving her unable to comprehend any of it. It seems to be effective." Akiyama nodded in satisfaction before turning to Tsudakanbe. "Uncle Tudu, please assist her onto the ship. Her senses are currently dulled." Observing Chihaya, who appeared bewildered as Tsudakanbe guided her aboard, Uchiha Jin furrowed his brow. "Is such a hassle truly necessary? Couldn't we simply render her unconscious?" "Ahem. As proper ninjas of Konoha, it is essential to uphold the village's reputation," Akiyama replied with a hint of embarrassment. The journey proceeded smoothly, with no ill-fated pirates daring to assault the merchant ship flying the Konoha banner. By afternoon, they arrived at the port within the land of tea. Although Chihaya still felt somewhat unwell, her discomfort was merely a slight nausea, a significant improvement compared to her previous experience of being violently ill at the slightest wave. After Tsudakanbe signed the mission documentation, Akiyama and Jin prepared to return. "Wait, your necklace," Chihaya called out, removing the necklace from her neck and shouting after Akiyama's retreating figure. "It's a gift. As a merchant, I cannot avoid sailing, so you may need to activate it with chakra when next you require it." Akiyama waved his hand without looking back. Due to the heightened risks of nighttime navigation, more than triple that of daylight, many would refrain from departing at dusk unless accompanied by formidable protectors. Unable to locate a return vessel and unwilling to linger overnight, the two decided to sprint across the ocean at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. In truth, the efficiency of Nin and higher-ranking ninjas far surpassed that of ordinary ships when traveling at full speed. As the sun set, casting a golden-red glow upon the ocean's surface, Akiyama resolved to inform Uchiha Jin of Sushin's existence. "Jin, I discovered not only his experimental records in the laboratory left by the second Hokage. Our esteemed second Hokage has indeed completed a Zero Tail that embodies a balance of light and darkness, named Sushin. You shall witness it when we go to mend the barrier." What? Uchiha Jin instinctively nodded before realizing the implication. "Are you saying you have discovered a tailed beast?" She halted, her disbelief evident in her voice. "Yes." Akiyama also came to a stop, nodding in affirmation. "I apologize for not informing you earlier. I feared it would cause you concern. And I was apprehensive about Sushin's power being unstable. Summoning it recklessly could potentially endanger you. However, after spending the past 6 months interacting with Sushin through shadow clones, I can now assure you that Sushin is safe. Its autonomous consciousness remains unaffected by the light or darkness within. Moreover, it is a very well-behaved entity. You will surely come to adore it, Akiyama remarked with a smile. Well-behaved? Jin, who had initially donned an expression of comprehension while listening to his explanation, suddenly transformed her countenance into one of bewilderment upon hearing Akiyama's assessment of Sushin. In her perspective, tailed beasts, as embodiments of violence, ought to possess a temperament characterized by ferocity and darkness. What kind of tailed beast could possibly be well-behaved? Curiosity began to stir within her. Chapter 49, Bonds May 11th. 46th year of Konoha. Beneath the resplendent night sky, Akihara Fonjiang and Uchiha Jin finally arrived at the desolate valley. Ah, we made it, Akihara exclaimed, collapsing onto the grass, panting heavily. After sprinting several hundred kilometers, even he found the exertion taxing. In contrast, Uchiha Jin appeared relatively composed, her chest rising and falling only slightly more vigorously. Having previously visited with shadow clones, Akihara had made some rudimentary concealments. After catching his breath, he adeptly crouched beside a small stone, pressing his finger gently upon it. With a flash of white light, a wooden cabin materialized before Uchiha Jin's eyes. Narrowing her gaze, she noticed faint glimmers of light seeping through the cracks in the walls, even without activating her Sharingan. The cabin was no longer the dilapidated structure Akihara had first encountered. He had meticulously renovated it for Su Xian's comfort. The pair approached the entrance and pushed the door open, with chakra-powered lights illuminating every detail within. Jin's eyes immediately settled upon Su Xian, who was seated cross-legged on a large sofa, engrossed in a floating book. The feathered serpent, an entity unlike any creature she had ever known. Jin forcibly suppressed her astonishment, her instincts as a ninja prompting her to swiftly survey her surroundings. The cabin was equipped with all manner of furnishings, including a large bed that looked exceptionally soft. Hey, Su Xian, still awake? Akihara greeted with a warm smile. Good evening, Akihara. Su Xian replied, her tone cheerful as she had sensed their chakra long before. Yet, the delight in her voice shattered Jin's preconceived notions of the tailed beast's regal and imposing nature. Who would have thought its voice could be so endearing and so lively? Jin mused inwardly, observing the majestic yet graceful form of the feathered serpent before her. This was enough to capture Su Xian's attention towards her familiar new friend. An invisible force folded a corner of the open page as a makeshift bookmark, and the book closed gently as Su Xian floated down before the two. Her violet wings trailed behind her, leaving a faint purple luminescence in their wake. Though her form swayed in the air, it exuded a comforting rhythm rather than any sense of oppression. Over the past 6 months, Akihara had occasionally sent shadow clones to take Su Xian on outings, leading to unavoidable interactions with other humans. Her body had grown thicker than Akihara's head and stretched to a length of 7 or 8 meters. They had ventured to small towns with sparse populations. And at this rate of growth, Akihara believed that taking Su Xian to the bustling center of Konoha would result in her expanding to 20 or 30 meters in no time. Su Xian hovered before Akihara, playfully shaking her ear feathers, prompting him to gently pat her head. She squinted her eyes in delight, relishing the affectionate interaction. Moments later, she floated over to Uchiha Jin. Good evening, Uchiha Jin. Despite Su Xian's inability to exhibit a smile like theirs, Jin discerned a hint of mirth in its voice, a tone that seemed oddly familiar. Do you know me? Uchiha Jin inquired, somewhat taken aback. Yes. Qiu Yuan often speaks of you. Oh? Jin turned to glance at Qiu Yuan Fonjiang. Huh. Qiu Yuan awkwardly scratched his head. He didn't say anything bad about me, did he? Jin teased. No, Qiu Yuan described you as a wonderful and dependable individual. Someone with whom one need not worry excessively. He even mentioned that I could trust you just as I trust him. Hee. I may not be quite as admirable as he claims. From Su Xian, there was no trace of malice or negative energy, and Jin gradually began to relax. During their conversation, Su Xian sensed that both of them had expended much of their chakra during their journey. A soft lavender glow emanated from its wings, transforming into 2 strands of chakra that connected to Jin and Qiu Yuan's chests. Instantly, they felt their chakra replenishing swiftly, invigorating their spirits. Wow, thank you, Qiu Yuan exclaimed dramatically. Haha, you're welcome. Su Xian responded cheerfully, then turned its gaze to Uchiha Jin. Jin, would you like to be my friend? Gazing into Su Exion's hopeful eyes and feeling the surge of chakra within, Uchiha Jin found himself at a loss for any reason to decline the child's request. Sure. Yay. Su Exion joyfully circled around her a few times, then affectionately nudged Jin's hand with its head. Phew. Observing this harmonious scene, Qiu Yuan Fengjiang breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously worried that Jin might feel uneasy or frightened upon encountering Su Exion. You two enjoy yourselves. I will check on the barrier status. Jin, if you are tired, feel free to rest. I'll accompany you. I want to go too. All right. Ding. The azure light emanating from Qiu Yuan's fingertips sparked Su Exion's curiosity. What is this? This is the Indigo Palace, the sealing technique I've been working on. It's finally complete. Oh. Observing the fully formed chakra matrix of the Indigo Palace hovering in Qiu Yuan's hand, Su Exion nodded thoughtfully. It did not inquire further, but shifted to another question. Jin, what is a tailed beast Jinchuriki? This term had caught its attention in a historical text about the ninja world, yet it lacked detailed descriptions. As for why it was only now perusing the history of the ninja world, well, that was because it had finished all the various storybooks and entertainment literature Qiu Yuan had provided. Perhaps a playful nature is inherent in all newly born beings. Jinchuriki? Qiu Yuan turned to look at it, somewhat surprised. Where did you learn about that? It was in the history of the ninja world you previously gave me. Does that book really contain such records? I thought you had already finished reading it. Let me complete this part, and then I will tell you. As she observed the bustling Qiu Yuan, Uchiha Jin took the opportunity to elucidate a query for Su Exion. The Jinchuriki is an individual who harbors a tailed beast sealed within their body. Jinchuriki can be categorized into several types. One type merely seeks to suppress the tailed beast's power by sealing it within themselves, ensuring that the beast remains under their control. This kind of Jinchuriki often has a strained relationship with the tailed beast, possibly gaining access to a fraction of its power, yet perceiving the beast primarily as a burden. Another type is the perfect Jinchuriki, who achieves a harmonious resonance of power through trust with the sealed tailed beast, allowing them to master and fully harness the beast's abilities, even surpassing the beast itself, resulting in a synergistic effect that exceeds the sum of its parts. Such Jinchuriki are typically regarded as the trump cards of their ninja villages. While perfect Jinchuriki do exist, the annals of ninja history are predominantly filled with ordinary Jinchuriki who utilize tailed beasts as mere weapons or tools. This, undoubtedly, inflicts torment upon the beasts. Hence, you must ensure that no other ninja discovers your presence. During their previous conversation, Jin had already discerned that Qiu Yuan wished to shield Su Exion from the chaotic world of ninjas, prompting her to issue a word of caution. Oh. Su Exion swiftly absorbed the information, nodding gently. At last, it was finished. As dawn broke, Qiu Yuan Fengjiang and his shadow clone finally completed the sealing barrier left by Senju Tobarama. Throughout this process, Su Exion had been instrumental in restoring his chakra. Qiu Yuan also modified the discordant information within the barrier, transforming it into a dilapidated image that harmonized with the surrounding environment, thereby enhancing its secrecy and perfection. Having accomplished all this, the two prepared to return to their village. Goodbye, Su Exion. Next time we have a mission, we shall take you out for some fun. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang waved farewell to Su Exion. Farewell. Uchiha Jin also gave a gentle wave. Yes, goodbye. Su Exion fluttered in the air, responding to their farewell with an air of eager anticipation. Chapter 50. The Caged Bird. I wish to return to the battlefield. Hinata Yuki spoke quietly, gazing at her mother before her. Following her encounter with Akahara Kid, the knots in her heart had unraveled, and she found no reason to remain in the village any longer. What? Hinata Hatsuharu, kneeling before her daughter, questioned her own hearing. I said, I wish to return to the battlefield as a ninja, Yuki reiterated clearly. You wish to return to the battlefield? The teacup in Hatsuharu's hand clattered onto the table, splashing a few drops of tea onto the polished surface. Is it my negligence? Because I have always granted your desires? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Yuki stood tall, her single eye meeting her mother's gaze directly. I am fully aware. Fully aware of what? Hatsuharu's voice escalated sharply. You're right, I has already been taken by the mist, and were it not for Uchiha, you would be dead. Do you intend to offer your left eye as a trophy to the mist as well? Or do you expect that Uchiha's child will protect you time and again? The atmosphere in the room seemed to solidify, the bamboo in the courtyard striking against the stone, producing a crisp thud that startled a few sparrows. What do you believe my actions over the past 6 months have been for? Yuki's voice was soft yet as sharp as a blade. Mother, I am no longer the burden in need of a teacher's protection. I can protect myself and my comrades. Hatsuharu abruptly rose, the sleeves of her kimono brushing against the teacup, which toppled, staining the tatami with a darkened hue. Protect? With what do you intend to protect? She yanked away the eye patch from Yuki's right eye, revealing the ghastly scar. Is this what you call being able to protect yourself? Have you forgotten the lesson your teacher, Uchiha Jin, paid for with his life? Yuki did not cover the scar. Her intact Byakugan remained eerily calm. It is precisely because I have not forgotten that I must return. Absurd. Hatsuharu's finger nearly jabbed into her daughter's face. The Byakugan of the main house is the foundation of the Hyuga clan. Do you think this is solely your matter? If even you, her inquiry was abruptly halted as she noticed the veins bulging at the corners of her daughter's eyes, causing her fingers to freeze in midair. The responsibility of the main house. Yuki lowered her gaze to her overlapping palms, where calluses remained from gripping a blade. It is not about hiding behind the branch house for protection, but about ensuring that everyone who fights for us believes their sacrifice is not in vain. She lifted her eyes, her white pupils reflecting her mother's suddenly constricted irises. The opportunity for survival that my teacher secured with his life was not intended for me to return as a mere ornament. Hatsuharu's fingers trembled slightly. She suddenly recalled the battlefield of 20 years ago, when her father, the then head of the main house, spoke to her in his dying moments. Hatsuharu, the blood of the main house must flow in the safest of places. Only then does the sacrifice of the branch house hold significance. Later, she found herself kneeling amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, surrounded by the bodies of the branch family's guards, encircling her like a barrier. It was the first moment she truly comprehended the weight of the term main family. Do you understand why the hidden mist did not have detailed intelligence confirming that it was I who executed that mission, yet dared to launch an ambush near the camp? Hinata Yuki's voice, magnified, stood in stark contrast to her mother's, imbued with a chilling clarity, because they believe the main family will only hide in the rear. They believe the main family will only undertake safe missions. They believe our Byakugan will always be protected by the sacrifice of lives. Yet now, the members of the branch family on the front lines are perishing, their caged bird curse marks exploding day by day. She pointed to her own temple, and here I am, as a member of the main family, indulging in tea and receiving reports of victories. Can such a foundation truly inspire trust among our kin? Hinata Haruki trembled with anger. Your father is commanding the Hinata squad on the front lines. Do you know why he volunteered for this? Is it not for you? As the wooden door creaked open, her words were abruptly cut off. In the Hinata clan's assembly hall, 12 oil lamps flickered in the dim room. Clan leader Hinata Takashi sat at the head, flanked by his two sons, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hiken. With 6 clan elders on either side, Hinata Yuki knelt at the lowest position, acutely aware of all eyes fixated on the scar over her right eye. The elite of the hidden mist, AO, had taken one of the main family's Byakugan, an unprecedented disgrace since the Warring States period. Hinata Takashi's voice was hoarse as if ground down. An elder thumped the table heavily. We must make the hidden mist pay. When AO next appears, silence. Hinata Takashi raised his hand to halt the discussion. The issue is not one of revenge, but of how to prevent similar incidents from recurring. His piercing gaze shifted to Yuki, especially when this individual dares to propose returning to the front lines. Hinata Yuki sensed her mother's body tense beside her. I believe Yuki should be permanently confined to the clan estate. An elder spoke coldly. Until the war concludes, no, it should last until she marries and bears children, ensuring the untroubled continuation of the Byakugan bloodline. A chorus of agreement echoed through the assembly hall, yet Hinata Yuki remained composed. She felt their gazes slicing through her like knives, as if she were not a person, but a precious object needing careful preservation. Yet she remained indifferent. I object. A clear voice suddenly rang out. The assembly turned to see Hinata Hayashi, seated to the right of the clan leader, lift his head. This young heir of the main family held considerable respect within the clan. Hayashi, remember your place. Hinata Takashi frowned slightly, taken aback by his son's interruption at such a moment. With all due respect, clan leader. Hinata Hayashi spoke with unwavering resolve. Hinata Yuki's progress over the past 6 months is evident. She has not only mastered the heavenly spin, but has also innovated a new style within the Hinata gentle fist by merging the techniques of sword and pressure point. Such individuals confined within the clan represent a significant detriment to the village. Furthermore, you are all aware of Hinata Yuki's companion, Akawara Kid, correct? That esteemed Jinin hero who, alongside Uchiha Jin, has vanquished multiple elite shinobi. Just a few days ago, Hinata Yuki decisively triumphed over Akawara Kid. Is this not sufficient proof? Her prowess has already transcended that of an average nin. Hinata Yuki's activities are perpetually under scrutiny within the clan, including her training sessions with Akawara. Akawara keyed. I have familiarized myself with his exploits. An elder spoke softly. As you mentioned, he fought alongside Uchiha Jin, who, to my knowledge, possesses the illustrious Sharingan with 3 tomo. As fellow practitioners of ocular jutsu, I trust you understand the implications of this? A commoner genin, adept in both wind and fire techniques, alongside a prodigious Uchiha genius, an engineered weapon honed from childhood through rigorous training. What role could a mere commoner possibly play in their so-called collaboration to eliminate elite shinobi? The truth is, I believe, rather evident. At this juncture, the elder let out a light chuckle. Hinata Yuki wields the Byakugan, even possessing just one eye. It stands as one of the 3 great ocular techniques, rivaling the Sharingan. If she cannot even contend with an unremarkable commoner devoid of any bloodline limit, it would indeed be a disservice to the Byakugan. Laughter erupted throughout the hall. Hinata Hazashi wished to counter, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. TSK, Hinata Yuki was incensed by their expressions. They may claim indifference, but to so openly belittle Akawara keyed in her presence. She rose slowly, asserting, Akawara is a nin personally promoted by Lord Hokage. His capabilities and qualities as a ninja far exceed your own. You shall not insult him. Just as she prepared to make her stand, the door to the conference hall swung open abruptly, and a flustered subordinate rushed to Hinata Takashi's side. Clan leader, the 3rd Hokage has arrived. Stating he has urgent matters to discuss. Hinata Takashi's expression shifted. Please ask him to wait in the reception room. I will be there shortly. No need for that. An aged yet robust voice echoed from the corridor as the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered the conference hall, pipe in hand. The matter is urgent. I came directly. Chapter 51. The ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze casually brushed over the Hyuga elder, whose smile remained frozen upon his face. The excellence of Uchiha Jin is undeniable. Yet the contributions of Akahara Kid cannot be overlooked. They are both steadfast inheritors of the will of fire and exemplary chunin of Konohagakure. Elder Kazakage. His words bore no emotion and wielded no authority, yet they brought forth a cold sweat upon Hyuga Kazakage. Yes, I have spoken out of turn, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not cast another glance in his direction, shifting his focus to Hyuga Yuki. I have heard that our little genius wishes to return to the front lines? Hyuga Hatsuaki immediately stepped forward. Hokage-sama, the young lady is naive. Aware of the grim situation at the front, Hyuga Takashi's expression darkened. Hokage-sama. The clan's Byakugan, I understand your concerns. Hyuga Yuki interjected suddenly. To prevent the leakage of the Byakugan, I shall bear the mark of a caged bird. Furthermore, I have meticulously transcribed my insights on the gentle fist, which can be found on my desk in my room. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Nonsense. Hyuga Takashi rose in indignation. Bear the mark of a caged bird? Do you comprehend the implications of your words? The members of the branch family. The children can bear it. Why can't I? Is this not the most fundamental solution to your concerns? A silence ensued. The flickering flames of the oil lamp casting dancing shadows upon the faces of those present. A sigh broke the stillness as Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Times have changed, my friends. This is not a moment for sacrificing individual well-being for the sake of the family, but rather a time when everyone must unite against the external threats. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his tone gradually intensifying. In Konoha, no one is entitled to extinguish the blazing will of fire that burns within a ninja's heart. He turned to Hyuga Takashi. What do you think, clan leader? Hyuga Takashi's lips twitched several times before he deeply bowed his head. As you command, Hokage-sama. Ultimately, they did not mark her with the caged bird. The moonlight adorned the ginkgo forest of the Hyuga clan with a silver sheen. As Hyuga Yuki accompanied Sarutobi Hiruzen along the stone path, the sound of their wooden clogs startling the resting night owls. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Though his arrival was anticipated, Hyuga Yuki sincerely expressed her gratitude. Without the Hokage's aid, she would have been unable to contend with the entirety of her clan. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer exuded his previous authority. He sighed deeply, his murky eyes revealing an expression of profound weariness. No, my child. It is I who should thank you, and Konoha should be grateful to you. You are a ninja far stronger and more exceptional than I. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen halted. The embers of his pipe casting a heavy shadow beneath his eyes, and Hyuga Yuki perceived. The guilt within his gaze seemed poised to engulf her. The inaugural Hokage established the Hidden Leaf Village with the noble intention of allowing young children to grow healthily within the confines of a school. freeing them from the horrors of the battlefield where they would otherwise be compelled to take the lives of even younger innocents. He wished to spare them the torment of trembling in damp, dark caves, contemplating how to evade the relentless pursuit of enemies. Yet now, mere years after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, the village finds itself devoid of the time necessary for recuperation. In this period of extreme depletion of living forces, it is faced with an unprecedented multi-front battle. The hidden sand, hidden mist, hidden rock, and the restlessly lurking hidden cloud, like ravenous wolves, continuously gaze upon the hidden leaf, eager to tear a piece of flesh from this colossal entity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, is once more forced to send the young children to the front lines, thus resurrecting the brutalities of the Warring States period. Having made this decision, which goes against the original will of the first Hokage, he finds himself unable to close his eyes peacefully at night. Each time he presides over the new student welcome ceremony at the Ninja Academy, the smiles of those children flood his vision the moment he shuts his eyes. Although casting children into the fray has birthed prodigies such as Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Jin, the grim reality is that countless innocent children are perishing. I am truly sorry for you. Through Hugayuki, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to glimpse those who are lost in despair, wailing, and dying in the darkness. He considers himself a sinner, resolutely deciding to resign from the position of Hokage once the war concludes, in hopes of allowing a more capable leader to guide the Hidden Leaf Village. Hugayuki blinks and deftly shifts the topic. What is the situation on the front lines at the Hidden Mist? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhales deeply from his pipe. Sighing heavily, the 7 ninja swordsmen are maneuvering on the front lines, and we lack effective countermeasures. Even Jiraiya cannot support multiple battlefields simultaneously. Previously, Tsunade was present, managing to keep casualties to a minimum. But now she is stationed at the Hidden Cloud front, and the casualties on the Hidden Mist front are steadily increasing. What of Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash? He should have returned from the Hidden Sand front by now. With his Flying Thunder God technique, he ought to be able to provide swift support during the assault by the 7 ninja swordsmen. According to reliable intelligence, the Hidden Cloud may have deployed the 8 Tails, and Minato set out to track their movements on the very day he returned to the village. The Yellow Flash is also running low on chakra soon. The elder and the young one reach the village gates, and Sarutobi Hiruzen watches as she steps beyond the threshold of the Hidden Leaf. Hugayuki slows her pace, fastening the forehead protector adorned with the symbol of a leaf. She glances back slightly, a smile gracing her lips. The Hidden Leaf will prevail, as always, right? I will return alive, Hokage-sama. Chapter 52. The initial battle. The morning mist at the border of the Land of Fire had yet to dissipate when Hinata Yuki's Byakugan detected fluctuations in chakra 3 kilometers away. 5 Leaf Village ninjas were fleeing desperately through the woods, pursued relentlessly by 7 chakra signatures. Hinata Yuki narrowed her eyes, her fingers brushing against the maple leaf necklace that Akihara had gifted her 6 months prior, following her teacher's unfortunate incident. She had treasured it dearly, although it puzzled her for a time due to its seeming lack of utility among her clan. She eventually discerned the necklace's true function. It could obscure all of her chakra fluctuations. This in itself provided an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. As the barrier unfolded, Hinata Yuki did not hesitate. Her figure darted towards the fray like an arrow released from its bow. Her toes lightly tapped the branches, her mastery over force so refined that the dewdrops along her path had no time to tremble. The primary threat, Jiraiya, was engaged with the 7 swordsmen of the mist, with the formidable Daotu and the blunt blade of Do cutting down foes, while the explosive blade of Feimao and the long blade of Fungjin danced around, restraining him. Meanwhile, the original wielder of the dual blades, Mizukage, was leading a team to annihilate a leaf reconnaissance unit. The severing blade and the lightning blade were steadily eroding the lines of leaf ninjas. Ever since Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, had departed, this tactic had proven repeatedly effective. Yagura stifled a yawn, his demeanor languid. Given the choice, he would prefer to confront a worthy adversary. This one-sided slaughter brought him no amusement. However, there was no alternative. When the retreating Leaf team was barely 100 meters away, he lazily announced, as usual, one team will cut off their escape, while the other will stand guard and disrupt any Leaf reinforcements. Suddenly, a rustling from a birch tree behind the left flank of the team broke the silence, followed by the sound of air being sliced. The head of a Chunin soared high into the air. It was not until the warm blood sprayed across their faces that the team reacted. Alert! What was that? Yagura furrowed his brow. His chakra sensing network was fully deployed, yet he detected no assailant. Stay calm, be formation. Before he could finish issuing his command, an alarm blared in his mind. Clang! The blade of his dual weapon, the Feimao, instinctively shielded him as an invisible blade struck towards his neck, causing his hands to tremble with shock. The nonchalance in his gaze evaporated, replaced by astonishment and wariness in equal measure. 3 o'clock, he shouted, raising both hands as he unleashed a barrage of water bullets towards the slightly swaying branches. Yet, whoosh, another invisible blade came from the opposite direction, brutally cleaving a lower ninja in half. The upper half of his subordinate crashed at Yagura's feet, blood staining his trousers. He immediately ceased firing, gripping the Feimao tightly. Consolidate. Do not expose your backs to any direction. A tremor laced his voice. In less than 10 seconds, 2 had been killed, and he had narrowly escaped decapitation. Yet, he could not trace even a hint of the assailant. Were they human or specter? Yagura gritted his teeth, swiftly summoning several water clones to disperse into the surroundings. He concealed his presence using the mist concealment technique, merging the twin blades of the flatfish into a singular entity. With an eruption of chakra enveloping him, the blade of the flatfish shimmered with a cerulean glow, rapidly expanding. His intent was to eradicate all obstacles in his vicinity, leaving his adversary with nowhere to escape. However, every movement he made was meticulously observed by the Byakugan. Just as the moonlight of the ghost lantern prepared to swing the flatfish, a blade of energy sliced through from the side, accurately severing his hands. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as the fallen flatfish spiraled out of control, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of chakra. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated like thunder, obliterating everything within a 10-meter radius. Hinata Yuki was hurled several meters by the shockwave, her face meeting a face full of mud. Gasping, Hinata Yuki steadied herself with her blade, rubbing her shoulder before popping her dislocated left arm back into place. She had never anticipated that the sword would detonate. Otherwise, she would have employed the heavenly return for defense. She was still contemplating how to deliver the finishing blow to the moonlight of the ghost lantern, but now, it seemed unnecessary, saving her the trouble of cremation, spitting out the mud from her mouth. She cautiously approached the center of the explosion. What if there were remnants of an explosive king lurking about? Yet, upon reaching the explosion site, there was not even a single intact corpse to be found. Limbs, entrails, and various unidentified remains were strewn across the area, painting a gruesome tableau. The entire squad of the moonlight of the ghost lantern had been reduced to mere ninja fragments. The flatfish lay unscathed at the epicenter, and Hinata Yuki, suppressing her physiological discomfort, approached it. With a light ting, she prodded it with her sword, confirming that it would not explode again before picking up the imposing blade, nearly her height. This sword appeared formidable. How was it wielded? Yuki attempted to swing it, only to find it was perhaps too unwieldy for her. Mimicking the stance of the moonlight of the ghost lantern, she grasped the other hilt of the flatfish and infused it with a measure of chakra. With a click, the great sword split into two, seemingly recognizing the diminutive stature of its new master. Compared to the dual-blade form of the moonlight of the ghost lantern, the flatfish now appeared significantly more petite in Hinata Yuki's hands. Oh, you possess quite the spirit. Hinata Yuki noted this with delight and tried swinging the twin blades again, discovering that this form was far less cumbersome, making it much more manageable than the great sword. Content with a nod, she secured the flatfish onto her back and set off in pursuit of her comrades from Konoha. An explosion? Had reinforcement arrived? A Jinin in the Konoha reconnaissance team brightened at the sound of the detonation from behind. However, no team at the 3rd Forward Outpost could achieve such rapid support. Could it be a Uchiha squad? Their speed was indeed remarkable. The Uchiha clan served as the mainstay of the front line, stationed in even more perilous territories. How could they possibly be here? Captain Fujiwara Shin shook his head, furrowing his brow as he inquired of the sensing ninja in the team, Iwakishi. How many chakras can you detect? The perceptive ninja named Iwaki, with a stiff expression, trembled as he reported, "See, Captain, there's not a single one." What? How is that possible? Whether it be support or other circumstances, they cannot simply vanish into thin air. The faces of everyone in the team reflected shock. Increase our pace. Such an eerie situation stirred a sense of unease within Fujiwara. Unknown support, the vanishing pursuers. Captain, I sense a chakra response. Iwaki suddenly shouted. It's a signal from the Hyuga clan. A sigh of relief escaped everyone's lips, including Fujiwara's. Whoosh. Hinata Yuki emerged from the foliage, appearing before the reconnaissance team. Good morning, everyone. All gazes involuntarily converged upon the 2 blades on Yuki's back. The ninja blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Fujiwara exclaimed in astonishment. The 7 blades of the mist-hidden village were renowned on the front lines. and they had just endured considerable hardship at their hands. But why would the very swords that had been pursuing them now be in the possession of this Hyuga clan member? An incredible thought arose in everyone's minds. Did you cause the explosion just now? Did you do it alone? Did you slay the 7 ninja swordsmen? How did you manage that? Your eyes. The barrage of questions overwhelmed Uchiha, giving her a headache. She waved her hand, saying, all right, one at a time. To be precise, the explosion was caused by this blade. I indeed vanquished those who were pursuing you. Were they really the 7 ninja swordsmen? As for how I accomplished it. Pausing to contemplate the necklace in her hand, Hinata Uchiha smiled. Because I have a reliable companion. Chapter 53, Reunion in the southern front of the hidden mist. Hyuga Yuki treaded lightly upon the fragile branches, silently crossing the perimeter. Her Byakugan emitted a faint azure glow amidst the sea mist, penetrating the dense forest to lock onto a hidden mist outpost 3 kilometers away. 6 Chunin and 7 Genin. Devoid of sensory-type ninjas. Area B3 is secure. She pressed the radio to her ear, relaying the new findings of the research team. I suggest Team A to infiltrate from the west while Team C sets up an ambush along the eastern river. Understood. Commanding the elite 12-member squad stationed at the 3rd outpost, Yuki was accompanied by seasoned Chunin who had emerged from the blood-soaked battlegrounds. Yet, none dared to underestimate this newly appointed captain. Despite her youth, just 3 days prior, she had single-handedly slain a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, seized the sword Hiramakiri, and flawlessly executed 5 decapitation missions within 2 days of returning to the front lines, earning the title of the youngest special jounin. Team A, await my command. With that, Hyuga Yuki leapt down from the branch, swiftly advancing towards the target outpost, shrouded by mist and chakra concealment, leaving the hidden mist unaware. After she efficiently dispatched 3 Chunin, Team A quickly surged in to eliminate the remaining mist ninjas without incurring a single casualty. Red, you are to withdraw along this route. I will circle around to the west to see if I can gather some intelligence. While her teammates dealt with the aftermath, Yuki indicated a path on the map for Yuhi Kurenai. This marked her 7th day back at the front lines. There were no grand welcomes, no impassioned speeches. War only tests a ninja's worth in the most direct manner. Survive to prove your usefulness or perish and become a mere statistic. Yuki's Byakugan pierced through the obstacles along the way, the chakra networks of 37 hidden mist ninjas pulsing within her gray-blue vision, akin to fireflies trapped in amber. 2 squads feigned an attack to the southeast, while the main force lay to the northwest. She transmitted her findings back to the camp. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a torrent of water suddenly tore through the leaves towards her. With a light tap of her toes on the branch, Yuki entwined her blade with cerulean chakra, cleaving the water technique in twain with a precise strike. Amidst the swirling droplets, she beheld an unforgettable silhouette, the mist ninja, Ao. The one responsible for her teacher's death, the thief of her right eye. His right eye was similarly covered by a bandage. Yet Yuki could clearly discern the familiar chakra beneath it. Her Byakugan pierced through the chakra concealment barrier of Aoyuan. The overwhelming desire for vengeance against her teacher's murderer momentarily flooded Yuki's mind, but reason ultimately prevailed. AOS reinforcements, the hidden mist forces, were not far off, and engaging him would yield no chance of victory. The suppressed fury caused her fingers, tightly gripping the hilt of her straight blade, to tremble slightly as she spoke with an air of calmness. You have hidden well. It has been half a year without your trace. What brings you out today? Ao fixed his gaze upon her, retorting with a sardonic tone. Likewise, the demise of your teacher was not sufficient. Upon your return, whom do you intend to eliminate this time? Who shall become the sacrificial pawn in your game? Ah. Hinata Yuki chuckled softly. If we are to speak of targets, I have indeed dispatched quite a number of your comrades. Qing narrowed his eyes. Was it you who killed Ghost Lantern Sanghua? Did you take down Pingmu Jiao? Ha, can you guess? With that, Hinata Yuki swiftly retreated beneath his eyelids. Qing exhibited no intent to pursue, remaining steadfast in his position, awaiting the support of his allies. Afraid to chase? Just as she had surmised, Hinata Yuki burst into laughter. Are you frightened that I am but a bait? Terrified that the Byakugan will be seized? I am not the one ensnared. You have become the caged bird. Hinata Yuki pivoted to evade the incoming 1,000 needles, her left hand forming a blade-like gesture towards the void. Gentle fist, void point. The air erupted with a thunderous boom as a hidden mist ninja, concealed among the trees, fell, coughing blood. Yet, more chakra surged towards her, the visual lock making it increasingly difficult for her to elude them through her cloaking barrier. The reputation of the Hinata clan's gentle fist was indeed well-deserved. A mocking voice resonated from ahead as a Miss J. Neen encircled her, blocking her path. However, there would be no savior to rescue you this time. The speed of the mist ninja's hand seals created afterimages, water release, great shark bomb technique. Just as Hinata Yuki prepared to counter with her heavenly return. A flash of crimson suddenly crossed her field of vision. Whoosh! A blazing shuriken accurately sliced through the mist ninja's hand seal trajectory. The erupting water shark dissipating into steam before it could fully form. A girl in black descended through the boiling mist. The three Tomo in her blood-red eyes spinning enchantingly amidst the dust. Thud. The mist J-Nin froze momentarily. The term savior. The blade of Uchiha Rin pierced his chest. I am not fond of it. Rin. The astonished expression on Hinata Yuki's face was tinged with a hint of joy. How did you end up here? Were you not stationed in the northern battle zone? A certain princess of the Hinata clan insisted on returning to the front lines, forcing me to be temporarily reassigned as her caretaker, shaking the blood from her sword. Uchiha Rin smiled languidly. I cannot believe the old fossils in the clan actually allowed you to return. I thought you would end up bound like a dumpling. Almost got tied up. That would have been quite troublesome. The two continued to sprint towards the Konoha lines. You have truly made a name for yourself. I have heard numerous accolades regarding your exploits along the way. It is said that you. Uchiha Rin wore a look of satisfaction, chattering away about the intelligence she had gathered. I also heard you have become a special J-Nin. Alas, I am still merely a Chunin. By the way, should I now address you as Lord J-Nin? Lord Hinata? Lady Yuki? Do not jest. Uchiha Rin teased with a smile, while Hinata Yuki returned a resigned grin. The pursuers remained relentless behind them until a considerable force from Konoha came into view. The two individuals instinctively halted their steps. Reinforcements had arrived, and their immediate task was to impede the relentless pursuers as much as possible. Wow, they are still chasing us. Uchiha Rin exclaimed, turning to observe the reckless mist ninjas. Her curiosity piqued. The allure of the Byakugan was indeed substantial. Why did the Sharingan not receive such attention? Feeling a surge of indignation, she feigned anger, baring her teeth before glancing at Hinata Yuki, lifting her chin slightly. Shall we steal the spotlight? Eliminate them all before the reinforcements arrive? Hinata Yuki's lips curled into a smile at her words. Just don't hold me back. All right, I shall give it my all. Uchiha Rin chuckled. Little princess, let us advance. In an instant, their figures transformed into mere afterimages, racing towards the pursuing mist ninjas. Chapter 54. The Phantom Ding. The mirror of the mind reflects. Target emotion. Joy. Haha. A surge of my own emotional energy resonated in my mind, and Akiyama Keat smiled. The fluctuations of hundreds of emotional frequencies had nearly driven him to madness, yet he was relieved to have finally completed it, the complete mirror of the mind. It could perceive, analyze, and capture emotional energy within a radius of 200 meters. Dingling. Akiyama shook the small bell strung on a red cord. The temporary vessel for the mirror of the mind, capable of storing a certain amount of emotional energy. He secured the bell to his left wrist, closely connecting it to his chakra, allowing him to immediately sense any emotional information detected. Although it was merely a foundational element of Zero Tail, it stood as one of his most formidable aids thus far, a capability of strategic significance akin to dust release, capable of decisively influencing the tides of battle. Directly acquiring the emotional information of his enemies was akin to wielding a cheat in psychological warfare. Next, I shall develop the emotional spectrometer, which will enable the modulation of emotional energy into light-dark chakra, composed of a large system with 587 barrier variants and 187 sealing techniques. Akiyama Keat stood and stretched lazily, then placed his hand on his forehead to shield his eyes from the sunlight, gazing at the azure sky. Konoha and Iwagakure were fully engaged in war, and they had also been deployed to the front lines, having just completed a mission of annihilation. They contemplated allowing Su Xin to get some fresh air on their return journey due to the distance from the camp. However, Su Xin insisted on having Uchiha Jin carry her for a flight, and they had been playing for quite some time. Akiyama quietly observed the streak of purple light at the horizon, his smile still present, but no longer reflecting the joy of completing the mirror of the mind. Instead, it was a serene appreciation for the fleeting beauty of the moment. How wonderful it would be if this tranquility could last forever, but, in unseen realms, all was in turmoil. The struggle for survival in war was no longer Akiyama Keat's concern. That fellow must have already set his sights on Obito, right? Hurry, and complete Zero Tail. I should be able to intervene. He recalled the one who would endure blows without rejecting his sparring requests. The one who sincerely regarded him as a friend, laughing heartily with him, the helpful and kind-hearted Uchiha Obito. Akiyama gazed at his palm and clenched his fist tightly. It was not until a gust of wind tousled his hair that he regained his focus. Su Xian descended before Akiyama, gently setting Uchiha Jin down. Jin maintained her usual demeanor, though she stumbled slightly upon making contact with the ground. Are you afraid of heights? Akiyama quickly supported her. Are you all right? I'm sorry, Jin. Su Xian's tone also carried a hint of apology. It's fine, just a bit nervous the first time. Uchiha Jin shook her head. Managing a smile, I am quite happy. There is no need to apologize. That scenery was a sight I had never seen before, all thanks to you. After all, I can't fly by myself, haha. She has also learned to make a few simple jokes to lighten the mood. Haha, really? Upon hearing this, Su Xian's worries vanished, and she affectionately nudged Jin's sleeve. Hiki. Jin gently patted her head, managing a forced laugh, as Su Xian wished to respect her friend's privacy. She had blocked her emotional perception of Qiu Yuan Fengjiang and Uchiha Jin, thus remaining oblivious to the awkwardness. However, Jin's emotions were entirely captured by Qiu Yuan's mirror of the mind. He grasped her hand, hoping to alleviate her lingering unease. This reminded Qiu Yuan that he too needed to shield his emotional perception of Jin, as prying into someone else's privacy was hardly appropriate. Qiu Yuan, would you like to fly up and have a look? It's quite beautiful. Su Xian turned to Qiu Yuan Fengjiang, her excitement palpable. Cough, cough, it's nearly lunchtime. Perhaps we should cook something first. Observing Jin, who had yet to regain her composure, Qiu Yuan cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. Food? Su Xian's eyes sparkled at the mention. Although she did not require sustenance to maintain her physiological functions, the exquisite sensations of flavors blooming on her tongue utterly captivated her, especially given Qiu Yuan's commendable culinary skills. What shall we eat? Her anticipation for the meal swiftly overshadowed her earlier playfulness. Haha. Let's see what ingredients we can find around here. Oh, here they come. At that moment, Qiu Yuan Fengjiang's shadow clone returned, burdened with an abundance of wild delicacies. On August 5th, the 46th year of Konoha, 2 months after the comprehensive war between Iwagakure and Konoha, Iwagakure had identified the source of unrest, the elusive specter that silently traversed the battlefield, devouring our elite forces and instilling panic. That Tsuchikage's son, Huang Tu, was reporting the latest intelligence to his father, Inoki. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang, Uchiha Jin, a Konoha Nin team. Uchiha Jin possesses the 3 Tomo Sharingan, while Qiu Yuan Fengjiang, his father, Qiu Yuan Sheng, was a barrier ninja who fought against us in the Second Shinobi World War. The so-called undetectable ghost is preliminarily hypothesized to be Qiu Yuan Fengjiang, who has inherited his father's legacy and developed a barrier capable of masking chakra fluctuations. Inoki frowned at this information. Is there any countermeasure against a barrier that conceals chakra fluctuations? No, Huang Tu shook his head. Currently, all our sensing and alerting methods are incapable of breaching Qiu Yuan Fengjiang's barrier. If Konoha subsequently deploys this barrier en masse, our front line could face a significant threat. Inoki's frown deepened, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. For now, we must hold our position and avoid alarming the enemy. Where was the ghost's last action? It was 8 kilometers outside the northern 7th position, where it ambushed a team of Nin en route to provide support. Huang Tu reported, pointing to the map on Inoki's desk. Inoki nodded. What is their strength? The 2 individuals, in harmonious collaboration, possessed the formidable capability to eliminate a seasoned jonin. After a moment of contemplation, Inoki closed his eyes and mentally traced the potential trajectory of Akiyama Kiid's movements. Suddenly, he pressed his finger onto a specific location on the map. Their ghostly tactics rely on high mobility, intelligence superiority, and the ability to strike and retreat in an instant. However, prolonged success inevitably leads to path dependency, a belief that we cannot counter the barrier. By directing the actions of the phantoms, the 6th position transitioned to a defensive stance, exhibiting a sense of despair. Subsequently, he dispatched a decoy team consisting of 1 Jonin and 4 Chunin to embark from the Granite Gorge route under the pretext of providing support, guiding them into an ambush. And then, it would be prudent to send Akatsuchi on an errand. Chapter 55. Hidden Dangers. The full moon hung high, casting a silvery glow upon the forest, while the night breeze rustled through the treetops. The nightingales sang, and the chirping of insects filled the air, all seemingly tranquil. However, Nagasaki Murin furrowed his brow. He had successfully gathered intelligence on the Leaf Village's movements and executed a safe retreat. But was it all too effortless? Though merely a reconnaissance mission, His instincts as a Jonin heightened his vigilance. Suddenly, a leaf within his line of sight was abruptly severed, causing his pupils to constrict as he swiftly pivoted. A silent blade of wind struck the tree behind him, leaving a deep gash, yet he sensed not a trace of chakra. The ghostly forces of the Leaf Village, perhaps? Clenching his teeth, Nagasaki Murin employed the body replacement technique, landing several meters away on another tree, utilizing the foliage to obscure his presence. They are the harbingers of death. Encountering them leaves no chance of survival. Despite having heard the tales of these phantoms, no one had ever lived to recount their encounters. Yet, Nagasaki Murin was not one to succumb to despair. He endeavored to maintain his composure, his gaze sweeping swiftly across the treetops to ensure no one was silently observing his disarray. In such moments, blind flight or reckless aggression would only hasten his demise, a conviction he held with utmost certainty. Clang. The mirror of the mind reflected, target emotion unease. A figure lurking in the shadows smirked, feeling the pressure. Are we, child? Whoosh. Just as Murin focused intently on his surroundings, a shadow darted from behind a tree to his left, racing into the distance. Even with his naked eye, he sensed no information emanating from the figure. A decoy, perhaps? His mind tensed, Nagasaki Murin fixated on the retreating silhouette. The opponent may have lost track of him. Hence the use of a bait to probe. If only he could avoid. Look behind you. A gentle voice resonated from directly behind him. Move, escape, get away. Use everything at your disposal. This was the singular thought racing through Nagasaki Murin's mind. However, light outpaced his movements. Thud. A white beam of light pierced through Nagasaki Murin, casting 3 shadows upon the ground. His body plummeted from the treetop, crashing heavily to the earth. Thump. Akiyama Kid removed his forehead protector and once more summoned Dust Release, disassembling Murin's lifeless form. Clang. With the mind mirror and spectrographic system successfully interfacing, the emotional energy contained within the small bell on Akiyama's wrist began its transformation. Golden and dark red hues shimmered on the bell's surface, morphing into delicate strands that swiftly faded away. In a mere 10 seconds, the stored emotional energy was entirely converted. Highly efficient, Akiyama Kid felt immense satisfaction. The time taken to replicate the emotional spectrograph exceeded his expectations, having surpassed 2.5 months since the successful replication of the mind mirror. Until today, the emotional spectrometer has finally been completed. What is next? Is it done? Although a hint of anticipation could be discerned from the slight upward curve of his lips, Uchiha Jin still eagerly inquired. Yes, it is complete, Chiohuan replied with a smile, nodding. Next, we need to gather more light and dark chakra, and then find an opportunity to visit the Sushin laboratory, where we can conduct the experiment for the light and dark corridor and construct the body of Zero Tail. Oh, as the sun rose, the two returned to the camp. However, at the entrance, Uchiha Jin unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Her father, Uchiha Fujiki, had also been assigned to their line and seemed to be waiting for her at the entrance. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Jin instinctively lowered her head. Though the resentment she once harbored had diminished, she was uncertain how to confront her father, what role to assume, or what attitude to adopt. To consider him an enemy felt excessive, as Uchiha Fujiki had largely acted in her best interest. Yet, to adopt the demeanor of a dutiful daughter felt exceedingly awkward. Ultimately, she chose to feign indifference, trailing behind Chiohuan and walking straight past Uchiha Fujiki without acknowledgement. Observing his daughter's disregard, Uchiha Fujiki displayed no emotional reaction, although he had indeed come to welcome her upon learning she was at the camp. He had anticipated this scenario. He knew his daughter's temperament all too well. Uchiha Fujiki followed them at a measured pace into the camp, refraining from disturbing Uchiha Jin and instead heading towards the Uchiha clan's resting area. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Noticing something amiss with Uchiha Jin, Chiohuan turned to inquire. It's nothing. Jin merely shook her head. All right, Chiohuan relented, and after collecting supplies with Jin, they began to wander around the camp. Despite the uncertainty surrounding Iwagakure's sudden shift from offense to defense, the tasks had indeed become much easier for everyone, and the atmosphere in the camp was notably tranquil. After wandering for a while, Chiohuan managed to gather a considerable amount of light chakra and a small quantity of dark chakra. Of course, the light and dark chakra were separated by barriers, stored on either side of a small bell. If they were stored together, even a slight imbalance, with one side possessing just a fraction more than the other, would lead to the opposing energy being consumed and causing an explosion. Until the light and dark corridor was completed, Chiohuan Fengjiang could not ensure their constant equilibrium, This sensation of gaining strength simply by strolling around is truly captivating, Chiao Huan mused. Feeling the chakra gradually filling the small bell, a smile gracing his lips. This is no mere illusion. This is the true essence of idealistic power. After escorting Uchiha Jin back to her dormitory for rest, Chiao Huan Fengjiang returned to his own quarters. Lying on his bed, he began to contemplate the recent movements of Awagakure. This stronghold of Awagakure initially established a considerable advantage. Why has it suddenly shifted from offense to defense? They continuously dispatch reconnaissance ninjas to probe Konoha's military deployment. What are they so afraid of? A wave of fatigue washed over Chiao Yuan Fengjiang as he stifled a yawn. With Jin Sharingan, the mirror of the mind, the shielding barrier, and dust release at his disposal, he felt secure. As long as Noki did not bring the 4 tails and 5 tails before him, there was little that could pose a threat. Fengjiang drifted into a deep slumber, completely unaware that dark chakra was subtly eroding the barrier that separated it from the light chakra. In the midst of war, the dark chakra collected by the mirror of the mind far exceeded that of the light chakra. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Fengjiang awoke to a new mission. A ninja crow perched at his bedside, regurgitating a mission scroll. Upon receiving and unrolling the scroll, he could not help but exclaim in exasperation. Another extermination mission? Chapter 56. Arrogance, August 23rd, 46th year of Konoha. Northern land of grass. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the ground was strewn with fragmented leaves, shimmering under the twilight, reminiscent of a myriad of scattered stars. A few small stones tumbled down from the nearby hillside, plunging directly into the adjacent river with a resounding splash. The sudden disturbance caused the rock-hidden squad to halt abruptly. It was not until the perceptive ninja among them shook his head that the leading jonin, Shinoda Escher, signaled for them to proceed. Unbeknownst to anyone, one of the small stones, upon its descent into the river, began to flow upstream, following the movements of the squad. "Captain, what exactly are we here to do?" A youthful chunin queried, confusion evident in his voice. "The 6th line has always been our advantage, yet suddenly we are ordered to provide support." Shinoda Escher furrowed his brow. "We need only to execute our mission. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. What we are to do will be revealed upon our arrival. Lord Tsuchikage has his own plans." "Oh." The inquiring chunin recoiled slightly. "But the recent ghosts of Konoha have sparked much concern. The Tsuchikage has declared that these are mere rumors. You cannot genuinely believe that Konoha possesses such capabilities, can you?" Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as an object erupted from the water's surface. The small stone darted through the midst of the rock-hidden ninjas, simultaneously slicing the throats of 2 chunin. Warm blood rained down upon the faces of the squad, causing their thoughts to momentarily freeze. Ding psychic mirror reflection. Target emotion terror confusion. The small stone abruptly detonated in a cloud of smoke, revealing a figure within. The silhouette, fingers poised together, gestured lightly towards Shinoda Escher. "Disperse." Ugh. Shinoda Escher was the first to react, but before he could fully comprehend, a blade of wind, already charged, severed the ear of a nearby chunin, and in the blink of an eye, the assailant stood before him, swiftly slashing his throat. In the chaos of this unforeseen uprising, amidst the utmost turmoil, Shinoda Escher had scarcely a half-second to react. The chunin, now earless, let out a wretched scream as a second figure erupted from the ground before him. Swish! The glint of a blade flashed, and the scream was abruptly silenced as his head soared into the air. The last chunin finally grasped his weapon, but 3 explosive tags had unbeknownst to him been affixed to his back. Boom! The explosion thundered, causing the roosting birds to take flight in fright. Mission objective, complete annihilation. It seems I have not been rendered useless by Jin's Sharingan after all, Akahara Kid remarked, dispelling his shadow clone with a sigh and a jest. Previously, he would employ shadow clones to distract the enemy while Jin would utilize her Sharingan to immobilize them. However, upon receiving the mission, Uchiha Jin was still resting. So he refrained from disturbing her, hoping to conclude the task swiftly, perhaps returning before she awakened. The small stone had been a transformation created by a shadow clone, while his true self lay concealed underground. With a touch of psychological manipulation, he efficiently fulfilled the mission objective, completing the entire endeavor in under 10 seconds. As Chiao Yuan Fengjiang meticulously tidied the battlefield in preparation for departure, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He pulled back his left sleeve and glanced at the small bell tied around his left wrist. His pupils narrowing in alarm, the negative emotions emanating from the rock-hidden team had shattered the already precarious threshold. An excess of dark chakra breached the isolation barrier, swiftly consuming the stored light chakra. He fell into a frenzied state. They began to erode Qiu Yuan's chakra. Dark splotches appeared on his left forearm, rapidly spreading. Hey, this is rebellion. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang reacted swiftly, his right hand glowing with a verdant light, just as the dark chakra encroached upon his left shoulder. The Indigo Palace matrix was completed. Smack. He forcefully struck the Indigo Palace onto his shoulder. The azure threads spread faster than the dark splotches. They enveloped Qiu Yuan's entire being, firmly sealing all his chakra and forcibly halting the spread of the dark marks. A sharp gasp escaped him. The weakness from the loss of chakra made Qiu Yuan Fengjiang stagger, and he quickly leaned against a nearby tree. How could this happen? The dark chakra could autonomously erode the barrier. This was not mentioned in Tobarama's journal. Qiu Yuan gritted his teeth, utterly perplexed. The first thought that surged in his mind was to summon Su Xian for assistance, but in his current state, he could not muster even a hint of chakra, let alone perform summoning techniques. I must hurry back and have Jin call Su Xian over to help me. Uchiha Jin had also formed a summoning contract with Su Xian, ignoring the corpses strewn about. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang strained his weakened body toward the direction of the camp. Ding. A clear sound resonated in Qiu Yuan's mind, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The mirror of the mind reflected. Target emotion calm. Someone had entered the detection range of the mirror of the mind. Who is it? Why now of all times? Even a mere Jin posed a threat, and he had no means of counteraction. A wave of intense unease enveloped him, nearly robbing him of breath. The 200-meter radius covered by the mirror of the mind was but a fleeting moment for an elite Jonin. The moment he received the alert. Qiu Yuan Fengjiang beheld a massive silhouette. Chidu? What is he doing here? Encountering Chida under normal circumstances might present a challenge to this elite Jonin, but merely a challenge. However, now, Qiu Yuan Fengjiang frantically attempted to unravel the sealing technique, but the Indigo Palace showed no signs of response. Steadfastly locking away his chakra, he had once taken pride in this. Why have you lost your necessary vigilance? On what grounds do you scorn war? What grants you the audacity to look down upon life and death? By what right do you believe you can control everything? That you can remain untroubled amidst the chaos of war? Is it your extraordinary luck that has spared you from failure thus far? Or is it due to your exceptional barrier techniques? Just release? Uchiha Jin? Or perhaps, the 720 episodes of Naruto that reside in your mind? You are too arrogant. You have lost everything. An overwhelming sense of panic and despair threatened to drown Qiu Yuan Fengjiang, as he found himself bereft of all means. Driven by the most primal instinct for survival, he raised his hands to shield himself. Chapter 57. Lighting the stars in moments like these, gentleness must be set aside. How could this happen? Uchiha Jin gritted her teeth and sprinted northward. Why didn't I speak to him properly? Why is it always for my sake? IWA, Shinobi Front. The gradually forgotten nightmare resurfaced, each detail replaying vividly before her eyes, especially Akiyama Keed collapsing in her embrace, his body growing cold. Ever since she learned that Akiyama had chosen to undertake a mission alone to avoid disturbing her rest, her heart had been in a constant state of panic. What will he do without me? Facing 4ch Nin is AJ Nin. What if something happens to him? What will I do without him? Although her current location was quite close to the camp, posing a risk of being discovered, the sensation of dread intensified. And Jin could no longer afford to worry about the consequences. Hi, Su, Yu, Shin, Wei. She quickly formed several hand seals. Then bit her thumb, summoning technique. Boom. As the smoke erupted, a 10-meter-long zero-tail Sushin materialized within the summoning array. Sushin, quickly help me locate Akiyama. He went on a mission alone. I only know he is to the north, but not his exact position. Jin's voice trembled, momentarily catching Sushin off guard. Huh? Wait. You're not with him? Sushin's eyes widened. I wasn't. Uchiha Jin was at a loss. I fell asleep. He didn't wake me so as not to disturb my rest. All right, I understand. Get on quickly. Without further inquiry, Sushin lowered itself, signaling Jin to climb aboard. Yes. Uchiha Jin did not hesitate, leaping onto Sushin's back. Swoosh. A purple streak of light sliced across the sky. With the urgency of the situation, Sushin disregarded any notions of privacy, expanding its vast chakra sensory net and mental mirror barrier, meticulously searching every corner. 30 kilometers at 11 o'clock, there are 5 chakra signals. But I cannot sense Akiyama's chakra. Yes. Uchiha Jin nodded fervently. The mission target is 5 individuals. Akiyama might have utilized a shielding barrier. How long until we arrive there? Approximately 1 minute. Good. Uchiha Jin felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Just 1 minute. Wait. 2 chakra signals are diminishing. They are in fear. No, 3, 4, 5. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 chakra signals waned until they vanished, prompting Sushin to shout. All chakra signals have disappeared. It seems Akiyama has succeeded. Huh. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin felt completely relieved, breaking into a smile. You scoundrel, making me worry so much. I truly need to teach him a lesson. Does he really think I have no temper? Ha ha ha. Indeed, I shall help you ensnare him later. Sushin chimed in, having been equally distressed by Jin's earlier anxiety. 10 kilometers from Choyuan Fengjiang, Su Xian, who had gradually slowed down due to relaxation, suddenly accelerated to her maximum speed. A sudden jolt nearly unseated Uchiha Jin. What was that? Someone is approaching Choyuan. The shielding barrier has vanished. Yet, I can only sense his emotions, unable to perceive his chakra. He seems exceedingly weak. What? Uchiha Jin's heart raced. How much longer? 20 seconds. No. 18 seconds. Su Xian clenched her teeth, striving to enhance her speed further. Yet supersonic was already her utmost limit. In the next moment, her eyes widened in realization. Choyuan was afraid. He was anxious. Damn it, hurry up. Faster. Su Xian nearly screamed. Yet Jin did not respond. At the moment she heard he is afraid, Uchiha Jin's mind went blank. Jin, do not worry. Jin, do not be afraid. Jin, I am here. Jin, I am with you. He was forever radiant, gentle, and confident. He was like a sun that would never set. A sun that belonged solely to her, eternally glowing and illuminating her path ahead. But, no, do not go anywhere. Stay by my side. All right, all right. I shall not go anywhere. In that moment, he appeared so fragile. It turned out he could feel fear, anxiety, and tremble. He too needed protection. He is afraid. He is afraid. He is indeed afraid. He is afraid. And why are you not by his side? Uchiha Jin, why? Jin's body could no longer support rational thought. Wait, Jin. Su Xian cried out as Uchiha Jin leaped from her back, diving straight toward the ground. Why are you so disappointing? Huh. Uchiha Jin dashed through the forest, her eyes spinning with 3 tomo, faintly intertwining. She failed to notice the surrounding fallen leaves, which had come to a standstill in midair. Do not be afraid. I am here. Do not be afraid. I am coming. A soft whisper, unsure whether it was meant to comfort him, who was ensnared in peril, or herself, who had already lost her way. Faster, even faster. She pushed aside the final leaves obstructing her view and finally beheld him, standing there. But the dimly lit starlight ultimately only afforded her a fleeting moment with him. Ding! In the final moment, the mirror of the soul shattered the barrier, resonating once more in Choyuan Fengjiang's mind. The mirror of the soul reflected, target emotions panic, confusion, shattered. He exerted his last ounce of strength to turn slightly. And he saw that girl. She was right there. Jin, I am sorry. Boom. The most brutal despair in the world was translated into visual information that flooded into Uchiha Jin's eyes. She beheld the hands of Akiyama Kid being shattered into fragments beneath the blows of the crimson earth. Flesh and blood scattering. She witnessed his left shoulder being torn away and saw his body propelled backward, crashing heavily into the river, staining the water a brilliant red. Much like the hue of her own eyes at this moment, the 3 tomo ceased their rotation, scattering like the surface of water disturbed by Akiyama Kid's fall. The ink-black in the girl's gaze reformed into lines, tightly interwoven, tracing the outline of a pentagram. 2 resplendent stars materialized in her eyes. Yet they offered no glimmer of light to her vacant pupils. As one of the pentagrams began to rotate slowly, Uchiha Jin, in a state of numbness, finally took a step forward. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Everything had quieted down. The cold snort of the crimson earth, the echoes of Akiyama's screams, Su Xian's cries, the incessant chirping of insects and birds, all sounds faded into oblivion. The blood-red ripples in the river suddenly stilled. The silhouette of the feathered serpent frozen in her peripheral vision. The crimson earth was discarding Akiyama's severed arm, the splattered blood suspended in midair, and his form remained equally motionless. Everything in the world had been pressed to the pause button. Uchiha Jin, oblivious to everything, walked step by step until she stood before the crimson earth, raising the knife in her hand and striking toward his neck. Yet, as if rendered insubstantial, her blade passed through him without sensation or harm. A sudden realization flashed in her mind, the kaleidoscopic eye technique Shuhua, upon activation. It transports the user to a parallel space where the flow of time is unrelated to the current world, allowing movement within this realm while altering their coordinates in the real world. So that's it. Uchiha Jin murmured softly. She comprehended. This was the power of her left eye. She moved behind the crimson earth, penetrating his body with the knife and positioning it over his heart. The pentagram spun twice before reverting to 3 tomo, deactivating Shuhua. The crimson earth looked down at the blade that had materialized and pierced his chest. His final moment before losing consciousness filled with pure bewilderment. Thud. The body of the crimson earth collapsed with a thunderous sound. Uchiha Jin did not cast him another glance. She approached the bloodied riverbank, and without a moment's hesitation, leapt into the water, closely followed by Su Exine, who plunged head first into the surface. They followed the current downstream, but aside from the initial pool of blood, they found nothing. Uchiha Jin returned to the side of the Crimson Earth's corpse, retrieving Akiyama's severed arm and cradling it tightly. Dinglingly. The small bell, handcrafted by Akiyama keyed, continued to chime melodiously. Jin withdrew the knife embedded in the Crimson Earth's body, crouching down, lifting the blade, and striking down. She raised the knife again and struck down once more. Tirelessly and aimlessly, she continued to hack at the corpulent body of the Crimson Earth. Su Exine quietly observed everything from the side. As Akawara's words echoed in its mind, "You hold no position and should not be bound to any." The darkness within it threatened to surge forth, yet it remained composed, repeatedly suppressing the tumult. "I'm sorry, Akawara, I have strayed. I wish to choose my own stance." Su Exine approached Uchiha Jin. The red earth had been finely minced into a meaty paste, and Jin ceased her chopping, kneeling motionless on the ground. She appeared no different from the lifeless bodies of the Iwagakure team surrounding her, the only distinction being, her body still instinctively breathed. "Become the Jinchuriki, Jin." Su Exine suddenly spoke, but Uchiha Jin seemed oblivious. Unperturbed, it quietly closed its eyes. Ding. A cerulean glow gathered on its forehead, as countless lines intertwined and danced, swiftly forming a maple leaf-shaped chakra matrix. The sealing technique, Indigo Palace, developed by Akawara, had been etched in Su Exine's memory since their first encounter. Analyzing and learning had always been its forte. Su Exine pressed its head against the back of Uchiha Jin's left hand, as blue lines spread from her arm, ultimately converging into a maple leaf design on her lower abdomen, constructing a cage for itself. Uchiha Jin remained unresponsive until Su Exine's voice resonated directly within her mind. "All right, Jin, let us seek vengeance." Jin's eyes flickered. "Vengeance? Yes, I must avenge." Her pupils ignited with a crimson glow. The 3 tomos swiftly spinning, once more sketching a magnificent pentagram. "I shall eradicate all IWA shinobi." Chapter 58, Catastrophe? A sharp whoosh resonated as a violet beam descended from the heavens, striking the ground before Asuma Saratobi. The immense force generated a cloud of dust, obscuring the battlefield. Soon after, Asuma was engulfed in the echoes of agonized screams that reverberated in his ears. As the cries began to wane and the haze gradually cleared, he finally discerned the scene before him. 27 rock shinobi lay scattered on the ground, and at the center of this grim tableau stood the architect of their demise. So swift, so formidable, in an instant. Uchiha Jin. Asuma's comrades were taken aback by the sight of the fallen rock shinobi, and he instantly recognized this classmate, exclaiming in astonishment, "What are you doing here?" The arrival of the Jonin, Shurhei Aburame, halted as he squinted, attempting to comprehend the unfolding situation. Uchiha Jin did not respond to Asuma. Her vacant gaze swept across the scene, ensuring no rock shinobi remained unaccounted for, before her violet wings unfurled magnificently from her back. Whoosh! Amidst the astonished stares of those present, she ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the sky. Am I mistaken? Did she truly grow a pair of wings? She can fly. How extraordinary! The chatter of his teammates jolted Asuma from his stupor. Shurhei Aburame approached him and inquired, "Asuma, do you know her?" "Ah, she is my classmate, but..." He hesitated, gazing at the lingering pale violet motes in the air. "I seem to have lost touch with her. Has Akatsuchi not returned yet?" Inoki was listening to his subordinates report the latest situation when he suddenly posed a question. "No. Since Lord Akatsuchi departed 3 days ago on a mission, not only has he not returned, but there has been no information about him at all." The rock-hidden Umbu reported. Hominoki nodded slightly, his expression darkening. Could it be that even Akatsuchi? Ghost. Saratobi Izashi. What manner of monstrosity have you summoned? Creak. The door to the Tsuchikige's office swung open as a figure rushed in. "Father, Tsuchikage-sama." YD instinctively began to call out, but upon noticing the Umbu officer beside him, he swiftly altered his address. Our positions have all come under mysterious assault. Konoha must have done something. An enigmatic force is rampaging across the battlefield, leaving no survivors in its wake. Numerous fronts are on the verge of collapse. What? Inoki sprang to his feet. Is it the Ninetales? Konoha has actually deployed the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. The sheer magnitude of destruction led him to immediately think of Konoha's ultimate trump card, the Ninetales, renowned as the most powerful of the tailed beasts. However, since that incident, Konoha had taken extensive measures to safeguard the Ninetales Jinchuriki. How could this be? I do not know. YD shook his head at present. There is not a single living witness, and we lack intelligence to ascertain what it truly is. However, if left unchecked, mark the locations of the attacks for me. Noki interrupted him. Oh. Huangta hastily approached the desk, swiftly circling the besieged positions on the map before Noki. There seems to be no discernible pattern. The Umbu nearby leaned in to observe, yet he could not discern any significance. No. Noki shook his head. Instantly perceiving the clue, pointing at the 6th position, begin examining from here. He suddenly paused as a thought struck him. The 6th position. The Spectre. Ambush. Chit. Could it be? Starting from here? The Umbu nodded, deep in contemplation. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the adjacent attack locations, then to the next site of assault. He suddenly realized each attack site was the closest to the previous one. It was as if they attacked wherever was nearest. The Umbu exclaimed. No. 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 At that moment, Noki suddenly shook his head, murmuring to himself. Lord Suchikage? It's not the Ninetales. It's the Spectre. It's the Spectre of Konoha gone berserk. They are certainly not a mere Ch-Nin squad. The Spectre is far more formidable than we imagined. Where was the last attack? Huangta momentarily failed to respond. He had never witnessed his father so uncharacteristically flustered. I asked, where was the most recent attack? Noki shouted. Here. Huangta regained his senses and immediately pointed to a location. Good. Naka's gaze swiftly fixed upon the front line nearest to the last attack site. No. It's too late to respond here. Here. He indicated the line closest to the Spectre's next potential assault. Senzai, the 4-Tails Jinchuriki. Han, the 5-Tails Jinchuriki, and the sealing team here. We must eradicate the Spectre at all costs. Yes. After Huangtu and the Umbu departed, Noki slumped into his chair. Third Hokage, what exactly have you done? Uchiha Jin hovered high above, gazing down at the expansive Iwagakure encampment through the clouds. The ninjas of Konoha were outside the strike range. Suexian's voice resonated in his mind as she nodded. Clap. Uchiha Jin interlocked his fingers, a faint purple-tailed beast cloak materializing around him. Come, Suexian. Jin whispered softly. Suexian's chakra erupted once more, enveloping Jin and rapidly expanding. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, and finally, fully-tailed beast transformation. A colossal feathered serpent, 50 meters long, emerged in the sky. Amidst the large-scale conflict, the massive flow of people accelerated Suexian's growth exponentially. The feathered serpent gently flapped its wings, dispersing the surrounding clouds as it gazed down upon the encampment, its mouth agape, terrifying energy coalescing at its lips. A dark sphere of energy, compressed to an extreme degree, formed before it, an eerie halo encircling its surface. With a swift motion, the devastating energy conglomerate hurtled downward, shattering the ominous clouds in its wake. The Calamity Sun Wheel, a high-density orb of dark energy, forged from a 2:8 ratio of light and dark chakra, boasted power rivaling that of the tailed beast sphere. Suddenly, the world was cloaked in darkness, only to be followed by a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. Boom. Those caught at the epicenter were instantaneously vaporized, while a colossal wave of energy erupted, expanding outward and obliterating structures within an 800-meter radius with a single strike. Those fortunate enough to survive on the periphery had no time for screams or even breaths, as a second strike quickly followed. Boom. The shockwave rippled 3 kilometers away, toppling the trees surrounding the Konoha reconnaissance team, who remained rooted in place, transfixed by the unfolding chaos. They stared in disbelief as a vast gap appeared in the roiling clouds, sunlight piercing through and bringing forth hope, while simultaneously, seeds of death continued to descend. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated incessantly, and the reconnaissance team leader's hands fell limply to his Chapter 59. Undercurrents Line 13 has received support. Progressing steadily. Line 25 has received support from Uchiha Jin. Progressing steadily. Line 17 has received support from Uchiha Jin. Progressing steadily. Rock Hidden Camp B12 has been destroyed by an unidentified calamity. Evidently, each front regarded Uchiha Jin's support as a directive from the village, and many even recognized him. The commander of the Grass Country Front, observing the report in his hands, inhaled deeply. Who exactly is Uchiha Jin, the disciple of the Golden Flash? How could he possibly provide assistance to multiple fronts in such a brief span of time? Moreover, each instance of his aid yielded significant advantages. He began to scrutinize the records related to Jin in the report. Exceptional speed, capable of dispatching dozens of foes in the blink of an eye, can create massive explosions, grows exquisite wings, can fly, is unapproachable. Is it madness on his part or the world's? He rummaged through documents until he finally unearthed Uchiha Jin's profile in a small corner. Uchiha Jin, Chunin, specialties, mastery of illusion techniques, fire release, shuriken techniques, proficiency in Uchiha swordsmanship, D-rank missions, 7 C-rank missions, 12 B-rank missions, 5 notable achievements during the Konoha Rights Defense War. Infiltrated the sand-hidden enemy's rear with teammate Akiyama Kid, dismantling a medium-sized strategic camp. During the same war, while escorting logistical supplies. Encountered an ambush led by a sand-hidden Jonin, and, alongside Akiyama Kid, eliminated sand-hidden Jonin Kazama Tetsuya, annihilating 3 Chunin and 3 Genin. During the Konoha Rights Defense War, to assist the village in advancing the front line, partnered with Akiyama Kid to slay sand-hidden puppet master Jonin Kimizumi Muramasa. Brief assessment: an outstanding inheritor of the will of fire, tactically sound, precise in execution, and possesses the capability to contend with Jonin when teamed with Akiyama Kid. For a Chunin, this resume is remarkably rich and impressive, yet it does not mention anything about him having beautiful wings, flying, or creating massive explosions. Fire release can indeed create large explosions. After confirming that there was no other individual named Uchiha Jin on the front lines, the commander reluctantly reported the situation to the Konoha headquarters. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe as he listened to the latest battle report from the Umbu. Konoha had gained a significant advantage, with the front lines advancing rapidly. He should have been pleased, yet. Danzo Shimura also received the latest information and arrived at the Hokage's office. Ignoring the Umbu present, he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. That power, without a doubt, possesses eyes akin to those of Q. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Seemingly displeased by the rudeness of entering without knocking, he did not immediately engage with Danzo, continuing to inquire towards the Umbu. What of Uchiha Jin's comrade? The Chunin Akahara Kid? It has been 2 days since he last undertook a mission, and he has not been seen since. It is presumed he has perished. A deep sigh escaped Sarutobi Hiruzen as memories of that boy's father, Akahara Makoto, flooded his mind. In the face of a seemingly fatal assignment, he had but one request. Hokage-sama, I wish for my child to no longer be a ninja. Please allow him to live as an ordinary villager in Konoha. To lead a peaceful life. Is that possible? I promise you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell, contemplating the peculiar circumstances surrounding Jin. He had begun to piece together certain truths. A deceased dear friend. A sudden surge of power. I never anticipated that, after so many years, such power would once again manifest in this world. He turned his attention back to the waiting Umbu, prepared to provide support for Uchiha Jin. Furnish her with all the assistance she requires. She is the key to our victory. That child continues to fight for Konoha. She is an outstanding inheritor of the will of fire, akin to Kakashi. Understood. After the Umbu departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally turned to Danzo, his eyes dimmed. Danzo. We have lost far too much. Indeed, Hiruzen, we have lost greatly. Shimura Danzo concurred outwardly. Yet his mind wandered through the reports regarding Jin. Such formidable power. Danzo squinted his eyes. Madara-sama. Kurizetsu emerged from the shadowy depths of a cave, respectfully addressing the decrepit elder seated upon a stone bench. After many years, those eyes seemed to have resurfaced. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow at the remark. Who? Uchiha Chu, Uchiha Rin, or Uchiha Sho. He named several key individuals. None of them. Kurizetsu shook his head. It is the previously eliminated candidate, Uchiha Jin. It appears we have underestimated her. Her feelings for Akahara Kid far exceed our expectations. It seems she encountered an incident during her latest mission, triggering the awakening of those eyes. Uchiha Madara did not refute this, but bypassed the introspection stage. What is her ability? Is there any intelligence? Yes, indeed. Kurizetsu nodded with a grin. After all, she is currently enacting a frenzied revenge. Iwagakure appears to be struggling to withstand her wrath. Her abilities. One suspected ability is instantaneous movement, and another involves the emergence of wings, allowing her to fly swiftly and traverse multiple battlefronts in a short time. Instantaneous movement. Space-time ocular technique, perhaps? Uchiha Madara subtly nodded. A person who has lost their beloved, plummeting deeply into darkness, seems to fit perfectly as a candidate for the Eye of the Moon plan. What is the difficulty of negotiation? After a moment of contemplation, Korezetsu offered an objective assessment. It is exceedingly difficult. Her sole purpose for survival at this juncture is revenge. In such a state of self-imposed isolation, her likelihood of developing an interest in the Eye of the Moon plan is virtually non-existent. Then, Uchiha Madara spoke in a subdued tone. What if I were to suggest that gathering all 9-tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails would enable you to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and bring back Akihara Fuka? To this, a smirk crept across Korezetsu's lips. I believe she would find that intriguing. After all, those ensnared in boundless suffering and darkness will not forsake even the faintest glimmer of hope. Just like you, Uchiha Madara, ha ha ha.